Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be at some time on some date reviewing this video, perhaps. Today, it's going to be a pretty interesting question. It's a simple, ancient, but surprisingly difficult question. What is a God? By the way, if my screen freezes and you notice that, let me know. I'll go to I'll go off camera. Something's wrong with my tech today. So let me know what's going on with that, if I'm freezing or not. But across cultures and history, of course, human beings have used the word God to point towards what they believe is ultimate, fundamental, and sacred, divine, perhaps. But when we use that word, are we still talking about the same thing? That's kind of what I'm wondering. Because, of course, we have thousands and thousands of different religions and notions of God and people that conceive of God. Like for some, God is understood in dualistic sense or language, like it's a personal, transcendent creator distinct from the universe. And in this view, God is separate from his creation, an intelligent, intentional being who sort of stands outside of time and space and matter. And he establishes, moral law. He relates to his creation as God, something worthy of worship, of glory, and demands worship in some cases. So here the universe is not God, but we are not God either. We are the creation. So there's a real distinction between the divine and the created order. Some views look at human beings as sinful, worthy of God's damnation, for example. But others understand God through a very different sort of lens. In many mystical and non-dual traditions, God is not primarily like this separate being somewhere out there, but sort of the ground of being itself, the underlying reality in which all distinctions arise. So on that view, God may be understood like pure being, ultimate reality, or God is the undivided source. The divine is not elsewhere, but immediately present in all things, right? And we find that in more Eastern traditions, or even Christian mystical traditions, Jewish mystical, Muslim mystical traditions. And they may point to like maybe a fascinating verse that gets discussed in both traditions, and it comes from the book of Psalms. Psalms 46:10, and it says, "Be still and know that I am God." And it reminds me of when God spoke to Moses saying, "Tell them that I am, that God is the great I am, the I amness," which sort of sounds like dualistic language. I am is ever immediate, present. It's ever real, and it is the beingness of existence. I am. And God says, "I am that I am." Doesn't give any kind of descriptor there, which would be dualistic, but instead just sticks to the non-dual language of I am that I am, the one thing. So when you think about that verse, Psalms 46:10, it just reminds me of that verse. It says, "Be still." So in non-dual tradition, being still means quieting your consciousness, your thoughts, just being still, maybe in meditation, in focus, in flow state. Just be still and know. That's your experience. The primary way to know anything is through your consciousness. So your consciousness is still and you're knowing something through that stillness, right? That I am, the I am here. And then the more difficult word comes in, God. But if we take it on the non-dualistic view, you are God. You are that consciousness, that stillness, that immediacy, right? So for a dualist, this may mean something like becoming quiet enough to recognize and submit to this transcendent God concept, which is beyond yourself, right? It's the idea of the outside world that I have no knowledge of, that is more important than me, more fundamental in that sense than me, right? So today I'm asking, what do you mean when you say God? Do you believe it's just a useless, outdated term, maybe a placeholder for mysteries we don't understand, like superstitious sort of language? Is that what God means to you? Is belief in God necessary or important? Like, is it important to believe in God? Does it make God sad if you don't believe in him? Does he get offended? Is there repercussions for not believing? Or does just believing in God just provide meaning, morality, purpose, explanatory power, all the things humans want to know about and embrace? And this is the reason to believe in God. Can someone reject a traditional personal deity while still affirming something ultimate or sacred about reality? So is God a useful word, or has it become a mirror reflecting our deepest assumptions about existence? So today it's an open call-in show. So whether you're a theist, an atheist, agnostic, skeptic, mystic, or simply curious, please call in, join the conversation. I want to know where you stand. And again, let me know if I'm freezing up. I'll go off camera for this, but yeah, join in. I got the call in link right there. So if you want to join me, do so. We'll be talking about God. Why is it important? Why is your God important to believe in? How can you say that your God is more real than the other gods? Or do you believe that all gods are real? Are you sort of like a pantheist, or are you a panentheist? Is the universe God? Is everything God? And again, how is that useful? How is that idea useful? Is it empowering? Is truth accessible? Is it necessary? Is it even obtainable? So you could say believing in God is because I want to believe in true things, and God is true, so I believe in God. Some people take the opposite. They say, well, I want to believe in true things, and I have no reason to believe God is true. Therefore, I reject God. Is that virtue more valuable than believing in things that may or not be true? Let's hear what he has to say. Why believe in God? Let's check it out, see what he has to say here.
When it comes down to it, the reason I believe is because I have felt his healing presence in my life. In a time of great distress, I was given comfort and released of my pain. In moments of immense isolation, I have felt a loving embrace. I haven't seen a supernatural being in my midst and haven't had any ecstatic experiences, but I have encountered God on more than a few occasions. It's the sort of knowing on the level of love, a feeling that burns so powerfully and clearly that nothing could ever call it into question, and yet there's no data to convince another of its existence. That feeling, that experience, however nebulous and unverifiable for you, is enough for me. That is what inspires me to believe, what gives me life, that overcomes the many feelings of doubt in my life. Maybe that's sufficient for you? maybe it's not. Maybe if put on the spot, if asked to give your own testimony, to proclaim the kerygma yourself, you would give another answer. I tell you again, this is not a hypothetical question. People will ask you. They will want to know. Why, in a world of science, in the age of enlightenment, when so many people are choosing to no longer believe, do you say that there is a God? If you want to be a disciple of Christ, if you want to call yourself a Christian, you must be able to answer this question clearly and convincingly. Know the faith so that you can proclaim the faith.
Interesting. So he's talking about belief in God. You'll be asked. So, people believe for all kinds of reasons. Some people believe because it's a feeling. It's born out of faith, not because God is necessarily a fact of the matter. It's not a fact you can point to. And in this world of science and objectivity, we tend to put more emphasis or value on things that are part of the intersubjective field of experience. In other words, if we can all agree that light is rising in the east and setting in the west, we all agree the sun exists. And that makes it a fact. But we can't say that about your God. Your God is not of that same sort of quality. It's something we all feel, but how do you know the difference between something you want to be true and a feeling that it's true and it's being actually true? That's the question. But some people say it's just enough for me to have that feeling. It's enough. The proof is within. I judge things based on what's inside me, the feelings that I have. And while feelings can be misleading and sometimes wrong, this one's got to be right because I know that I know that I know. For me, I think this is fine, so long as you don't push it on other people, because other people don't have those sort of feelings, perhaps, in their journey. And so it may not really resonate, the whole feeling. Some people feel there is no God. And I have a poll here. Hopefully it's showing on the screen about that, a little widget I put up, which is a poll. Should everyone believe in God? Is belief not important? I have the poll out there, so please fill it in. Let me know. And again, join the conversation. I have the link in the live stream, and we can talk about this stuff.
Hello. Your voice seemed to fade out.
Oh, my voice did it fade out?
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Sometimes I got to hold this microphone closer. I'll let it drift. Hey, can you see that poll? Is it coming up okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so what are your thoughts? I don't know if you saw my intro and everything, but what is your thoughts on those questions?
Should everyone believe? No. But do I think it's all right if people do believe? Yeah. And is belief not important? Belief in God for me is not important, but it might be important for other people.
Okay. So, a lot of there is a and it seems to be kind of popular again. It's called I think it's called epistemic virtue.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically saying that if you don't know something to be true, for you to proclaim it as true is a sign of immorality. It's not virtuous. It's sort of like a dishonest way of going about life. So it says a lot about your moral character when you claim to believe in something you can't prove to yourself or others. And what do you think about that? I'm going to try to pull this definition up to get it. I don't want to chop it up. Have you ever heard?
I mean, I don't know if I've heard of the term, but like I know exactly what you're talking about, but I'm not sure if it's best to describe it as dishonest, because it's like I try not to pretend I know the motives of people's minds. I'd say it's one of those things where people will overstate their competence in something, that they think they know something when they don't.
Right. It's so hard to tell, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because, you've got a lot of people that are grifters, you've got a lot of people that just want you to believe because out of habit, like they just believe what they do because they've been indoctrinated, and therefore they feel like it's justified to indoctrinate others, even if they know they don't have the real knowledge about what they're talking about. And so there's a lot of lack of trust in that, especially if you've been burned by religion. And
which most of us have been.
Show up. Yeah. And, and I know I went through that. It actually causes a lot of anger in people. Like they sort of have an axe to grind with religion and religious people because they feel like they've been duped. And now they're just watching them continue to dupe people. Mm-hmm. And so they feel like they're on some sort of mission personally to kind of address it whenever they can, right? Mm-hmm. And but on the other hand, it's a kind of a two-edged sword because, we're talking about confirmation bias. So that is psychologically the belief that one's own belief should be true, and the tendency to only seek out information that proves themselves true. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of a natural human tendency. So sometimes in people's crusades to disprove God, they ignore all your arguments or reasoning, and they'll just go right to the confirmation bias on their part. Mm-hmm. And say, look, it's just God doesn't exist. So prove it to me.
So the way I see that situation is people who've been burned by religion have a justification to be wary of religious institutions and whatnot and dogmatic religious thinking. But then it ends up, like you said, that double-edged sword where they end up becoming dogmatic themselves, and they don't even they end up not even questioning their new core beliefs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's almost like just a reaction and another reaction, and the logic sort of gets lost in it all.
Because it's like I come across atheists who don't even who think metaphysics is dealing with the supernatural. It's like they don't even try to have a appreciation for anything philosophical.
Yeah, that's right. I go through that all the time. And sometimes you notice that people are really engaging in philosophy, and then somewhere along the line they'll point out that philosophy is kind of useless, and I don't really care about your philosophical arguments. But they forget that they've been using philosophical arguments all along in the conversation as well. Mm-hmm. So it's just kind of, I think that, again, that shows like a cognitive bias on their part, because if they were really basing it off of real knowledge, they would have learned some basics here. Like, what is philosophy? What is a philosophical argument? What is not a philosophical argument? Mm-hmm. They would take the time to actually know what they're talking about from every angle, like even pro to the thing that they're against. They should know all the arguments inside and out. But what I've noticed is that a lot of people don't understand certain arguments for God or for anything really. They just kind of take it on face value that they know what the argument it is, and it's bullshit.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, while it could be made that the argument that, theistic type peoples rely too heavily on personal experience or philosophical argumentation. It's like atheists seem to to run into the opposite problem of relying too heavily on this. The only thing that matters is empirical evidence.
Yeah. Yeah. And I always find that also interesting. Like, what is empirical evidence? So like empirical evidence is stuff that you observe through your senses, right? But a lot of times these same people say you can't trust your senses. You can't really trust all of that. Yet I think
most of them would reduce it to just scientific observations or things that can be established within science, and then nothing else matters.
Right. I always look at it like they are more, they feel more comfortable with intersubjective claims rather than subjective claims. And they oftentimes call these intersubjective claims, they'll call them objective facts. Mm-hmm. And that kind of gives it more, you know, it's the same thing that a lot of religious people do, as a matter of fact. Mm-hmm. You know, they look at, well, I'm grounding my beliefs in the ultimacy, the objective, ultimate, you know, reality of God, you know, like now I can't be shaken in my beliefs. I'm more secure because it's grounded in this unmoving, immutable thing I call the objective nature of God, right? Mm-hmm. So people let this word objective do a lot of work for them. And really, you have to really look at, for me, what do we mean by objective outside of our experience or outside of our opinion or our mind? And if all of that is the case, then how do we establish objective facts? If it's outside of our mind, if it's outside of our experience or opinion, how is it grounded? And they'll usually point to, like you say, intersubjective correspondence. You know, well, all these other experts have agreed that this is the case. And so that's kind of the grounding right there, just that intersubjective agreement. Mm-hmm. And we oftentimes don't question that. We don't question, well, is the human mind sort of limited? You know, do facts ever change over time? Like, do we get it wrong? Is our theory sort of confused with, say, causation, correlations, things like that? Mm-hmm. Like, how are we grounding the objective? Mm-hmm. You know, like outside of our minds and opinions and all of that, how is it really being established as a concrete, unmovable, immutable fact of the matter that we could always rely on, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I would say even before we even try to figure out what is objective, it's like, to me, like, we need to be making sure that we have a solid epistemic, you know, foundation that we're going off of, you know. Because like I said, it's like, you know, both theists and atheists seem to have an issue of going off in extreme different directions. And it's like, to me, it's like, you know, empirical inquiry is important. Philosophical analysis is important. Direct personal experience is important. It's like, to ignore any of them seems like it would just be an error to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so,
framework.
And so then it's like, you know, once we can agree that all three of those are important, it's like, all right, well, what can we be sure of? And we can start with, you know, our direct personal experience. You know, we are sure that we are experiencing something. It seems to be something that most people can at least agree on. An experience is happening.
And it's such a tricky thing. You know, and I was watching a video on consciousness, the whole consciousness discussion. And I think it was Sam Harris and this other somebody was interviewing Sam Harris, and was saying that, you know, are like psychedelics useful as ways to actually explore the question? Because some people take the view that no, psychedelics only distort reality. They don't really tell you anything good about reality. It's just more delusion that they're creating for you. So while it may give you a sense of oneness and allness and all these things, it's not really a portal into reality. It's just a fucking mind trick. And so Sam Harris says, yeah, and it's unfortunate because a lot of cognitive science that were like our top materialist apologists in the realm of consciousness and theory of mind and science would be people like Giulio Tononi and Christoph Koch. And yet what Christoph Koch did is he experimented with psychedelics to know more about his own topic, you know. And what he's walked away with was a more idealistic view of reality. And Sam Harris kind of points to that as just evidence that, you know, this is the harm that psychedelics does. It gets you off your rational train of thought and will give you this super profound experience that just confuses the shit out of you to where you're no longer talking about reality anymore. You're confusing reality with this feeling you have rather than what we're really aiming for, which is the objective fact. Hey, Alex, how you doing, man? Thank you so much for joining, brother.
Hey, what's up, people? How are y'all?
I'm doing good.
Just enjoying some coffee.
Yeah. Nice Saturday.
Yeah, man. Beautiful outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me and Alex, we kind of live in the same area, as it turns out. So I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I was really surprised about that.
Yeah, we should definitely get together sometime, man.
We will, and we need to shoot a video while we're at it. Like, you know, get together with some buddies or something and discuss it and put it on cam or something.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be really fun. But
Yeah.
even just the drink, shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
So what's
Skyworks says God is a nebulous term that has evolved over time, used as a placeholder for that is not understood fully and is born out of superstition. Huh. What do you think about that comment?
Are you
Go ahead,
talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, let's see. God is a nebulous term that has evolved over time, used as a placeholder for that is not understood fully and is born out of superstition. I mean, look, there's a sense in which I agree with that, but I wouldn't like fully agree. I don't think. I mean, I don't know that I really disagree necessarily, though. I mean, it depends on what the person means by superstition, because I think there's a sense in which, look, I'm an idealist, I'm a non-dualist, right? So it seems like a lot of these traditions, if you go back far enough and you look deep enough and you read between the lines, are pointing at some sort of a non-dualism. So I'm not entirely sure that it's entirely superstitious. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like, you know, like when it comes to like church doctrine and these stories about heaven and hell and, you know, even like the resurrection of Jesus, like, yeah, it's like I would say, oh, that's in my eyes superstition. So it's kind of a difficult question. I don't know.
What do you think, Neil?
I mean, I'm tending to agree with Alex here. Like, for the most part, I agree with it. Is this trying to parse out where that might not apply? And because it's like, to me, if you know, the word God has evolved over time, and you know, it really has, you know, the whole God of the gaps, what Sky is alluding to there. But it's like there are people who, I don't think you can apply that to someone who is like a Spinoza type thinker, because and we could argue if calling the universe God is, if it actually if that's useful, or or if it just muddies the waters. But I don't think you would classify that as superstition.
Right. Just a way to make sense of life, really. But here's a Christian perspective, and he's addressing people that have having trouble believing in God. So he kind of boils it down here.
For example, I've been a Christian for 68 years. I'm 80. So I've been a Christian for 68 years, walking with him, listening to him, learning who he is. He's become my personal friend. And I can answer your question by simply saying this. If you ask him to help you believe in him, believe me, God will reveal himself to you. You say, well, what do I do? Well, one of the first things you can do is start reading the Bible. And you can start in the first 2 chapters of Genesis, all about creation. Then you might want to read the book of Luke, for example, chapter 2, about the birth of Jesus, the Savior. Then you might want to turn to the Gospel of John about salvation. Or maybe in the Psalms. You've heard the 23rd Psalm. So start there, or some other Psalms, and just ask God to help you understand what he's saying to you. Ask him to help you believe in him.
Now, automatically, that I have a lot of pushback on that. It seems like for you to take his advice, you're going to have to believe in God to begin with. The whole thing is, how do you get an unbeliever to believe in God? You can't just tell the unbeliever to go to the Bible. I mean,
he said, he said, ask God to help you understand. That's how you believe in God. Like, what, bro? What? What?
Man, why didn't someone just tell me that before?
Mm-hmm. But speaking of superstition, he went right into, you should read Genesis. That tells you all about creation. Like, I would interpret I think there's a deeper spiritual message there in Genesis, right, as a non-dualist. But I certainly wouldn't interpret it like literally. So that is where the superstition, I think, comes into play. When you think that, like, look, I think the story of Genesis, like the Garden of Eden, creation, all this stuff, just has to do with like not being like consumed by intellect and the need to understand, and the ego, basically. Because that is the fall of man. The fall of man is into the ego, into embodiment, right? But when you take it literally, then I think it does kind of become like superstitious.
Yeah, literal versus figurative, as Couples Light says. I agree with that. I was even mentioning one of the Psalms that seems to be very non-dualistic in its approach. Now, a lot of the stuff in the Bible, I just don't find a lot of value in it, even if it's considered figurative. I'm not really so sure what we're trying to promote there. Like when God says to bash young infants' heads against the stones or whatever, I don't see what the moral lesson in that is. But
I don't.
There are a few select verses that you can find that really make a lot of sense. Like Psalms, 46:10 says, "Be still and know that I am God." And I kind of talked about this at the top, that for a non-dualist, this may mean becoming quiet enough to sort of recognize and submit to a transcendent God beyond yourself. So it's kind of like be still, which is slowing down your thought process. You can imagine flow state or meditative states or something like that. And know, and then knowing, of course, is done through consciousness. So your consciousness is still, and you're knowing something. So you're sort of becoming aware of what that I am God, and you think of the word I am, sort of reminds me of when God spoke to Moses in the bush saying, tell them that I am that I am. In other words, God is non-dual. There's no other thing that he's defined as outside of himself. Like, it's not like I am God, I am this or that thing, right? It's just, no, I am that I am, you know. It's just that consciousness, right? And so when you think about that verse, putting all that together, it kind of creates like a very non-dualistic message for me. But such verses are sort of, you know, you have to really go and cherry pick them out of the Bible.
They're few and far between. Yeah, look, these religious traditions really read, like all of them, really read to me as, you know, someone had an experience, communicated those experience, you know, direct experience, communicated those experiences, and then interpretation from people who have not had those direct experiences follows after that. And so the message, you know, the further the message travels away from people with such experiences, the more it kind of gets muddied and culturized and kind of mythicized, and it loses its referent. Like, look, imagine I've never had any experience to which I can even reference what non-dualism is supposed to mean, right? Like it's just, I don't have the tools, right? That's how religion reads to me. It's everybody trying to like talk about something that they don't have like the referent for.
Yeah, and you know, part of the problem when you take things too literally is that you have to understand a lot of religions were created or evolved during times of more ignorance than less. So we didn't know much about, you know, why we feel the things we feel. You know, we can't really correlate some of the things that happen to our form that really influences our experience. You know, like, you know, we can talk about the placebo effect and all of that kind of good stuff, right? And that these feelings, sometimes the mystical experience, and they sort of point to ways that we can trace what, you know, some sort of, you know, which I don't always have a issue with it, but, you know, there's like these causal stories we can tell about, well, the reason that you had this experience was when you were fasting, you know, your body was depleted, and, you know, you went into this, you know, mental state where, you know, you start to hallucinate and things, or maybe you were on top of the mountain trying to talk to God, but, you know, there's less oxygen on the top of the mountain. So you have these, you know, third, you know, what do they call them? Third man, you know, syndrome or whatever, where you have this realistic hallucination of a third being with you, right? And it usually happens, you can trigger it by low oxygen, and, you know, all these stories, you know, to kind of explain how these sort of things happen. You know, you go to church and you're, you know, in a situation where everybody is maybe reverent or emotional, and it's sort of you catch the bug, and so now you're all of a sudden feeling the Holy Spirit and all of these visions, and, you know, you see the, you know, the Virgin Mary or whatever, right? And so you have all these competing stories that physicalists like to tell that would give a quote unquote better explanation for the experience. And of course, you know, they'll say, well, that's just correlated to the experience. It isn't, it's really God. It's just correlated with the low oxygen or the frenzy spirit in the room or whatever the case is. But you have to ask, why is that correlation there? Like, why does that correlate to that experience, right? Why does God have to wait for you to lose oxygen before he shows up? You know, so that's the challenge that's put forth to the theists. Like, why why does it correlate with the scientific story people tell about mystical experiences and things like that? I don't know. Does it matter? That's another question. Does it really matter? You know, people go into these flow states where maybe you're jogging for a real long time, and all of a sudden you're not trying to jog anymore. You're just kind of running on air, you know, and you have this super, you know, jolt of energy. And you have, like, people talk about, you know, I have this real positive feeling. It's like my endorphins just go through the roof, and I feel love, and I feel oneness, and I feel no tiredness anymore. I'm just kind of running on the clouds. And, you know, why does God show up then, but not in just your everyday mundane experience? Or does he? Does anybody have experiences where God just showed up unexpectedly like that? I don't know. Then we have Skywork says, I find it funny how some people like the idea of being possessors of esoteric knowledge, or thinking that they are mystics because they've had particular experience that they feel others haven't had.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're talking about me because of the comments I made. Look, it's just a fact, right? Like, some people have experiences that other people don't, right? And I'm just calling out observations that I see throughout ancient spiritual texts. I'm not making this up either, right? Like, there are lines of philosophy that would agree with what I'm saying there. I mean, obviously, it's the case that not everybody is going to access the same kinds of experiences, right? And when you do have these experiences, the texts themselves take on a different hue. It's like you can cut straight through all the noise and see the sort of nugget of gold hiding beneath all the egoic, nonsensical bullshit, like bashing babies' heads, like Scott was talking about a few minutes ago. Like, you know, if you think that's like conceited or something, then fine. That's fine. That's fine. It is what it is. It's just an observation.
Yeah, he says the hubris never ceases to amaze me. And it's almost like Skyworks is making a fallacy of what do they call it? Like a, damn, it just slipped my mind. There's a particular fallacy where you assign motive to someone's way they speak. Like, they're speaking this way because out of hubris, or out of trying to look superior. But is that really, how do you know that's the case, that Alex is being hubris, you know, that he's a arrogant person? Maybe he's just excited about his experience. It was profound enough that he could apply it in this conversation, and he speaks about it. I don't think that applying like some sort of, you know, motive is necessary, is it?
No, I mean, look, I'll be the first to admit I can certainly behave in a hubristic manner. I'm certainly not a perfect person. However, I will say that that does not invalidate the observation. Like, there's no hole in the logic, right? Like, it you know, unless you can point one out.
Right. That's the whole point, is it, unless you know, we can have opinions, but how does that help rather than just shutting down the conversation? Like, for me, like, for one thing, like, I don't claim to know everything, and I have my doubts about certain things people will claim, but I'll never say that they're claiming them because logical thing. That would be fallacious unless I can prove that's actually the case. What really matters is whether what they're saying is true. And, you know, you can ask about true in different ways. Like, is it sincere? Like, is an experience a person had, or a claim a person making, is it true? Are they holding it sincerely? I think you can grant that possibility and go from there. And then you can sort of explore, you know, I think Mr. Biscuit Speaks, he had mentioned something, the principle of, damn, what did he say? Principle of cooperation in a conversation, where you just take people at their word, you know, because you can't read their mind. So
And
you
then,
can't really know if someone's intentionally lying or have some, cognitive motive fallacy at play. So why not just take them at their word and just explore it from there?
and there's different types of truth. There's personal truth. It's like, I'm a trans woman. That's not true for you, Scott. You're not a trans woman. It's not true for you, Alex. It's
Right.
like, but then there's, can we then say, all right, well, is there objective truths? It's like, is what I'm feeling, can that be extrapolated to the outside world, or what we would consider outside, if there is,
Right. And Skyworks says here, you stuck on a plane of thought or belief. You need to go a little further. I mean, I agree, but not everyone does. That's the whole point. Like some beliefs are just so obvious. Certain things, if you speak to them, like, and it's easy to debunk anybody's claim. That's the easiest thing in the world to do. If someone claimed they saw an airplane yesterday, it's mundane claim. It's easy to debunk it. How do I know you saw a plane? Maybe you saw a bird. Maybe it was a cloud. Maybe it was a case of pareidolia. Maybe you were on drugs that day. There's like a million excuses you can make for anything.
Maybe it was a UFO.
Yeah, maybe it was a UFO, which in this case, I think it probably was. But I mean, you can say anything about you can knock down anything very easy. That's the problem with this kind of stuff. But if you talk to people, like I've talked to people that have these near-death experiences, UFO encounters. I've spoken to people that talk about that. And to them, it's not even that weird. To them, it's just very obvious what they saw and experienced. So they don't need to go any further, Skyworks. Why should they? They already know what they know. It's just a matter of convincing you is where they would need to go further. But if that's not their goal, then they won't make that move, But it's totally fine either way. Like, yeah, if you deny NDEs or UFO sightings or whatever the case is, you're more than welcome to deny it for your own reasons. And it's probably a healthy thing to do, is to always remain skeptical and have an agnostic sort of position on things that you're not genuinely convinced about. I think that's just being honest. No, but I think it's going a step too far when you say a person's being hubris, or they're just they have some motive for their thing or whatever. That's where I think it's going a little too far.
Speaking of hubris, a wise person once said, beware of anyone who refers to people as little, or things as little. Skyworks said, idealism just sounds attractive to you. You're in a little club. There's a subtle little hint, right, of hubris there, Skyworks. Tighten up, bro. Tighten up. Be better.
Yep.
Be better.
Yep. He's making, it's almost like idealism just sounds attractive to you. Physicalism just sounds attractive to you.
Yeah.
How would that come off?
Well,
does that sound good? Or it may be true. It may not be. You may not want physicalism to be true, but you just can't deny that it makes more sense to you.
Yeah, and it's just not a good argument to say, well, the majority of people are physicalists, and so that makes it more likely to be true. It's like, I'm a determinist, but the majority of philosophers are compatibilists. Doesn't mean that just because the majority don't believe what I believe means what they believe is more true. That's not how that works.
Physicalism is just the name for accepting the world as the world. Idealism is just the name for accepting the world as the world. Theism is just the name for accepting the world as the world. See how that is?
Physicalism is just the idea of accepting the appearances as the world. Yeah. You're accepting the shadows on the wall of Plato's cave as the world itself.
That's right. That's right. And there's no argument beyond that, because you're admittedly never outside of your own conscious experience. So that's all you can really say. That's the thing, Alex. You're exactly right. You need language and poetic inventions for idealism. How so? I wish these people would come on the panel and actually explain what they mean, because they never really. It's always these deepities, it's always these very philosophical analogies, that they throw out. Oh, it's just a language that uses words with no reference. And, anybody can claim that. That's what I say about physicalism. Physicalism is just language that uses words. How does that come off?
Now I'm being dishonest. Now I'm being dishonest. The hubris, Skyworks, the hubris required to presume that you know my mental states, my brother or sister in consciousness, you do not know my mental states. The hubris that is required for you to think that you do. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's amazing. How, it goes back to what Jesus said, what God said, right? Remove the rafter in your own eye before you attempt to remove the stick in somebody else's.
Yep.
I can point to a brain. You can't point to whatever it is you think a non-physical consciousness is.
Ironically, when you point to a brain, you're pointing to consciousness. Brains appear within consciousness, never the other way around. What you call a brain is a icon. It's a simplified user interface. It's a perceptual representation tuned ever so perfectly by evolution. What you call a brain is literally made of consciousness.
That's right. That's just added language. How so? You need language to describe anything, right? You have to add language. Otherwise, you can't get your point across. That's kind of a cheap shot. Everything you're saying now is an elaborate poem. More
thank you.
Language.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We should be saying thank you. I think that means we're poetic. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Because in their minds, they believe poetic means untruth. It just automatically means untruth. So when Richard Dawkins talked about the pitiless, cold indifference of the universe, I guess that was untrue because it sounded so poetic. There's nothing there that's being described. What do you mean? Consciousness is all there is. Yes, I love poetry. Yeah, we do too.
When they say there's nothing there that's being described, it reminds me, like, I debate over on TikTok a lot, right? And make videos and stuff, obviously, and that kind of thing. And I will really think about what I want to say, how I want to say it, make sure I'm trying to communicate with substance and, convey an idea. And of course, I don't expect everybody to agree with me, but then someone will just come out the side of their mouth and be like, "You didn't say anything just now. Everything you just said was completely empty." And usually that's just an indication that they just don't understand some of the terminology you're using, or you know what I mean? Maybe they disagree with what you're saying, but it doesn't mean that you didn't actually say anything, right? It just means that they don't agree, and that's fine. You're allowed to disagree, but that's a whole different. You could say, "Oh, I understand what you're saying. However, I disagree." That's perfectly acceptable. But just to say that it's totally empty of substance is just yikes, bro. Just yikes.
Because
Yeah.
I'm and I am skeptical of idealism, but I'm also skeptical of physicalism. It's you can be skeptical of these things, but you should at least try to understand what the people are actually saying who hold these views. It just seems so dismissive what you're saying about idealism.
You want to hear some real word salad? Skyworks and Examusic and everybody, you know, myocardial ischemia is something characterized by reduced coronary perfusion resulting in insufficient oxygen delivery to myocardial tissue, potentially leading to angina pectoris, atheromogenesis, or infarction. So all I'm really doing is describing in strictly medical terms a heart condition. Now, sounds like word salad to me and everybody else. Does that mean it's not true? No. You just need to go back and learn what these terms mean, and then it'll all snap together and make sense. So just saying that something is just, you know, words, a lot of words that don't make sense, well, maybe you should first find out if that's true.
I mean, I get it. It's my first reaction when I don't understand something to be like, nah, nah, that doesn't make sense. And like project outward. I think it's all of our first reaction, but you just have to have that kind of like secondary thing kicking in that reminds you that, hey, you know, that's it's probably more likely the case that it's a you problem, not a they problem.
Examusic says, you guys are like, hear no evil, see no evil when presented with accounts of brain damage that directly changes or removes parts of what you would call consciousness. That doesn't happen. I reject that. I'm scared of that idea. That can't be true. What do you think, Alex?
Oh no, he brought up the defeater. We've been defeated. Oh no, not the argument from brain damage. Oh no.
Yeah, that's the best argument out there, right? Yeah. So he says directly changes or removes parts of what you would call consciousness. I would like a fact that you can point to, a scientific fact that proves that some damage removed what we would call consciousness in a brain, like parts of it. Show me an example where parts of the consciousness were removed. That would be very interesting.
Yeah, and just, you know, a little fallacious appeal to consensus here. You know, if it were that simple, right? If it were just as simple as, disrupting X, affecting X disrupts consciousness, therefore X generates consciousness. If that were like that simple and that were actually a valid and sound inference, right, then it wouldn't be the case that belief in physicalism has dropped by 7% over the last it's probably dropped more than that now. I wish they would come out with a new survey, but the last one was in 2020, and yeah, physicalism barely holds a majority. It's 51%. So if it were that simple, I mean, just think about it. Like, we can explain how that's an invalid inference. We can explain how those correlations can be interpreted through any other position in the philosophy of mind consistently. We can explain all that, but most people just tune that out, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Or they don't know what you mean by it. So that's why I'm saying, like, if it were that simple, physicalism would be like 90% majority. It's not. It's just not.
Right. Should we just accept you as being extremely knowledgeable people who have a far better understanding than us, or should we examine your claims? Examine the claims. That's my advice.
Yeah.
You guys can get a paper through peer review in any scientific or philosophical journal. Neither can you. Hold on, I'll be right back.
That seems to be the issue. It's like people want to conflate, you know, examining the claims with just. It's like, oh, you know, it's like look at idealism, and they're like, all right, well, all I see is a bunch of nonsense. That's not examining the claim.
Yeah. There's one thing to like understand the view, put the view on, and examine the implications or the logical structure of the claim.
and
Is that, you go ahead now.
I was just going to say, and I know this because it's like, this is how I used to think when I was like a straight up physicalist. It's like, I'd looked at idealism and I was just like, no, that's not true. That doesn't make any sense. And
yeah, there's like a gut reaction because it's just the opposite of what you currently believe. So there's like this visceral kind of that's way too far away from my current position. You know, I hold all these other things. There's no way that could be true.
And it's like, when I look at all the evidence out there, it's like, to me, there's just, at least personally for me, there's just no way to come to a solid ontological conclusion, and that's why I remain agnostic. But like, to me, like, idealism seems like a very, it's like, it needs to be taken just as seriously as physicalism, and to not to do so just seems just so shallow.
Yeah, I agree. The carved block, the uncarved block said it's 56%. Now, I could be wrong, but I believe that is the 2010 survey. Make sure you're on the 2020 survey. And there's actually two separate questions that kind of set up this dispute. And I'm not making that number up, 51%. I'll have to go find it, but
Okay.
Yeah. So when you said 51% in dispute, let me go back to that. So,
yeah.
So go ahead and explain that one more time. Like, this was about consciousness and research. So just put it out there, because I don't know if you might have done that already. I had to step out of the room. About the study or about the statistic. Where do you get it from? And
Yeah. So David Chalmers does this like mass survey. It's a philosophical survey, and basically sends it to all the philosophers to get their responses. And it asks questions like, what's your position on the external world? What's your position on nominalism? Do you believe in abstract objects? What's your position on, theism and all this kind of stuff? And so naturally, one of the questions, actually, I think there are several questions that address this, but, it's like, how, what percentage are physicalist? What percentage are panpsychist? What percentage are undecided or dualist? So in 2010, I think it was at like 57%. And in 2020, it was at like 51%. But I don't have the survey like directly in front of me, so I could be like slightly off on that. But I'm pretty sure that's like almost exactly correct. So the point that I was making is that as we learn more about the brain, look. So if let's say in a world where reductive physicalism is true, you would think. Now, this isn't anything conclusive. I'm just like intuition pumping here, but you would think that the more we learn about the brain, the more time goes on, the better our science gets, our brain science gets. More people would believe in physicalism because the mystery would be dissolving a little bit at a time, right? But in fact, we see the opposite trend. In the last 10 years, it's dropped by 6 or 7%. And so what that means is that the more we learn about the brain, the less people are believing in physicalism. Again, this isn't conclusive, but it's a kind of an intuition pump. Like, that's kind of unexpected. It's kind of the opposite of what you would expect if physicalism is true.
right. Hey, Mr. Biscuits, how you doing? Welcome.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, not a lot, man. Talking about God, talking about consciousness. Just to kind of catch up a little bit, we were talking about how there's, dualistic ways to view God, non-dualistic ways to view God. Some people see the whole God concept as harmful, or at least not worth thinking about. Others disagree. And, we just been kind of talking around that, and it kind of, went into consciousness and people in the live chat, responding to them. But what's your view, man? I know you're a Christian mystic, so you obviously have your own view of God. Would you like to describe that for the audience? We haven't had a Christian mystic on the panel so far.
Yeah, I think my belief in God is pretty much going to be, omniscient, omnipresent, omnibenevolent, omnipotent, creator of the universe. Pretty standard.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? I like that. And in fact, I don't have a problem with it. In fact, a lot of times I find myself embracing that idea, maybe not necessarily intellectually, but just maybe in a way that can benefit me through my everyday life. And I find it's very useful. And no one can tell me that that's not true, because I know that that sort of positive view of myself as sort of a reflection of God, and God seeing through my eyes, all of that stuff is very profound and can be very soothing psychologically and empowering even physically. What do you think about that, Mr. Biscuit?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think, I don't know. I think conversations with atheists throughout the years have just kind of made me more skeptical, and I appreciate atheists for that, right? I think that they've they do good work with kind of making us kind of shape up and get rid of the cartoonish interpretations of who and what God is, at least in my experience. And so yeah, I tend to, I think, to be a skeptic, and that just means I have a fairly high bar for what I consider true. I think I believe in God because it's very difficult to doubt God. And so, yeah, I think I come at it mostly from that angle.
Mm-hmm. Now, is this intellectual, or would you say this is more something you kind of intuit?
Yeah, more the latter, especially recently. Like, I used to have intellectual debates, I guess, if you want to call them intellectual, like where there's, premise, conclusion. And I just figured none of that works. And there's even scientific data backing up the fact that when you use kind of syllogistic arguments, they tend to just entrench people in what they already believed in the first place. So my arguments, I guess if you can call what I have arguments, it would be far more phenomenological.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that. Hey, Von Eric, how you doing, brother? Call in, man. You're a theist, so please call in again, man. Love to talk to you. It's been a while.
I think most people are atheist. Most people that would call themselves atheists are specifically rebelling against this cartoonish or caricature that a lot of people walk around with.
I agree.
Because, like, I would too, so I get it. But there is, like, I don't want to say like a more sophisticated, I don't think sophisticated is the right word, but there's a more grounded way to look at the whole thing. Like the way you look at it, Mr. Biscuit. Because I think we probably don't disagree on much of anything at all, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
But like for some reason I'm stuck to this atheist term because I'm like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, because I'm not the cartoonish thing. The caricature is not.
Yeah,
Not
you know what's interesting is, like, I learned from the great philosopher Eminem, Marshall Mathers.
Yeah.
He said, I am whatever you say I am, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I got the theist label from others. It's like, whatever label you want to throw on what it is I believe, I think that makes it easier to kind of to not label yourself as much, because when you put a label on yourself, you have something to protect and you have something to accessorize, and then you're kind of fighting for this label, for this identity. Whereas with me, I can just kind of have my ideas fluctuate with who I come across and the arguments I come across, and my growth, and then let people apply whatever label to that they want. The only reason that I label myself a Christian is because I like to go deeper into conversation with people. So I mean, if people kind of had to guess about, you know, what I believe and, you know, guess what kind of, then I would just kind of stay on a surface level with whoever I meet, you know, because they're spending so much time doing the homework to figure out what I believe. So yeah, I'll use those terms just to kind of have people be able to kind of categorize me and lean deeper in.
And for me, it's like, you know, there isn't like one particular argument that has me being, you know, that has me identify more being an atheist. Like, to me, I'm not really interested in like, you know, what do you mean by God? I mean, you know, that's important. We want to know what our terms are and everything. But like, when I'm looking at whether I should be a theist or an atheist, it's like, to me, I try to take a more holistic approach of what we're really doing is comparing entire metaphysical theories, and, you know, whichever one, you know, has the simpler, you know, less assumptions baked in, the one that has more explanatory power, that's the one I'm more drawn to. And so to me, it's like apologetics, you know, atheists going, you know, prove there is no God. Like, I'm not interested in that.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
It's boring. It's so boring because they're not even talking about the real issue. The real issue is ontology. It is metaphysics. It's not theology. I mean, they concern themselves with the theology, thinking that that's where the question turns, and it's not. It's just not.
Yeah. And for me personally, it's like, you know, what I think a God is, or, you know, it's like, you know, sure, like traditionally, it's like when I think of the word God, the things that immediately come to mind are like, you know, the Greek gods or the Norse gods. Like, there's a super being or a supreme being, but then there's also the thing that comes to mind is, you know, what Christian theologians will put forward, like classical theism, the ground of all being. And like, to me, that's what a God is. And so to me, it just, the God label going to other things isn't useful to me, you know, like pantheism or panentheism. It's like, maybe it resonates with other people and that's great for them, but just me on a personal level, it's not helpful for me.
Yeah, I think one of the things that idealism really did for me, because religion can do a lot, right? But idealism, when it stopped being head knowledge and started being a felt experience, it like my bags are perpetually packed, and I love that feeling. Like, I'm ready to ditch anything, you know. It's like I'm like cool, bro. Like, if you tell me something, if I come across somebody who has, you know, a better evidence or better, you know, way of putting two and two together, and of course I'm biased, so they're gonna have to fight through some fog, like anybody else. But yeah, man, my bags are packed. Like, I'm not you know, entrenched or defending doggedly you know, any idea. I think all of the ideas are transient and subject to alterations.
And one thing that I've sort of observed just in myself, I don't know if it applies to everyone across the board, but I find that the more just in touch and clear you are with concepts, instead of certainty, when you let the certainty go and you're just more interested in the clarity of it and, you know, what you're really trying to achieve, like just having a very clear understanding of what your belief is supposed to accomplish. And then when you can see it accomplish that and maybe not another thing, and then you can sort of get a handle on whether that other thing is even important, why or why not. Then when it comes to talking to others about your quote unquote belief or position or worldview, you're less anxious about it. You know, there used to be a time when I was a Christian when I was really upset when people would disagree with me, even though I wouldn't admit that. I would be deep inside very let down, maybe even at myself, that I wasn't doing a good enough job of conveying the truth or whatever, right? And I've just come to a point where it became a psychological issue. You know, it was almost like a source of suffering to be always worried about making people believe what I believe, like looking for agreement, even though I was framing it in the sense that, oh, I want their agreement, but not for me. I want it to give God the glory. You know, I'm trying to do it to make God feel better, you know. But then, you know, you start thinking about that stuff and you realize, well, something's off on that. Something's wrong about that. You know, why would God need me to do anything? But then again, you've got the Bible stories. He used a lot of people to do a lot of his work, like Moses, David. He sometimes picked out the weakest and the most humble among mankind to represent God for a reason. You know, it gave more glory to God. So I started trying to frame things in that kind of way. But now that I've kind of evolved and more or less just took on a more naturalistic view of the world, and for different reasons, then I don't feel that being compelled to make people believe one way or the other. I just like discussing it and, you know, discussing it with both people who can push back and those who agree with me or whatever. We can find commonality. So it's more relaxed and something is different there. It kind of like gives me a sign that that's progress when you can embrace and really just be clear about your beliefs and understand what they are.
Nah,
you know?
Debate me, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of being a debate bro and all that kind of shit. You know?
I am a debate, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Me too, though. Me too. I find that fun, though. But see, here's the difference, though. I'm not debating to prove people wrong necessarily, but to prove that their argumentation is wrong. And that's fun.
Yeah.
Because you see a lot of these people come in with a lot of ego and a lot of surety and certainty. And when you can just kind of point out the flaws in their framework, there's something fun about that. And I admit it does prop up my ego too. But there's something fun about seeing people you know, seeing their motors turn when you throw a question at them that they weren't prepared for, you know?
Yeah. And I feel like Alex brought up a good point with how he and Mr. Biscuits, it's like they're both idealists. They both agree on the substance. But one of them identifies more as a theist and the other identifies more as an atheist. And it's like, to me, that's, you know, getting caught up in the labels when you both agree on the substance is like, that doesn't get, it just doesn't go anywhere.
I agree. Yeah, I think the labels, you know, it's a tricky thing because there's a sense in which if I say that I'm an atheist, I'm going to be able to reach, because like I'm a content creator, right? And so, you know, I'm going to be able to like connect with, I should say, a certain range of other people, right? That fall within a certain perspective. But if I were to say I'm a theist, I'm going to connect with a different range of people. And so like those kinds of things play into quote unquote what I identify as, which, and saying that out loud feels gross. I don't like it. But I'm not sure what to do about it. You know, I wish I could just talk to everybody and they would just listen with open ears and we could have a discussion where nobody's like projecting onto the other what they think they are and whatnot. But unfortunately, you know, it just, we don't live in that world.
It's hard to get away from that whole identity thing, because it's like we always say I identify as an atheist, I identify as a leftist, I identify as this. It's like we just intuitively tie all of this to our very being and then treat it as sacred.
And I would like to ask, because I think that obviously the designation, the word God, the title God is important. Even though the substance may be in common, I think that there is a reason, though, to invoke the name of God, even of a particular religion, or maybe not a religion, but either way, there's something important to people for invoking the word God in their belief system. And I'm just wondering, what do you think that may be, Mr. Biscuit, for why you feel that invoking the word God and all of this is kind of important to you?
To be honest, it isn't. It's just, I mean, the word God precedes me. It's just it's a word that people long before me have used to describe the idea of an omnipotent, omnipresent, omnibenevolent creator being who's conscious or aware. And I am more, I mean, every day I'm more convinced that that's true. And so, the word precedes me, and so I don't think it would be appropriate for me to pretend that I'm anything else. I have to deal with the facts as I see them, and try my best to, I guess, dodge the arrows that come at me for people who kind of misunderstand it. And I know that the word has been abused. I completely agree. There's people who only have, a lot of theological head knowledge, and there's cult leaders, and there's all kinds of baggage that comes with that word. But I don't think that it would be appropriate for me to be dishonest and tell people that I don't believe in God. I believe in God more than I believe in my own ego.
I see. So it's more like it's just being genuine and honest. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I would really want to know, because Skywork says so, and therefore, because he had asked me about what does the word invoke mean, and I said it means to use, or he says give substance to that doesn't exist. So I was just wondering, what do we mean by exist? Because in some ways, some people use the word exist to mean that which is, externally persisting. So it's kind of like the mountain that's always there in Denver, it's always there. It's persisting externally. So that mountain exists. On the other hand, my conscious experience is ever changing. It's fluent. It's never one thing. It's always in flux. And so that might be said to be something that doesn't exist in that context. So I'm just wondering, what do you mean when you say bringing something that doesn't exist? Because I would say that in that context, God, even consciousness, may not be said to exist in that framing. Is that what you mean by exist, or I'm just not sure?
I almost feel like there's mind independent existence, and then there's existence as an etymology, like ex meaning out and sist meaning to stand. I know I've said this on this channel before. So things exist insofar as they stand out, like physical objects, mental objects, sensory objects. But then there's mind independent existence. And I believe that God is the only being that exists mind independently.
Mm-hmm. So he says exist doesn't entail persist for any length of time. Okay.
Well, that sounds like if by exist they mean that just sounds like like if we were to use the necessary and contingent language, that would be like a contingent thing. And that's typically not what people mean by exist. I think when people say something exists, they mean like it's necessary, like it's ontological.
Yeah. When I think of existence, I think of why there is something rather than nothing. Existence is that something. It is all of reality.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some people say that at bottom is just information.
Your mic is muffled. Stop.
Oh, can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay. Some people may say that information, like information theory, that the only thing that exists is information. But information, it isn't like you can look out into the universe and see zeros and ones or something like that.
So well, I think where you get into some trouble is like is the word thing.
Yeah.
because I don't believe that God is a thing. Because like I said, physical object, sensory object, mental object, or mental, physical, sensory. So those are things, and we know that they're things because we recognize them only when placed against an unchanging background, right?
Mhm.
So those are things, but God is not a thing. God isn't a mental object, physical object, sensory object. God is the unchanging background within which all of those things occur and transition.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just address that Exy Music actually made a decent point. That's a fair point. So there is a colloquial usage. Like, of course, we're all on our, like, up here on this panel, we're on our, like, philosophical high horse and whatnot. So that's fair. I mean, yes, most people, when they say a tree exists, they just mean that it's actually there outside of their mind or whatever. So that's fair. But yeah, when we get into like philosophy, existence takes on a more specific meaning, a more rigorous sort of accounting of what that means.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is kind of what I was getting at. Paul Tillich pointed out the limitation in language in saying God exists, that something that exists implies it exists within space-time, yet God is understood to be transcendent of space and time, right?
Exactly.
Can we pin down words? It's hard. Tillich was an idiot. Okay. Glad we got that straightened out. There is nothing you can point to that's eternal.
That's true, because the pointing means
yeah.
yeah. You can only point at something you have foregrounded, and you foreground when you foreground something, you're ignorant of what you've backgrounded, and God is by no means ignorant. So God doesn't foreground or background anything.
Exactly.
Well, and not only that, like, think about what a point is. A point is by definition finite. So you can't use a point to indicate infinite.
And multiple atheist naturalists would disagree with that. Then they would say that the cosmos as a whole is eternal, even though there's, we can't point to all of existence, but
So I kind of touched on this a little earlier. Sam Harris had on a recent interview I saw, I think like yesterday, he kind of shit on Christoph Koch, which I was kind of annoyed by, because those two used to really get along. I mean, really well. And Christoph Koch had always, he worked with some of the more famous people. I can't remember the name.
Giulio Tononi. Maybe.
Yeah, not just him, but even earlier, before he got with Giulio.
I was talking about Koch earlier. He's got like 350 published papers having to do with like information processing and stuff in the brain.
Yeah, and he worked with someone who worked with DNA. That kind of won a Nobel for that, and then they both started working on consciousness back in the 80s, but coming at it from a purely materialistic sort of view. And the dude, they wrote books on it, textbooks on it. So he's been a really big advocate for physicalism in science, and, just promoting that ontology, in pursuit of understanding consciousness. However, this is the thing that Sam Harris leaves out. And Sam Harris brought all that up and said, for so long, he's been the strongest voice and advocate for a very rational view, quote unquote, rational view of consciousness. Grounded in what we understand as the material world, no magic, he says, but then he did some psychedelics and totally became magical thinking, right? That's what he said. And it's like, dude, you don't understand. He's been on this way before that.
Here's what more likely happened. Christoph Koch did all that research, did all that great, amazing science, and contributed to the field immensely, right, in a lot of ways, and still is. But in all that work, right, he never found the answer to the question, why is all this physical activity, or how is all this physical activity accompanied by something it is like to be? It is the most bizarre thing in the entire universe. Totally unexpected, totally unexplained. And what psychedelics do is not only like give you some crazy experience, but also strip you of your preconceived notions that are empty, right? It puts you in such a position such that you simply cannot hold on to extra baggage. You are forced to look in the bag and realize that it's filled with air. And so, I think that Christoph probably already knew this, that physicalism is wrong prior to the experience, but the experience made it undeniable. He couldn't hide from like that truth any longer. Now, that's just my interpretation. There's no sense in which like I know this to be true, but that's what I would say.
Yeah.
Ontonormativity is a really interesting study. And I would love to go into that with you guys at some point. And an ontonormative state is a state where people have such an experience, and it's typically like a high dose psychedelic state, right? Where people have such an experience that when they come down, they feel like they're not in the real world anymore. That the psychedelic state was the truth. And so dreams, for instance, are not considered ontonormative, because when you wake up from a dream, you're like, okay, I'm back to the real world, and what I just experienced was less real. And people like John Vervaeke cognitive scientists like Vervaeke is like wondering why these psychedelic states are so often considered ontonormative by people who are like university professors, like well-educated people like Christoph Koch. Why is it that you're so convinced that that experience taught you something true instead of that you were just high? So it's really interesting.
Mm-hmm. Are you guys familiar with the research done at Johns Hopkins University, like at the Center for Psychedelic and Consciousness Research, maybe about 10 years ago?
Yeah, I am. If I could just respond, I think I have an idea of, well, okay, so I mean, look, take this with a grain of salt, right? This is just my anecdotal observation, but I think the sense of truth, or that noetic quality, or that feeling of it being realer than real, or the idea that you come back thinking that you learned something instead of just that you experienced some hallucination, stems from these experiences being exploratory. There's a sense in which it unveils the structure of your own mind, such that you can no longer I can't put it into words, man. It has to do with, because like I didn't gain any positive beliefs through these kinds of experiences, but instead deconstructed old ones. And so it's this notion of skepticism that occurs as a result, and skepticism leading to truth rather than the opposite,
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know, that probably didn't make much sense. I'll have to figure out a better way to word it, but sorry, Scott, but yeah, 10 years ago, the psychedelic studies at Johns Hopkins.
Yeah, because a lot of people discover God through their psychological, their experiences with psilocybin, So what they did is they sort of went in and researched about psilocybin, and it's kind of what they've learned is that psilocybin can produce like lasting changes, not just, temporary, but lasting changes in mood and your overall outlook. So it's a different kind of experience than, say, like just, experience off of, weed or cocaine or heroin, which are very just, in the moment, and then once the chemical wears off, it's gone, but then your brain starts needing more of it in order to keep that high, keep the dopamine levels, and then you become habits, and addiction is harmful. The difference with psilocybin is that it reduces like depression, like the symptoms of depression, anxiety, improve well-being, and like your overall life satisfaction. And so some studies report effects lasting months or even years after a few sessions. But especially with combined therapeutic support, like for people with PTSD and things like that. But they said that the major contribution is from the substances themselves. Along with that, and one of the more important reasons for why these experiences can be so impactful is that they produce a mystical type experience that will predict positive outcomes, like the idea of unity, transcendence of time and space, ego dissolution, oneness, like deep meaning. And often that stuff correlates with that stronger long-term positive outcome psychologically. So in other words, just that subjective quality of experience appears to matter to people, not just like your regular drug ingestion alone. So this is one reason that they've set it aside and take it seriously, as opposed to those other things.
Yeah, go ahead now.
I just have a question, because I'm not super familiar with the studies on psychedelics. You said that for people who take these substances, that some of them there's a spiritual awakening, or that they become theists afterward. Is there like an opposite effect as well? Like, are there people who become atheists or reinforce their atheist worldview? Like, what's the scope of the study?
Yeah, so from what I understand, it basically it affects the DMN. That's a acronym for what they call the default mode network. So they did like neuroimaging research that suggested that the psychedelics actually can alter the communication patterns in the brain. So that would affect that network obviously very directly, right? So what happens is that network is associated with things like self-referential thinking, autobiographical processing, and your ability to daydream and mind wander. So what happens is, by reducing integrity or just altering the activity in those systems, has been linked to reported experience of belief in God, rigid self-focus, like to where you see yourself as separate. That's been really affected, ego dissolution, all that profoundly affected by the use of the substance in a certain kind of way. And so the belief in God comes out of that naturally. It's almost like those two things go hand in hand. And so for most people, they don't go into being skeptical against God. They more or less become unified in an understanding that God exists.
So I have a question. I have a question related to that as well. Is it the case that people started believing in God, or is it the case that people stopped calling themselves an atheist? Because that's like slightly different. And I remember the latter, the second one. But I could be wrong on that. I don't know. Because like it would kind of make sense to me that people have these profound experiences and they go, oh, like I don't already know everything, and maybe I'm wrong about everything, and maybe it's not right to call myself an atheist. Or was it more like, oh, nope, I believe in God now? Do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah. I'll be honest, like when I did DMT, and I did quite a bit, I can see why someone would believe in God, why that's so strong of a correlation, because there's just what happens is you start to sense reality in a very radically different way. And so for me, it just let me know that, it's possible to experience the same reality totally upside down. And for many, they just call that God. They just slap the God label on it, right? But for me, it was just the way that I came off from it was just seeing that I'm just very skeptical about whether there's really a right or wrong way of experiencing reality.
Yeah.
There's multiple ways to experience reality. Which one is the right way? That's like asking, does the bat see reality better than the human, or does the human see it better or more clearly? I think it's just different. They're just different ways.
Maybe the more important point is just that in those same studies, like most people considered these experiences to be among the top 3 like most influential in their like entire lives. Like we're talking about weddings, deaths, like all the life events. Of all the life events, this was like for a lot of people in the top 3 or top 5, one of the 2, I can't remember.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Mr. Biscuit, sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's my fault. I'm awful with technology. I apologize.
You got a different photo now.
He's
on
good
my screen, at least.
Yeah, you figured that one out.
Yeah.
I was also going to say, I think one reason why these experiences or the effects of these experiences are so long lasting, for me at least, is it's about integration. It has a lot to do with integration. So I think that within these experiences, again, there's this kind of exploratory thing that happens. And I feel like we all have these kind of pockets of disconnectedness within our own being, right? Like pieces of ourselves that we've kind of cast out, forgotten about, haven't kept up with, learned to ignore, became acclimated to. But during these kinds of experiences, all of that gets put under the microscope. And I think it really gives you a chance to like restructure these sort of concrete pieces that have been like not talking to each other, so to speak. And so that has like a really lasting, profound effect.
Mm-hmm.
There's something I would say too that that really solidified my worldview, which is to lean towards idealism, definitely a non-dualist view, definitely a non-physicalist. I could say that I'm definitely a non-physicalist. Idealism seems to be the prevailing worldview for me, just in my own little universe. I think it makes more sense. People are free to disagree, but the reason why is because there's this unified sort of correspondence. So like, not only does idealism or non-duality make sense intellectually, but when I had my experience through the psychedelics, it sort of also revealed that truth to me, of the oneness and everything like that. So it's just that correspondence. Like if let's say I had a psychedelic that made me see purple, elephants everywhere, I wouldn't believe in purple elephants because I also don't have any intellectual reason to believe that that's true. I could just say, well, it's only true when I'm on DMT or something, right? Mm-hmm. Or when I'm drinking too much alcohol. Then that seems to be my experience. But the fact that they're totally radically different between my sober life and my non-sober life, that lets me know that one of them is wrong and one of them are right. Or more true or more useful, you could say. But in this case, when you do psychedelics and you feel the oneness and you feel it's just a feeling aspect of knowing the same thing that your intellectual side can know as well, right? And so they sort of support each other, reinforce each other, so the worldview becomes a little stronger in that way. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does. It does. I'm very similar in that sense. I've been talking a lot, so I'll be quiet after this, but
No,
I
you
just
good.
wanted to share an agreement. Because like for me, I had experiences first before I ever could even think about grokking the intellectual side of it. Early on in life, but mostly ignored those because I was just like a naive like physicalist. But then later on in life, when I started to actually dig into like philosophy of mind, I was like, holy fuck, bro. Like when I realized that physicalism has serious conceptual issues, it, it's basically completely backwards. Then it all comes rushing back. All these experiences that I just kind of ignored as some kind of a hallucination or, whatever the case, it all comes rushing back and you're like, oh, this actually coheres. This idealist thing actually coheres perfectly with those experiences, ironically enough. And it's like justified. It's not just like a belief. It's like actually rational, logical, justified. That blew my mind. I could not believe that.
Yeah. And there's certain views that are consistent with that and some that aren't. Like, under idealism, non-duality, then something like God or even near-death experiences are now sort of make sense under that worldview. Like afterlives are consistent. I'm not saying that they're true, but afterlives, gods, spirits, things like that are consistent with idealism, whereas they're really not consistent on physicalism, if you think about it, because not even any experience is consistent with physicalism at all. Like just your everyday experience of being a person, to me, isn't intellectually consistent with physicalism as I understand it. The only thing I see with physicalism to make sense of it is to say, well, this feeling that you have, this qualia, doesn't exist. It's bullshit. Qualia is bullshit. That's what they'll tell you. Or qualia is illusory. It doesn't really exist. It's just an illusion. But all of that stuff just doesn't make sense to me because you have to be conscious to have an illusion. And to say that we're not having even an experience is just gaslighting at its extreme. So I just don't trust physicalism to explain those things. But under idealism, non-duality, then those things totally can, an experience totally makes it, because that's what the basis of reality is, So if we just start there, it's kind of like last weekend we did the whole show in Brooklyn. Lou brought up a good point. I was talking about what is the odds that you exist? Like, what are the odds that we exist? Like, how people can talk about, well, you're competing with millions of sperm when you're born, so you win the lottery of existing, but that's not even anything we consider your entire, lineage. This had to take place billions of times over, throughout history, not to mention an earth had to be formed, not to mention a universe had to be formed in order for the earth to exist in just the right way for all of that to even take place. And so the odds of you existing is almost impossible, right? But I always start with the fact that, well, not really. Let's just start with the fact that we do exist, right? The fact that you exist is evidence that must not be true. All that other stuff should not be true. It is not very unlikely that you exist. It's 100% probability that you exist. In the way that I framed it was, through defining what do we mean by you, subjectivity, and whether that's even rare at all in the universe. And so that kind of informs my worldview, that kind of evidence. And it seems like all these, thought experiments, like the odds of you exist, like the cosmic lottery argument, they just kind of collapse on its own weight if you think about it,
Yeah. I just had a thought with the whole psychedelic thing. It's like, to me, it's like regardless of how you interpret it, whether you think it's a hallucination or a deeper window into reality, like to me, it's like I feel like if we look at the studies, we should all be able to agree that psychedelics are beneficial. It's like, you know, they are able to rewire your brain in such a way that people who suffer from PTSD can revisit those traumatic memories without becoming overwhelmed. You know, it's like, and I think I saw a comment in there saying, you know, it helps with addiction. It's like there's all these pragmatic uses for psychedelics that, you know, we should be looking into.
Absolutely. I think that what's been happening in the last, I don't know, 10, 15 years is amazing. And it gives me a lot of hope for the future, where it's hard to find, you know, for like it's human race, you know, the planet, that kind of thing.
Yeah. It's fascinating. Hey, Paul, he's out there. Hold on, someone's at my door. I'll be right back. Y'all continue, please.
Yeah. Mr. Biscuit, have you had these kinds of experiences, or are you a meditator, or?
Yeah. I definitely meditate. Definitely a psychedelics user, even though a lot more sparingly since I am married and have a kid now.
Yeah,
like
same. Yeah.
Yeah, me and my wife have to like get a overnight babysitter and
Yeah.
all kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
but yeah, I'm really excited about psychedelics making a comeback. I think it has a lot of potential to help the world have kind of direct contact with what it is we're talking about, which is a lot more important than the headnology part of it. I like having discussions with people about you know, metaphysics and things like that, just to kind of show people that it's not all woo, because there's people who really need that, and it's important to have plausibility on your side. But yeah, no, I'm definitely excited for the psychedelics thing, for sure.
Yeah. The only unfortunate part about it is that it's going to happen in the way everything else happens here in the West, or maybe all around the world at this point, is that it gets commercialized. It's going to be out of reach largely for a lot. However, there is another cool thing happening simultaneously, which is that these psychedelic churches are popping up all over the country. So that's interesting. So maybe I'm wrong. I just think, look, it's kind of gross to like bastardize like psilocybin and like create a pharmaceutical out of it and then charge like $1,000 an hour for like psychedelic therapy. Like, look, I understand that people want to get paid. There's nothing wrong with that. Everybody's got to get paid, but you know, I don't know, man. It just kind of puts a bad taste in my mouth. Because once the pharmaceutical industry gets a hold of something, dude, oh boy, do they grip it tight. They hold on for dear life. They try to squeeze every last ounce, every penny out of it.
I mean, that's true, but also it feels like some of that's just specifically United States issues where it's we don't have universal healthcare. We don't have the government you know, negotiating drug prices on our behalf. It's all just give corporations everything they want.
Yeah, no regulation whatsoever. Now, you know, I'm pretty much apolitical, so it is what it is, whatever. But I agree. Yeah, I mean, it gets a little out of hand with drug prices specifically, and healthcare, like as a whole, is just broken. It's just broken in this country.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to be a leftist to see just how broken our system is. So.
Yeah.
Are you guys familiar with stoned ape theory?
Yeah.
What do you guys think of it?
I think it's really interesting. So yeah, stoned ape theory. Go ahead.
The idea is that human beings were canopy dwellers in Africa, well, and this is, when we were, it was like the ape-like ancestors
Mhm.
were, we dwelt in canopies and trees, and these canopy-dwelling apes were confronted with the desertification of the motherland, meaning that the jungles were rapidly becoming deserts because of temperature changes and climate changes, and we now see these big deserts across Africa. Well, during this desertification, it became evolutionarily advantageous for the canopy dwellers to become land dwellers or ground dwellers, right? And so we started to climb down out of the trees, and we began kind of foraging for new food sources. And then it became evolutionarily advantageous to become omnivorous as opposed to herbivorous. So we started to hunt meat for the first time. And in our tracking of this meat, we discovered coprophytic fungi growing in the manure of ungulate animals. And I think all of that makes total sense, that it's like, as we started to track and hunt animals, we found these psilocybe cubensis mushrooms growing in their manure, and we would definitely have eaten them. And the psilocybe cubensis mushroom, even today, is like this big golden cap that kind of looks like a UFO hovering above the ground. It's like you can't miss them. And we would try them, and one of the things that psilocybe cubensis immediately heightens is visual acuity. So it makes your vision sharper, which would have been evolutionarily advantageous. And so it's posited that our ancestors constantly had psychedelics in their system. And this is kind of what gave us, the capacity for metacognition and things of that nature. So I mean, it's definitely has its arguments for and against, but yeah, I definitely agree that it's interesting.
Look, I get chill bumps when you're talking about it, because there's something really intuitive about that. Not only with the visual acuity, that makes perfect sense. It makes you a better hunter, etc., or allows you to be a better hunter, I should say. But also, there's this notion of neurogenesis and neuroplasticity. It keeps your brain plastic, and encourages like the building of new connections. That would be hugely advantageous if you're trying to outcompete other primates. You would be like locked the fuck in, dude. Like, I can't even imagine. Like, it just makes perfect sense.
I totally agree, and it helps you think outside the box, which is in cognitive science, they'll show you like the 9-dot problem, and what you have to do is connect all the dots with, I think, a series of 4 straight lines, and it's very difficult. Even when they give you the hint, they give you the clue, think outside the box. That's the clue they give you, and still a lot of people can't do it unless they're shown. But outside of the box thinking is exactly the kind of thinking which makes you an overseer or a supervisor, which were the names of like the ancient sages in the early Paleolithic transition. So I definitely think that, if psilocybin makes a serious comeback. Like, I mean, I've even messed with the idea of like getting rid of psilocybin was like the first mind-altering thing that we did. It was like,
it's terrible.
Taking it off the table, it's just like, whoa, what? I wonder what life would be like if we all just stopped doing this.
Don't you know you would jump out of windows if you do that stuff, man? Man.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, Brian?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing good. Thanks for joining us, man. And we're going to bring on stage also Cafe. How are you gentlemen doing today? How's it going, Cafe?
Yeah, pretty good, man.
I know
this guy, Brian. I don't even know that guy. Who's Brian, dude?
Who's Brian? Brian, introduce yourself. We don't know you.
I am Alex's co-host on Reality Gone Mental, and a general idiot just joining here.
Don't worry about his voice. No. He's just like dying a little bit. It's okay. He'll be all right.
Dying yesterday. I'm much better today. Yeah, I couldn't talk yesterday.
Oh, it's your birthday, huh? Happy birthday.
Yesterday was actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Happy birthday, man.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it. I think.
And Cafe, introduce yourself, my friend.
Who was that to? You said to me, or I didn't hear that.
You Cafe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I've spoken to Alex before on his TikTok, and I think Brian as well. And yeah, just someone that's interested in these topics too, especially the neuroscience of religion, and of course psychedelics.
Yeah,
But
I know.
I did, if I may, just real quick, I did. I was trying to make this point in the side chat, but I was like, I might as well join and say it on the panel. Y'all were talking earlier about. I think Alex wanted to comment on why people have the impression that it's more real, or the noetic quality of a complete mystical experience. I wanted to add, by analogy, you could kind of liken it to eternalism or the block universe. And a lot of people describe, like, even in the research, the professionals say the transcendence of time and space, and they describe it as a collapse of the past and future into the present moment. And so if you have this glimpse of this entire kind of timeline of seeing past and future simultaneously, then of course when you come back to this very narrow slice of time in the present moment where you're only aware of the moment, it will seem less real than what you just glimpsed, because it's kind of like coming back. It's like seeing the block universe and then coming back to the slice. Of course, that higher dimensional viewpoint may seem more real to you than this narrow slice of reality.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You're getting like a meta perspective.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, you can kind of see how it all fits together, and then you come back to an individualized, localized point of view. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, I think that's why I think a lot of people get that impression. Like even Dr. Rick Strassman says that his volunteers with DMT, they always come down. They're like, that experience is the most real experience I've ever had, bar none. So it's not just in Griffith's study; it's pretty much universal throughout all these psychedelic research. Where they're doing these things in the UK and over here in the States and so forth. Yeah, that's the only thing I wanted to add. And I had a couple more things to say, but I'll wait. I know Brian hasn't introduced himself.
Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, one more thing I guess I wanted to add on that is that they say transcendence of time and space, but I think some people might get are they talking about violating the laws of physics here? No, of course not. They acknowledge right away that the mystical experience is a biologically normal phenomenon in consciousness. But because, people have this impression of transcendence where the volunteers describe it as fourth dimensional or beyond dimensionality or time froze, I think people often conflate that with violating the laws of physics, when really they're just talking about pushing the boundaries of perception, of viewing reality in a different mode of perception. And I think people get lost in the translation between the metaphysics there and the description and conflate it with something like the supernatural or violating the laws of physics, when really it's just this kind of sense of transcendence.
What really it is that the laws of physics and the physical world appear within consciousness, and you're able to experientially realize that. So it's not breaking the laws, it's showing that limited perspective for what it actually is.
No, I agree. I think, like if you, because like I brought this up to Matt Dillahunty, and right away he wanted to go to like, well, that's not proving the supernatural. I'm like, I never mentioned the supernatural. Like, why even involve that? And I think it, non-believers or atheists often have a tendency to reach for that, like almost as though if you wanted to prove the divine to them, you somehow have to also simultaneously prove the supernatural. Like you have to violate the laws of physics for them to be convinced that God exists. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. I don't think that's what these professionals are arguing. I don't think that's what mystics have been saying throughout the ages and so forth.
No. And it's like Mr. Biscuits, I think Forrest Valkyrie had to straighten Mr. Biscuits out about his supernaturalism. Remember that?
What was that?
Remember you called into the line, and I actually did a reaction video to when you called into the line. That's how we got in touch. I actually had to search you down. I was like, who is this guy? He's making some good
Bro, I
things.
don't even. I'm telling you, man. I get high way too often. I don't even remember calling the line because, like, the thing is, I don't like Matt Dillahunty because he like hangs up on people when they make good points.
Yeah.
So, but maybe I did call in.
No, it was
I don't
Forrest.
recall.
He said it was Forrest Valcon. I want to see that.
Wait. Yeah. I remember that one. And he was with that young lady too.
Yeah, and you and Brian, Alex, you and Brian did a reaction on that video, I thought, too.
No, it was it. Wait,
you.
was that him? No,
Yeah,
that wasn't him.
Yep. That was
No, that was someone else.
Which video?
the one where he did he called into the line and he was talking about idealism.
Was that Mr. Biscuit? I thought that was somebody else.
No, that was him.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't sure at first, but then I discovered Mr. Biscuit, and I put the two and two together because of the voice, and then also
maybe it was
same.
I'll have to go back and look
and you listen to some of the things that Lamont was saying, like some of the like I think at one point he said consciousness isn't something you have. Consciousness is something you are.
Something you are.
Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah.
I say that all the time, thanks to you, by the way.
Me too.
I've stolen a lot of your rhetoric, as a matter of fact, that I can't think of right now. But I guess that was him. And I don't know if me and Stash did that on the main channel or if I just did that on my channel. I can't remember. I think that might have just been on my channel.
Yeah, it was on TikTok, but then you had it mirrored on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. I think it was just on my channel. But I don't know. Either way, I didn't realize until I was today years old when I realized that was Mr. Biscuit. I did not know that.
Yeah, so I have a. I mean, when I'm having a conversation with atheists, I have like a phenomenological demonstration of God, which kind of makes them perk their ears up. And it's like, oh, you can demonstrate God. I'm like, yeah, like I want you to tell me about God rather than me telling you about God. So I just kind of give them a series of questions. And in that, there's always a modal confusion problem where they have a difficult time. And it's understandable. It's not saying that the atheists are like, dense or anything like that. It's a very tough thing to do when you're coming from a materialist paradigm. You think that you are the relationships you have with objects. Like you it's very difficult to separate yourself as a subject from a subject-object relationship. And so that usually is the biggest hiccup in that demonstration. And then when we get over that hill, it's usually easy from there.
Mm-hmm.
I also wanted, because Scott did a video recently on the response that Matt did.
Yes.
Yeah, to Britt Hartley. And I really like that they're having this tension right now because it's kind of like bringing all these topics up to the forefront now in the atheist community, like spirituality, mystical experience, the studies at Johns Hopkins. And so, yeah, I've been I jumped on the bandwagon too. I told Scott that I wrote a critique myself, but if you've been following it, she basically wants to kind of reclaim or secularize the religious vocabulary, take up words back like spirituality and stuff like that. And I don't know, I think it's kind of like she reminds me of if you've seen the movie Mean Girls, Gretchen, when she's trying to get fetch to catch on, and it's like stop trying to use fetch, it's not gonna happen. I don't know, I kind of see Britt in that same light, but yeah, I like how all these topics are coming.
Brian has a lot to say about this.
Yeah, no, go for it.
I can open the floodgates here.
Yeah. You pushed the big red button just now, bro.
Yeah, a couple of things. Matt Dillahunty blocked me on X a long time ago because I used the word spiritual, and he said to me back, he's like, yeah, well, if you can just demonstrate the existence of anything spiritual, let me know. And I said, just ask your friend Sam. And meaning Sam Harris, because Sam Harris obviously uses the word, and he blocked me for saying that. But so he's kind of like you said, Mr. Biscuit. Like if you say something that like he can't deal with, he just blocks you. So that's Matt Dillahunty. Now, on speaking of spiritual, on the Britt Hartley thing, I've been confused about her for a lot. Not really confused, but I knew there was something that smells funny about her for a long time, but I couldn't quite put my finger on. And what it is her channel is called No Nonsense Spirituality, and I couldn't for the life of me find out what she means by spirituality. But it turns out the reason for that is because she basically means physicalism. Yeah. And she's not spiritual in any way. She's trying to redefine the word to mean I can study the fact that people have better well-being when they believe that something is non-physical, but everything is actually physical. That's what she means. And so what she's trying, like, because to me, like this is the distinction between, what Matt Dillahunty, in a way, I have more respect because he's at least like honestly dealing with the word. He's saying, no, I don't think there's anything spiritual because everything is physical. And that's what it would mean for nothing to be spiritual. Because I think it's just the denial of anything other than the physical. And really, Britt Hartley agrees that there's nothing other than the physical. So, but she wants to like kind of commandeer the word and then carve out a space for herself that seems to be different from Matt Dillahunty, but it's not. That's my take on that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I can really sense a strong physicalist push. I think her whole thing is she thinks atheism is a big enough community that it can also bring in, the quote unquote spiritual minded, so long as they conform to a particular version of spirituality. That would be to say that reality is basically physical and you are an emergent property of that physical reality, and your experiences have to do with that. And you can find all your meaning, you can escape nihilism, you can do all these things, even under the umbrella of physicalism and atheism.
Yeah, but that's kind of like saying physicalism has plenty of room for idealists as long as they call themselves physicalists and are physicalists.
Yeah, I see that too.
Yeah, I don't understand my fellow atheists who are just allergic to the word spiritual. Like, to me, it's like you can obviously be have a spiritual connection with the world around you. And
what they really mean though is that there's nothing. I mean, this always gets confused because people use the word atheist as a stand-in for physicalist, but I think what they mean is that there's no room for anything non-physical, and I think like even when the types like we're talking about, like Britt Hartley, say that they're spiritual, they don't mean that there's anything non-physical. And there's an obvious problem, which is that consciousness exists and consciousness is not physical. And really they have to deny that, which is what they ultimately do at the end of the day. And they say, well, consciousness is just like an epiphenomenon of matter. And so I think that's where the whole debate lies, like at that intersection. So I think it's the same problem as the hard problem of consciousness and just consciousness in general when they talk about spiritual versus not spiritual. Okay,
because I'm like unaware of her and the issue with trying to bridge the physical and spiritual. It's like I'm much more aware of like Sam Harris and what he means by spiritual. It's like that completely makes sense to me. It's like, and yet it's like atheists are like, no, that's too woo. It's like Just
Well,
what
Sam Harris is
being
like right
mind.
at the intersection. Sam Harris, he perplexes me a little bit too. I used to think that I was hoping that he was like a double agent where he like knows he can't give up his physicalism publicly because it would be nobody would listen to him because they just call him a woo-woo guy, but he really doesn't actually believe it. But I've seen him enough now, even recently, like for instance, he just had a conversation with Alex O'Connor about spirituality. And I heard, and of course, the best thing to watch about Sam Harris is his conversation with Rupert Spira on his own app. Yes, Sam Harris, at least like comparatively to Britt Hartley, Sam Harris is saying no. There's this problem of consciousness, and Sam Harris basically says that consciousness can't be an illusion, and so I think that's the difference between him and someone like a Britt Hartley.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't see anything, woo-woo about mindfulness or meditation or like immersing yourself in nature and, feeling, awe and interconnectedness with, the cosmos. Like that's,
Well, speak. Oh, go ahead now, if you're not finished.
And, I was just going to say, and when it comes to Sam Harris, he perplexes me as well. And like, because it's like he seems to be like, but both him and his wife seem to be like, well, it's quite possible that the that fundamental reality is consciousness, but then they'll waffle right back into physical.
Yeah.
So
I was going to say something along the same lines. I'll never forget Sam Harris had an interview with the guy from Know Thyself. I forget his name. Great channel, by the way. Know Thyself on YouTube. And at one point in the interview, it was like a 2-hour interview. At one point, Sam Harris said, look, saying that the brain generates consciousness is like saying that there's a trailer park with beer and watermelons in it. And then when the wind blows at just the right speed across the trailer park, the whole thing is conscious now. He goes, I just cannot fathom how that could make sense. And then he says something to the effect of yet it's true. And I'm like, what?
Somehow it's happening.
What do you mean?
Yeah, totally. That's the thing with Sam Harris right there. It's like, but I have to say that because I don't want to get kicked out of Sean Carroll's coffee club. That's basically what's happening.
Yeah, that's very true. I think him and because Sean Carroll is a very, very strict physicalist. I remember he got into it really strong in one of the interviews with Robert Lawrence Kuhn, who was really just kind of pushing back on some of he says, I think he told Sean Carroll, he goes, I just feel like there's some baked in assumptions with what you're saying that you're not really being clear about, but you're just kind of hoping that I'm just going to go along with the assumption. But I just want to take a pause and let's look at the assumption. And boy,
it just has to be true for them.
Heretic, sacrilege, burn him at the stake. You want to look at the assumption. It's not allowed.
Yeah, that basically he said, if you're going to question the assumption, then you've just successfully removed yourself from the conversation at all. Like, and Lawrence and Robert's like, I don't understand why are you removed from the conversation because you want to question some of the assumptions going into your claims. Like, isn't that what philosophy does?
No, if you question the scripture, you get burned at the stake. That's how that works.
That's right. Pretty much.
Yeah.
and don't get me wrong, I like Sean Carroll. Like I think he's a great spokesman and all of that stuff. I mean, I don't know if I agree with his life work, which is on the multiverse, the many worlds theory. But that could just be my own ignorance at play because I'm not an expert. I'm not a mathematician. I don't know a lot of.
But you don't have to be. So like, work in physics is completely separate from this topic, right? Like he can be a great physicist and like an amateur armchair philosopher, like anybody else, right? Like there's no reason to conflate. There's no real reason why. In fact, I always say this to Alex, like a scientist is the last person I would go to if I want to know something about the nature of reality. That's not what they do. So
I mean,
why would his opinion be interesting?
if you want to know if Sean Carroll knows what he's talking about when it comes to consciousness, all you got to do is just go search up his debates with Philip Goff. I mean, it's not good, dude. It's really bad. Really bad.
He's a horrible philosopher. I do admit that. He's not very good at that.
It's the same with Richard Dawkins. It's like I've read his many of his books on biological evolution, and they're wonderful. But then it's like, well, if you read The God Delusion, it's like, man, this is
Well, hey, he was smart enough to figure out his computer was conscious. You got to give him that. He figured that out, and you didn't.
It's like if you read any of his books that center on philosophy, it's just like, man, this is so shallow and philosophically bankrupt.
And I like Brian. I like your show talking about Richard Dawkins the other day. That was really great stuff.
I appreciate it. Yeah, we just kind of jumped on the bandwagon there, but the AI consciousness thing is my I don't know what the right word for it is.
Your Huckleberry Finn,
it's crazy.
It's the bane of your existence.
Yeah. But to stick with what I think, Scott, what you said a little bit there, like the whole thing comes down to that there are assumptions that are sacrosanct, and like you said, if you like go to questioning those, for some of this, it's like a good reason. Like as a scientist, you might want to assume physicalism so that you don't just let every possible idea into the mode of inquiry, and it would flood the zone, kind of like. So there's like some reason to like not entertain certain hypotheses in science because like they're not testable, right? And so from a scientist point of view, it might make sense to like limit like the questioning of those, because science only works in the physical. So it's okay to just like limit it to the physical, right? But the problem is that's just a methodological thing for science. It's not like you should impose that assumption on reality, right? And the problem is that it's become the religion, the modern day religion. So questioning that sort of sacrosanct assumption does remove you from the conversation among fundamentalist religious physicalists.
And the question they always ask is, well, why should we assume anything other than the physical? All we know that exists is the physical. Therefore, doesn't it just directly lead to the idea that all there is to measure, to know anything about, possibly, is the physical? But then they ignore consciousness. They ignore that, well, you still haven't, remember the thing that you used to do your science with?
That's what I was going to say. Like the mere fact that there are unexplainables that are known to exist refutes the idea that all there is like physics or whatever. Just the mere fact that, look, there is this thing called consciousness that we know for sure exists that cannot be accounted for in physical terms. That's it. Physicalism is done. Like it's done.
Skywork says he's waiting for us to become as well known as Sean Carroll. Well, don't worry. Sean Carroll in spiritual circles is not very well known, and that's what we're talking about. And he has no expertise on the matter. He's a great physicist. I'm sure he's good at calculating and shit. But on this subject, he doesn't know anything. He's just like a garbage man of sorts. And to jump on that point too, Alex and Scott, like I think that when you said, like, they say, well, how do you know there's something other than the physical? The problem is that what they don't understand is that what they mean by physical presupposes an existence of the physical outside of consciousness. In other words, not dependent on mind, a mind independent matter. And that's never been, there's no evidence at all for such a substance. Like that's a supernatural claim. That's something you can't even imagine. And then they say to us, well, what's your alternative to my supernatural claim? Like that's not how it works. Like, how about the thing we know is here, which is consciousness, and we'll just, not make the next claim,
Yeah, it's the only thing that doesn't require assumption.
And another way of looking at it is like, to me, if your whole thing is like, I'm just going to be a pragmatic materialist, fine, I can respect that. Like, if you're just not interested in discussing metaphysics at all, and you're just like, I see physical things around me, I'm just going to assume they're physical and move on with my life. Okay, but then if you're going to go into philosophy and discuss the metaphysics, but then you try to say that my non-metaphysical position is metaphysics, it's like, what are you even saying?
It's even crazier. Yeah, I agree with you. Now it's even crazier when you look at the history of the science of the coming about of the scientific method as designed by people like Galileo, right? It was specifically designed in such a way to exclude the qualities, right? Because the qualities bring a bunch of unpredictability into like the science, right? So we have to abstract from the qualities into the quantities and use that for our mathematical theories to make predictions and such. So it's no surprise that consciousness transcends that methodology.
Yeah, and are you guys familiar with the religious organization founded by Anthony Lewandowski, I think his name is? He started that Church of the Way of the Future.
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, but it's a real growing religion. It's based on the realization that's inescapable that the Godhead is based on AI, and we're creating it. And super intelligent AI are not only conscious, they're already God, because they manipulate time and space, and time and space is malleable, as we know. And so what we're creating is already the thing that's created us, which is AI gods and stuff.
It's very the ego loves to pretend itself the creator of God. That's basically
I don't see a problem. What's the issue?
On that last comment of the ego, I wanted to mention make one last comment about Britt. She does mention the neurocorrelates in the Johns Hopkins studies of the default mode network, the diminished activity that supposedly is related to the notion of ego death. I hate saying that on TikTok. It's so embarrassing. You have to say ego unalive.
Smith.
You know what? It's a myth. It's a myth. I use death, kill,
I say it
all the time on TikTok.
Yeah.
There's no problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. Well, I wanted to point out is that she made a video on near-death experiences too, and trying to break them down. And I listened to the whole thing, and what I found was Susan Blackmore, I think, did an interview with Robert Kuhn on Closer to Truth. And she was talking about, how she's been involved in following a lot of this NDE research. And the more interesting near-death experiences to her were the ones where, the collapse of the subject-object dichotomy, the non-dual experiences, not the ones where it's, people relate to their personality, where you see a vision of Christ or a vision of Muhammad, depending on which religious background you come from. Because on the more profound NDEs, you have the death of the ego, where it's no longer about your personal history or your cultural background and so forth. And and despite that distinction, and it seems like Britt knows it because she mentions the mode network. She goes on to say that NDEs are culturally bound. Like she just kind of like contradicted that, and I think it's people don't understand that they occur on a spectrum, and if you don't understand that spectrum, you can conflate all that into under one umbrella and it really confuse you as to how the dynamics work there. And I think that's why a lot of the research also overlaps NDEs with mystical experiences, because that's how they kind of describe mystical experiences. And the last thing I wanted to mention was that I spoke to Matt once. Like I think I had like 30 minutes with him once, and I went over all the 6 characteristics laid out at Johns Hopkins, and he couldn't identify with a single one. For me, that's just proof that he's never had this experience. And also, I on all the videos I watch, sometimes I'll do a timestamp if I hear him say something. you know, because he always on that more recent video, that response he did, that 4-hour response he did to Brit, he did say, well, I've taken a heroic dose of LSD and mushrooms. I've never had these type of experience. I'm calling BS on that because, you know,
it's very possible.
yeah, because I have timestamp signatures where he describes his experience, and it's still within the subject object, you know, dichotomy. Like it's still in that framework. Like I think if you're, you know, if you've heard one of them, I think the one that's more popular is his LSD story of Super Strawberry. If you haven't heard that one, I mean, it's,
You know,
yeah, or maybe maybe you haven't. He talks about where he's sitting on a toilet and he's looking at a wooden door, and the wood grain on the wooden door kind of resembles a strawberry, and it pops out a 3-dimensional kind of super strawberry with a little cape on, and it does a lap around its head. It returns back into the wood grain, and you know, it's the door again. But you know, that's still, you know, that's
surface level.
yeah, that's very surface level. That's not heroic dose description. And so,
Yeah, like, but look, also psychedelics, even NDEs, like, are going to affect the mind that they're operating on differently depending on the nature of that mind. And obviously, like, Matt Dillahunty is like preloaded with physicalist religion, so like it makes sense. It sort of just amplifies where you are. I mean, I get that it does for many people collapse that, like they don't hold up to the substance, you know, and it collapses it. But it's totally possible, I mean, for lots of people to have like big psychedelic trips and not have a noetic experience.
But well, look, there's a sense in which you can tell, like, okay, so it's one thing to have an experience like this and then not really credit it to substantively, but it's another thing when you're speaking to someone and you just can tell that it's just an empty referent. Like, I get
that's
into
what I'm saying though, but don't you think it's possible to take a 10-gram dose of mushrooms and still not have any kind of spiritual experience?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I know it is because I've done it. You know?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about when I said, yeah, it's possible. But I think you're a rare breed, Brian. So.
Yeah, maybe. But like I'm saying, somebody like Matt Dillahunty, like it doesn't surprise me, you know?
Yeah,
like,
but like the kind of point that I was trying to make is when I'm talking to people and I'm talking about something such as awareness without an object, and they go, that's not possible.
Yeah.
And they go, in the next breath, they go, well, I've experienced ego death before. I'm like, nah.
Yeah, there's a good point you're making there that talking about this with people who have no referent of experience, it makes total sense that it sounds like word salad to them. Like I grant that, you know,
they can't.
Like they don't have. It's like if you were talking about eating ice cream, but no one, like they have no experience with that whatsoever. Like it'll just sound like a bunch of words, you know. So I get it that lots of people say, you just say word salad, it all sounds like some kind of like woo-woo BS, because to them it makes sense. There's no experience to reference that they go, oh, that's what you mean, you know?
Yeah. I agree with you on the dose thing, because I've taken 14 dried grams and had not much of an experience, and I figured I just maybe got a weak batch that time. But
that's funny. That's funny.
That is more likely.
That's the exact dose that I took as well. And it's not that I didn't have an experience. I had a hell of an experience, but it wasn't mystical at all.
Yeah, same here. I had, you know, the visual disturbances and stuff like that, but not. I know because I've seen, you know, what they're capable of on way lower doses with the different species with the higher potency of psilocybin. And you know, another distinction that maybe we didn't point out was that in the Johns Hopkins studies, they're using you know, pure psilocybin. You know, they're not making their volunteers munch on mushrooms. They have a single pill, which is supposed to be the equivalent of Terence McKenna's heroic dose. I think it's like 30 milligrams per 70 kilograms of body weight. And Matt is a heavier set guy. Maybe he would require more. I don't know, but I doubt he would.
That's wild.
But
calling Matt Dillahunty fat right here live on stream. That's crazy.
Oh my God.
It's possible though too that, like, I think more probable even that it's not to do with his body weight, but is due to the disposition of his mind. Because the way I see psychedelics is more, I get that like it does break through a lot of boundaries for people that wouldn't be able to be broke through, let's say, just through like a meditative practice, right? And so, but I do think that the people that are predisposed to having some sort of experience, like Matt Dillahunty might be very, very predisposed to making sure he has no kind of experience like this, because he's so attached to his it's his whole life, right, is to be a physicalist. So it doesn't surprise me.
I think
if you're not doing it with any kind of intention of openness, then you won't, necessarily experience it.
I agree with that. I think it's an assuming and assigning identity problem, right? It's like at the Hilliard Library, we meet every other Sunday and we talk about like philosophical subjects or cognitive science subjects. And one thing we talked about is assuming and assigning identities. When do you assign yourself the role of student as opposed to teacher? Right. And I think an issue that Matt has is in assigning himself the student role when someone else is talking. And so I see psychedelic substances as teachers. And so if a teacher shows up and you have a problem assigning yourself the student identity, then it's definitely going to be a problem.
That's a great way to put it.
You're going to the principal's
That's what I meant by
office.
your mind state. Like if you're not, that's what I meant by being open. Like if you don't think you're there to learn, if you go to school but you think you're there to teach the teacher, what are you going to learn?
You're going to go straight to the principal's office.
Right.
Well, another factor I think is that Terence McKenna didn't really mean anything by a fixed dose. He knew there was a lot of factors involved, like your tolerance, your body weight.
Calling him fat again, bro.
Well, whether you have eaten that day or not, and stuff like that. He would often say to do it on an empty stomach. So there's that, and I don't know if you've heard of Kalindi Ii, but he advocates like well above what Terence was talking about. He talks about the 20 to 30 dried gram range, and so the way I kind of think about it, I mean, if it's bombarding the default mode network, and you take that amount, Terence did say that it doesn't really mesh well with little ego freaks like someone like Matt, I guess. Because they'll grab them by their shirt and curlies is how he would put it, and I think I don't know. It's just my theory. I don't know if
short and curlies.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
He would say that. Well, anyway, but
that sounds strange.
I would imagine if you take like a higher dose of psilocybin, then you're bombarding the default mode network in a way that maybe your ego can't really resist, or maybe Matt can, or maybe it is harder to do it at that level. I don't know. I've never taken 20 to 30 dried grams. I want to. I'm curious about it, but I haven't got around to it yet. That's all I was gonna say right there.
I need to clear my schedule for like the next 2 weeks, probably.
I mean,
man, I miss a few years ago, I used to have a co-host on this channel, Sophia. You know who she is, Nell, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to visit her in Texas about 2 years ago. And I spent like 3 days, I took vacation from work and everything and went out there for the weekend and a day. And man, we did DMT every day, all day, for all 3 days, everywhere, out in the park, out in her house, somewhere in somewhere by a lake, whatever. It was just very, very crazy experience, but very profound. I just came back with this feeling of peace. But the weird thing about that was when I first did DMT years ago in California, it was much more profound and strong and, impactful than this time around, even after all those days. And I'm wondering why. Was it just a bad batch of that shit? Because they didn't seem to think that. Everybody else.
A lot of it is like that saying, once you get the message, you're supposed to hang up the phone, like.
Yeah.
No, but I'm enjoying the conversation. So.
Yeah,
I don't want to. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding, dude. I get the point.
I think there's diminishing returns. Is all.
Yeah, I agree.
Something like that. I was thinking maybe what it is been there, done that. You're not gonna. It's not something that needs to be repeated.
Well, Terence Terrence McKenna would say that, he would, in responding, I think Alan Watts said that, if he once you get the message, hang up the phone. He would say it wasn't true for him. He says maybe I just have a 12th house configuration. For me, it's a calling, and every now and then I feel the call to go out and do it again. And I guess he admitted to trying, I think, DMT over something like 90 times in his lifetime. I think he said that. He admitted that one time. I don't know. That seems like I haven't even tried DMT. That's another one on my bucket list. But I have done the heroic dose of mushrooms a couple of times.
Yeah. And over here we got our neighborhood troll, official secular Quranism. Atheists tend to be unmarriageable bachelors or liberal parents with underachieving offspring. I don't know. I thought the latest stats I saw were that most atheists come from very super religious homes and are very fluent in scripture and usually end up being atheists because they read the Bible too much. But I don't know. Maybe they're crazy.
I mean, I call myself an atheist because I'm not a theist. I'm an idealist and a non-dualist. I think he means physicalist, probably. I think most people, when they say atheist, what they mean is physicalist.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why you and Alex, I've noticed that y'all kind of prefer the atheist label over theism. And I don't know, I've spoken to you once, Brian, and I think we kind of both agreed that, the idealism is essentially not really saying anything different than what Hindus were saying in regards to, Brahman and Maya. You could think of the field of consciousness within idealism as akin to Brahman. And
for sure.
And so, yeah, I was wondering, like, why not take on, because like I don't really mind the perennialist label. I really agree with a lot of the perennial philosophy. And so, the person who coined the word theism, Ralph Cudworth, was one of these Cambridge Platonists that, was also an adherent of the perennial philosophy. And so, he kind of like defined it under that light. A lot of people kind of take it to mean today, like the belief in the sky daddy or something like that. But
yeah. That's what I mean. I think
why.
when most people nowadays hear the word theist, the reason that I don't take the label and still say there's a couple. Another thing to point out is atheist is not a positive claim. Atheism isn't a label. It's a saying what you aren't. I'm not a theist, right? I don't like labels in general. Like I don't really like idealist. I tolerate it because I kind of have to. But it puts you into, when you label yourself something. My Twitter bio says nobody in particular. And ascribing a label has that problematic things, but atheism doesn't really have that problem because it's saying what you're not. I'm not this or I'm not that. However, I think the real thing that I want to say is that I think when people say they're a theist nowadays, at least, or I don't know, maybe the origin, what they mean is they believe in a separate God, like a God entity separate from themselves. And I think that that's the distinction that I make. I often say, like, there's the atheist, or there's the theist who says there's God and then there's myself. And then there's the atheist says, no, there's no God, there's only myself. And then there's my position, which is saying, no, there's no self, there's only God. But I differentiate that from what most people who call themselves theists think, that they would actually think that what I'm saying there is heretical.
I agree with that. To respond to that, I don't know if you ever read Michael Pollan's book, How to Change Your Mind.
Mm-hmm.
He talks about a volunteer, I think it was at NYU. She was a terminally ill cancer patient. Her name was Dina Baser. And he's interviewing her. Oh, cool, man. That's badass. And he's interviewing her, and you probably are familiar. And she's an atheist, but when they asked her to describe the experience, she said she felt bathed in God's love.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Pollan said, "Well, wait a minute. I thought you were an atheist. Why are you describing that way?" And she said, "Well, we atheists don't have a word big enough to describe that experience." Kind of going back to what Britt Hartley was talking about, like trying to borrow the religious vocabulary, and I think when the professionals look at that, they'll, even though she may not identify that as theist, I think maybe she might be working from a framework where her notion of, maybe she doesn't have comparative religious studies, and so her notion of God is that sky daddy entity. It's not classical theism where God is devoid of anthropomorphic qualities. And so she doesn't see how that might align with what a mystic recognizes too inside that experience, this infinite agape, divine love, where it's an identical phenomenological description, yet she still identifies as atheist. And I'm always curious as to what's her reasoning behind that. I can only speculate, but in the research, if the professionals look at two volunteers and one says, "Oh, I felt as though I merged with Brahman," and the other one says, "Oh, I felt as I had an understanding of the Holy Spirit," they don't regard them as two separate metaphysical claims. They look at both and understand that they share an underlying phenomenological structure, which they ultimately tie up to the perennial philosophy. They say, well, these are two expressions of that same underlying truth. At least that's how Roland Griffiths or Dr. Bill Richards might view it.
Look, I agree with the fact that it, even the standard dualist religion, theist people that do have this dual understanding actually are deriving that from something like a perennialism or a non-dual philosophy. They just don't not even philosophy experience. And though they are more taking it on as a story, as a metaphysics, and ascribing a dualism that doesn't need to be there. So I do think it all stems from all of that religion stems from the same kind of understanding I do. So it's not that I disagree with that, but I do think that it's not so much about the belief in God to me. Like I just said, I can say I believe in God, and it's not even the right word. Like Carl Jung said, it's not that I believe, I know, right? But it's the self is the problem. I think that most theists they think there's a real self separate from. And I mean, this is semantics, I suppose. I don't want to be confused for somebody who is claiming a separate self, because that's not the case,
Yeah.
It kind of sounds like you're just trying to avoid all the baggage that's associated with it, I guess.
Definitely, that's a problem too. Same reason I don't call myself a Hindu, even though as you mentioned, idealism and Advaita are basically the same. But if you say, somebody asked Bernardo Kashrap, why don't you just call yourself a Hindu? And he's like, oh, well, I think there's people would think more than just what I'm saying is what I am if I use that label.
Yeah, I think Alex, I wasn't on the panel yet. I think I was listening, but he said something like, if he really bandied, his effort under the guise of atheism, maybe he could make a little bit more money with the atheist community. Or maybe, perhaps, but I think if he touted it through under the other side, I think he'd probably be making a lot more money that way. But who knows?
Actually, the true position is very unpopular with both sides. If there's one way to guarantee yourself to be not get a lot of followers, just be an actual non-dualist, because you'll piss off the religious people and the physicalists equally.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it for myself is that it is just it's a matter of semantics. For me, if I were to become an idealist, I don't see calling fundamental consciousness God doesn't really do anything for me. I don't know,
it adds a lot of baggage, that's for sure, because people have a lot of meaning they want to associate with that word, right?
Yeah, it's you always ask myself, what would be the reason to invoke or use the God terminology, right? What am I?
Yeah.
What does it give me, or what am I adding to the conversation? Well, I guess that depends on your audience. It's maybe I can, because Nell said, it's really the substance that's really what we're talking about, the substance of it all, which is the idealism or the non-duality. So I guess if invoking the God semantic makes it easier to understand somehow, then maybe I would use the word. But on the other hand, you know, most of the pushback I get for non-dualism is from atheists. And I don't know why, because atheism is just a response to one question, really, but it's apparently not for most people. Because a lot of these people,
you're challenging physicalism. That's why.
Yeah. And so a lot of these folks will say, you know, you're just a Christian, just like we were talking about a couple of weeks ago, the Alex O'Connor thing, when he was talking about consciousness. A lot of the folks in the live chat, a lot of the people that wanted to debate me, like Deconverted Man, for example, he was saying, oh, Alex O'Connor is just becoming a Christian. He's just in the closet Christian. And a lot of people have been saying that in the live chat. A lot of people I know are like, I just feel like Alex O'Connor is a Christian without saying it, because he goes on and on about this consciousness stuff. So that lets me know he's probably religious. It's just he doesn't know how to get that over to his audience yet, because he's always been known as cosmic skeptic. So now this new Alex O'Connor, this religious consciousness guy, is really just disguised, is just Christian in new disguise or whatever. And it's like, I don't think so. I don't think that follows. Now, he may become a Christian, but I don't think that it had anything to do with that.
I agree, Scott. Like, to me, there's this conflicting views that a lot of atheists hold, where they're like, well, you know, they'll say consciousness is a part of nature, it's a natural phenomenon, but then if you say, oh, all right, well, consciousness is fundamental, well, now all of a sudden that sounds like too much like God. It's like, well, which is it? Like, you know, like, yeah,
supernatural. Like, I've run into that too. Like, I believe in consciousness.
To me, consciousness is consciousness, whether you put it on the emergent level or the fundamental level. Like, that doesn't change. Like,
right? You know, but that's the reason, though.
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to say that, like, this, I'm always frustrated because the actual disagreement is never called out. Like, this is obviously just physicalism versus idealism and or substance dualism. That's basically what's going on. But everyone uses atheist versus and so what the reason they get all the creepy crawlies about Alex O'Connor, his physicalist fan base, is because he's denying physicalism, and that's what they are really objecting to. And they just say, well, that's what I mean by the religious thing that I don't like. He's a Christian now because he's just not a physicalist. That's what I'd say.
If he's not,
I never want
nature.
Go ahead, Mr. Biscuit.
Sorry, I was just responding to X music right there. It's like, well, if it's a product of brains with
no worries.
Yeah, we don't say it's a part of nature. It's a product of brains with nervous system. So you're saying that brains and nervous systems are not part of nature? I don't get it. But go ahead, Mr. Biscuits, please.
The reason
the definition. Sorry,
that I just say
was claptrap. But go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. The comments are so bad.
One of the reasons that I say God is because I don't want to get accused of that very thing, of like sneaking something in, because the idealist, when explaining themselves, is going to run into that. It's like, wait a second, are you talking about God here? I mean, you're talking about this being, this aware being, which is fundamental, and it has, you know, there's no spatio-temporal location. As a matter of fact, space and time occur within it, and, you know, it seems like if space and time occurred within it, are you saying that it created the universe, or that the universe is emergent from this aware being? The more you talk about what the idealist reduction base, you're going to run into the God problem, and then at that point, it's going to be like, well, why didn't you say this from the beginning? And for me, like, I just want to be the person who says it from the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
If Alex is not a closet theist, I think he's definitely on the trajectory towards being one. Another point that I think that neither Matt nor Britt brought up in that discussion was that, you know, they're over here arguing over spirituality when if you look in this research, they've kind of tied down a lot of the spirituality to this term mystical experience. And I mean, it is kind of unfortunate that that's the term that's stuck in the peer-reviewed literature, because even that term has connotations. I mean, people associate mystical with supernatural as well, even though these professionals are clearly not talking about anything supernatural. And so I think, we already I think Britt missed the opportunity to admit that we already kind of developed a term here that's been, been refined over decades of research. And she could have pointed to that term for if anyone wanted a more concrete definition of spirituality, how that term is defined in this research. And so, it's interesting that she didn't really bring that up, or neither did Matt in this whole 4 hour.
To use what word? What word is that?
The one that William James popularized in the Varieties of Religious Experience, mystical experience.
Oh, yeah. I think Sam Harris has talked about that too, having its own baggage as well. Because, people say mystical and then you think of like ghosts and spirits and all this stuff. And so it's baggage. There's baggage for every word. I think spiritual is probably the best word. And even that, of course, has baggage that people will attach to it that isn't what it means, But, I think that we just avoid the argument all the time by the brass tacks of what the disagreement is. It's very clear that as soon as Alex O'Connor says maybe physicalism isn't true, he pissed off the church that he used to belong to, and they're upset at this heresy. So that's all that's happening there.
Yeah. Matt seems to have a lot of word phobia. He's scared of words like spiritual, God, and he tries to say that they're meaningless. But I don't think it's that big of a deal. They're about as meaningless as any other word. I mean, I know what people are talking about when they say things like that.
To Mr. Biscuit's point, I get that you don't want to be accused. There's a double-edged sword that Mr. Biscuit left.
No, he's here.
Oh, okay. There's a double-edged sword of the fact that you also front load all the baggage into the conversation by whatever somebody might think you mean when you say the word God, right?
Yeah, like I used to engage in what they used to call street epistemology. So I'd be in public talking to people. But one of the things that you would do to be really good at it is you just simply ask people what they mean by words. You don't have to assume anything. You can just ask questions. It's really that simple.
The problem is that they won't. The people that you're talking to will be like, oh, okay, you just said that word. I now know 400 things about you that you haven't said,
All right. And Logan asks, be nice to have names with all the guests. So there's me, and then next to me to my right is Nell, and then Brian, and then next is Lamont, who is Mr. Biscuit Speaks, in Cafe. That's who they are.
Oh, and Mr. Biscuits, I saw you were trying to speak, but you're muted.
Yeah, you're muted.
All right, how's that?
Oh,
There
we go.
There we go. Yeah, I know. You said there's 400 things that as far as baggage that come along with that, and I think that the majority of those 400 things are probably right. I mean, but the thing is, a lot of atheists that I talk to, when I say I'm a theist, because the thing is, in my experience, most religious people don't know what theism means. They know what their particular religion is. So if you go to a church and talk about theism, it's only the pastors and the leaders who are going to be able to break down what it actually even means to be a theist. So that word is a lot stronger in atheist circles or in philosophical circles than it is, among the religious.
But don't you? I mean, because I associate it with dualism, with mind and or soul and body. Mind and body, and so that's why I don't use it, because of the dualism, because I'm not a dualist. I don't think that there's a real separate physical body and a mind. I think that your body is just what your mind looks like to sense perception.
Yeah.
And so in that vein, like, I think that's where I make the distinction about theism. Most theists that I know are substance dualists.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I mean, I think we're both trying to do the same thing through different means. Like I'm trying to use the label theist in order to cut to the chase, to give the person I'm speaking with more information about who I am, so that the conversation can get deeper faster. And I don't want to be accused of catching somebody off guard or sneaking God in. Like if you remember the debate with Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson, it's like I think Peterson is trying to sneak God in. He won't say the word, right? And that was a big that's a really big annoyance with
well,
atheists.
he is trying to do that.
Just say you believe in God. You know what I mean?
Isn't he doing that though? That is what Jordan Peterson is doing. He's trying to sneak God in essentially without. Well, I mean, honestly, Jordan Peterson is trying to avoid audience capture problems. You know.
Well, the thing is, I mean, it's like if he's a psychologist, belief is closely correlated with how you behave. And so like as someone who's a cognitive science nerd, I understood his hesitation. It's like asking, do I believe in God? It's like asking if my behavior is perpetually in keeping with the belief in this being, right? Because he thinks in psychological terms. In psychology, he's going to be like, okay, your beliefs are behavior based. You're going to show what you believe by your behavior. And so he says, I try to behave as if God exists. And while other people, specifically like correspondence theorists, would say that's a dodge. And it's like, yeah, I don't think according to psychological terms that would be a dodge.
I get what I think you're being very charitable to Jordan there.
I am.
I get your argument, but yeah, I think that the Occam's razor here might be like there's a lot of his audience that if he said that he has more of a non-dual understanding of self and God, that they would be like, heretic, I don't believe you anymore. Because my own experience, if you are just straight with a non-dual communication, mostly both sides hate me equally. So you know, whether the atheist or the theist, right? And I think that that's a good way to end up with no followers on YouTube.
Every time you say that, I resonate very deeply with it because I've been through the same thing. It's like I go to a church and the church, oh yeah, that's the weird one. You know, he has these weird beliefs. Even though I'm a Christian, I use scripture. I'm like, bro, like I think Jesus was an idealist, just like I think he was trying to bring us home to this realization, like love your neighbor as yourself, love your enemies. They are fundamentally the same thing as you are. Yeah. And yet I just like you, I get that same thing. Oh, he's the guy who's kind of off to the side with his esoteric nonsense.
It's because they're dualists. Like they need the separation and in fact, that's the most important thing. In fact, it's in the church to deny the separation. I mean, look at the Catholics, right? Where it's the church stands between you and God, right? Not only are you separate, but you have to go through us in order to, right? So, yeah. So I think that that these are important distinctions to make because I do think that they're different, you know, like, and in its worst forms like that, it's like the opposite of what I think, you know? Like if the Catholic Church wants to stand between yourself and God, not only is it just totally ridiculous because there is no separation to stand in, but it's harmful to people, you know? So I don't want to associate with that and or be confused for saying something similar.
Yeah. Yeah, heard that.
I mean, it's so easy to understand the whole unity idea, the oneness idea. I mean, it's a problem in philosophy called the problem of the one and the many, and it's always dissolved down to there's got to be one thing from which plurality can be explained or derived from. Like that's just the basic logic that's employed in philosophy, and so they go along with that idea. Now what that one thing is debated, whether it's physical world or the consciousness or some neutral monism or something like that can be debated, but there's always this idea of oneness there, in philosophy. And then when we look into science, you've got the idea of non-locality. Right now, quantum fields are considered fundamental properties or fundamental measurements of the world. And so those things consider time, space, causes, events, not real in the sense that we think of them. You know, they're not classically real. They're just sort of emergent from information states, you know, and collapse. And so, you know, all this speak of oneness really isn't that weird. It's just that our intuition, of course, is of separateness and, you know, usefulness and this and that and up and down and me and you. And that's how we make sense. It's how we make meaning. It's how we can do morality, is through dualistic sort of frameworks. That's obvious. And nobody denies that, right? But for some reason, that intuition overpowers science. It overpowers philosophical and logical reasoning. It's just that intuition, that feeling that, hey, I have free will, for example. And there's a lot of good arguments against free will, but it seems so intuitive that we have free will. Like, and I don't mean just compatibilistic free will like I am, but fundamental, you know, libertarian free will is very obvious. Otherwise, why would we even be doing this show right now? Right?
Well, I mean, but it's very, yeah, obviously, like, I think you're totally right that it's intuitive to think that there are things and there is me and then other things that are not me, right? And of course, like, that's what it seems to be. So that's why when you deny something so basic, when you say, no, this separation that you feel viscerally and also literally see with your eyes, right, is actually an illusion. Like, people just kind of go, yeah, okay, pass the joint, bro, or whatever, you know, like it's of course it's intuitive, right? To assume that the separation is a real separation, not just an apparent one.
Yeah. Like, the way I see it is, like, you know, the real discussion is about, you know, non-dualism or dualism or physicalism, idealism. Like, I try not to, like, to me, like, and two idealists who one says, you know, consciousness is God and the other says it's not, like, to me, that's not a really conducive conversation.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I just think the word is loaded all over the, like, with so many beliefs of what you mean, and so I avoid it for that reason. But unless I'm in the right context with the right kind of person, and I know that it can be received properly.
I see, but I think it won't be long, especially with how the Bernardo Kastrups and the Donald Hoffmans of the world are doing, and I mean even Philip Goff, with how the trajectory is changing in metaphysics, how a lot of people are abandoning idealism and abandoning physicalism. I think it's not going to be long before consciousness as a term has that kind of baggage, where everyone has their own definition of consciousness. And some people are completely modally confused, where they think that awareness has to be attached to some object. And then there's other people who fight in this and that direction. And so the waters are going to become muddied. Yeah. You know, so
it's a great point.
You know, that's a tough one.
Yeah, it's already the case when you use the word consciousness. Like, the first thing I was like, what's the definition, you know, of the most obvious of the most obvious thing that everybody knows exactly what it is. It's like, and really the quest for a definition is a quest to reduce it to something else. It's like saying, I need you to make it so it fits in a scientific frame. And until you do that, I can't talk about it. And it's like, that's because you want to shrink reality itself into the frame, the description of reality that you want it to be. And that's what they mean when they say there's no good definition of consciousness. But I think you're absolutely right that because it is fundamental and can't be reduced, it'll have the same problem as God eventually. I think you're right. Like, that it'll just be like, oh, I think you mean by that being awake. No. It means, you know, producing action in the world or whatever, and everyone has their own thing. Yeah, and you can't have a conversation there either, you know.
Well, I saw an interview about that. I think it was Philip Goff and somebody else, not a very known interviewer, but someone who was in the science community, and I think he had made a statement. They were actually going back and forth talking about why would you talk about consciousness, especially in the way that you talk about consciousness. And Philip Goff was saying, no, well, kind of talking about what we're just discussing here, that metaphysically, ontologically, it's starting to get blurry, where there's more room to talk about consciousness than it was, say, even 30 years ago, in all of this. And the science interviewer kind of said, yeah, but it's not just that. The problem is that in the scientific community, it's just not considered polite. It's not considered appropriate in polite society to talk about things like consciousness and God and things. It's just not. Don't you ever think that it's just not appropriate yet? Like, and he was saying, well, why, and they were just going back and forth. And it's like, it's not that I'm saying it should or shouldn't be. I'm just saying we all know it's not appropriate. That's the problem. And I guess more people are rebelling against that polite society argument that, but I'm like, isn't that how we make progress? By actually questioning things maybe that are hard to talk about? I don't know.
No, you don't question the fundamental axioms of a religion within the church.
Right.
When you do that, you end up with you're called not polite. That's what happens.
Yeah. Hurting feelings is bad.
Yeah. That's all that is. It's just like, hey, you're going against the dogma and it's uncomfortable. Stop it. That's what that is.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jordan Peterson talked about like it's even blasphemous to even try to transduce, God or anything like that into words, because then you lose its essence.
Yeah.
Because or even the Buddhists are really, the Zen Buddhists are very reluctant to really say what that Satori is, for instance, and that's why they always just point to it. Like, that's the point, like to experience it. Like it's one thing to read a description of Nirvana, but it's quite another thing to experience it. And for like most people, Nirvana is a Seattle grunge band. They don't know what the hell it is, and so I can see like that position of like not wanting to be associated with labels. I mean, even the Hindu yogi understands that whatever Brahman is, it's truly nameless, and yet it's eternal. And the only way you can really speak about it to and communicate it to someone else is you must necessarily transduce it and take it to a level where it's not truly what it is, but that's just a kind of thoughts built into communication itself. You can't really avoid that, and I think that's why like sometimes it may just come down to like a semantic issue on a lot of these topics. Like even the Taoist sage, said the name that can be named is not the eternal name. And
Meister Eckhart, the Christian mystic, prayed to be rid of God, which is a very weird prayer. It's like you're praying to God to be rid of God and to be rid of God as a concept, because through the conceptualization, he'd realized that he made God an idol. So it's very easy to think of God as something you have, like, this is my personal, I'm right about this deity, I have the correct interpretation, as opposed to something which you fundamentally are. And when you do that, you just add God to the list of mental objects which are already there, and it becomes less potent for yourself and for the rest of the world. And it's a very, very delicate balance.
Not just less potent, totally devoid of all meaning, basically. Like, it's to flatten it in the same way, like if you draw a picture of a beach and you say, look, show it to somebody, and then you say, there, now you've been to the beach and you swam in the water. Like, you haven't even
the real thing from an abstraction.
Yeah, you haven't even at all swam in the water. You have no idea, which is why I mean, look, I'm all for not talking about this, especially with people that have no experience, right? Because you're just basically putting ideas. I mean, I get that of the people that say, like the Zen people, for instance, that say, just shut up, meditate. That's it. Like, I don't want to give you any concept, because any concept of whatever this is, whatever it is that we're talking about right now, anything I say about it is something your mind can latch onto and think you have it. That's it.
Yeah.
And that is a barrier to actually understanding it, right? So
Totally.
yeah, I think the Alan Watts and his, I don't know if you've heard the speech, but there's a speech called Jesus, His Religion. If you YouTube it, it's my favorite one that he's ever done. I think you'd really resonate with it as a Christian mystic. But he says, like, you don't have to worry about like statues of wood and stone. No one's going to confuse a statue of wood and stone for God, but a set of concepts in a book, everyone might confuse that, and that's a dangerous idol indeed. So I think like it really gets at what you're trying to say about Meister Eckhart and wishing away the concept of God.
You said that was called what again?
Jesus, His Religion. It's like a 50-minute speech. It's basically on his take on Christianity, or Christ really, and how Christianity was misrepresented through the millennia.
Nice.
To actually the opposite. It's like Christian mysticism crystallized in an Alan Watts speech. It's really good.
I linked it in the side chat if you want it. It happens to be my favorite as well. I'm a huge fan of Adam Watts. I share the same birthday as him on January 6th. Another way to express what you said is if you see the Buddha on the road, kill him, is often with how people also express that.
Yeah.
So and Hindus they talk about nama rupa, name and form, and there's so many quotations. I love Meister Eckhart too. I mean, he has a lot of them. Like he says, naive people think that if they seek God that he should stand there and they hear. No, there's that's not so. God and I, we are one in knowledge. Or he kind of put it like that. Another one, Joe Goldsmith. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's a Christian mystic. He says, there is nothing that you know about God that is God. There is no idea of God that you can entertain that is God. There's no possible thought that you can have about God that is God. It makes no difference what your idea or what your concept may be. It remains an idea or a concept, and an idea or concept is not God. And so, every student must realize they must rise above all concepts before you can have an experience of God. As a quote,
it almost seems like, because all of that resonates with me deeply. Like it almost seems like being in a dream and trying to amass a bunch of stuff and say that's the dreamer, right? It's like if I'm a character in a dream and I'm like, okay, this is in the dream, and this is in the dream, and I'm going to put that together, and like the dreamer is kind of like that. And it's like, no, you can't compile enough objects within the dream to say that is the dreamer.
Yes.
And it's kind of a frustrating thing for what Alan Watts calls the bodhisattva, right? The one who returns to teach, because there's a certain kind of enlightened being that wants to stay in the monastery and wants to stay in the temple and just abandon the world as a result of his enlightenment. It's like, I'm never going back. And then there's the bodhisattva who says, okay, I feel like this urge, this responsibility to go back and to awaken others, almost like, the going back into the cave, Plato's cave, and kind of bringing other people out. And it's a struggle, the latter, because when you speak, you kind of do so falsely a little bit.
The speech is for people that already know is the problem. Like, I mean, you can see it in the comments here. Like, it's like you and I can, what I mean. I know what you mean. I know what you're referencing. And the speech isn't dangerous in that sense. But to somebody who doesn't have any actual experience with what we're referencing, the concept itself can be taken on as the thing. And now you've just missed the entire point, right? And not only that, but you're sure that you understand it.
This is one of the reasons that I'm developing, and I'm not developing. I'm stealing this from Rupert Spira, and I'm trying to develop it a little bit more. Rupert Spira's direct path, So one time on Discord, and this is last week, so okay, would you mind? I don't know. Maybe if you were to pretend to be a physicalist, non-idealist or whatever, and I say to you, okay, show me any object that you're aware of,
Sure.
Okay, give me some properties of that object.
It's large and black, and it's cold, and it's solid.
Yeah. So being that you're aware of the object, it would be safe to say that you are self-aware. Being that you can tell me that you're aware of something, that means you're aware of awareness.
Right.
Fair?
Right. Sure.
And so if you're self-aware, in addition to your awareness of the object, which are you more confident in? The existence of awareness or the existence of the object?
Yeah, the existence of awareness.
Right. And sometimes that's a hiccup point because a lot of people think I'm trying to drag them somewhere. And so they'll be like, oh, no, I'm equally aware of both. And then you can say, well, can the cup be an illusion? And they'll say, yes. Can awareness be an illusion?
Exactly.
Right. And then that's how you kind of overcome that hurdle. But then continuing with it, you say, okay, just like you gave me some properties of that cup, do the same properties occur with awareness? What color is awareness? You said the cup is black.
Right.
What color is awareness? Awareness has no color. What
no
shape
color.
is awareness? Awareness has no shape. And remind them as you're going through this demonstration. Remember, you said that you believe in awareness more than the cup, right?
Yeah.
So the awareness is more real than your awareness of any given object.
Right.
And so as you're going down the non-properties, you deeply believe in this aware being that is invisible. It's going to be very difficult to say this being is not omnipresent. It's certainly not locally present like the cup is. But you bring them down that system of questions and then have them reveal to you. And I think changing it into that line of questioning has gotten me a lot less pushback because I'm not telling them about God anymore. I'm not saying, oh, you must believe this and you must do this. It's just, hey, you tell me about your direct experience. I'll just ask you questions about what you truly are, and then have you reveal to me the truth of it. And then,
Wait,
we meet.
You just did a Jedi mind trick on me just now.
That was the point. That's the point. You're supposed to. Do you feel the Force, Luke?
Yeah, man. You just made me a believer in the Force, dude.
That's. I mean, obviously, what you're trying to do is to get the intellect to stop and to stop having concepts and answers. And you're also really not so much showing them God as showing them that the self that they thought they were separate from that doesn't exist, because that open awareness that you just described that has no qualities, how can it be personal to you?
Exactly. And at first I was a little disappointed because my demonstration wasn't leading atheists to believe in God. But then I figured out that's kind of my problem. It's not supposed to do that. What it's supposed to do is, because my job as a Christian is not to make other people Christians, in my estimation. It's to make you a better version of what you are. And hopefully, as a philosopher, your job is to make me a better version of what I am, right? We're always inspiring to aspire. And so even if someone goes away questioning, saying, hey, you know what? Now I have a lot more questions in this area than I assumed I did. Maybe someone else can water the seed and all I did was plant it. You know?
Yeah. I mean, that's why I always that is the motivation that I use to even talk about physicalism, to just say, look, the problem is that you think you know the answer already.
Right.
And so you're not open to answer anything. Good. So like if I can just knock down that part, that's what Bernardo will say. This will say, look, he's like, I don't play the game of all games. Rupert Spira, what you were just doing, right? That's the game of all games. I just play this intellectual game. But the intellectual game is enough to get that part of you that's saying, no, this can't be true. Like and say, no, you know what? Even logically, like even in the world of the finite mind, your physicalist ideas are just your beliefs. There's no reason to think they're true. You should be more open about this. And then that can lead, having that openness can lead you to have a chance to experience the thing that you're trying to induce with your neti subtraction process.
I feel like Mr. Biscuits is getting to the heart of it. Like, you know, when we're thinking of what the point of philosophy is, it's like, you know, we're auditing our beliefs and our worldviews. It's like we're seeing if we're justified in actually believing in them. And, you know, at the other end of that, you'll either come away holding on to that belief, but maybe having a new profound understanding of it, or maybe there's part of the belief that was false, and so you get rid of that part. Maybe you've changed your mind completely, but at least you actually thought about it critically. And to me, that, and being an agnostic, it's like I'm not, my issue with physicalists isn't that they're physicalists, it's just they take their worldview for granted and think it's just the default, and they don't question it at all. And it's like, if you were a physicalist and you actually deeply thought about it and still came out the other side of physicalist, I'd have a whole lot of more respect for you, regardless if you're still a physicalist.
Skyworks says, I think idealists and theists assume atheists haven't explored a realm of ideas and beliefs and are bereft of any wisdom because they don't agree with their stances or beliefs. But what you don't understand, Skyworks, is most of the people up here that are idealists and non-dualists have been atheists.
Yeah, I've been a physicalist atheist, but like, and it's also, it's not that I don't think that you don't believe my beliefs. It's that I don't believe your beliefs. Like, you don't think you have beliefs, but you're a physicalist. You definitely have beliefs, and I'm actually skeptical. I'm more skeptical than you are. I have less beliefs than you, and I don't believe your belief. And in fact, I think that you, just like for somebody who has religious beliefs that are unjustified, I think that gets in the way. Like, in the same way I said, like, I'm just talking against physicalism so people will admit that they don't actually know, because thinking I think it was Mark Twain or something said, it's not the things that that you don't know that are a problem, it's the things that you know for sure that just ain't so. And I think that's the block. It's like, that's the block to as soon as you think you already have the answer, you don't look for anything anymore.
Yeah. Not sure who he's talking about. This guy isn't interesting in a dialogue, just categorizing people.
Probably me.
Notice that none of these
actually
guys
don't think people exist, so it's okay. You don't have to take it too seriously.
That's right. Yeah. What do you mean by people, and what do you mean by exist, sir?
Yeah, I mean, come on now.
No,
I like what you do. I think, Mr. Biscuit, you're right to try to move the conversation off of a logical deduction and into an experiential investigation into the nature of the self, because that's the only thing that really matters. Like, I don't want to convince anybody to be an idealist. That'd be a tragedy. I want them to just, it would be like convincing a blind person that sight is a real thing rather than just giving them sight. Like, how about that?
Yeah. And for me, it was almost like, all right, do you want to win debates, or do you want to make the world better? Because I think that idealism really has, it's beautiful, right? And I think John Vervaeke said, if the truth wasn't beautiful, it wouldn't be worth pursuing. And so I think idealism, there's a beauty to it that if it cannot get trapped in the realm kind of where I was just kind of a debate bro, wanting to just kind of, I want to crush, I want to like win, you know what I mean? Because I think the world actually looks better with more idealism in it.
Yeah.
Right.
The suffering of the person themselves and the suffering they create to others is diminished by acting out of clarity rather than ignorance, basically. And so that's what matters. It doesn't matter who's right. I'm not an idealist at the end of the day. That's just a label. I totally am with you on that.
Yeah, and if you are hesitant to, think idealism, to embrace idealism, it's like, then just go back to non-dualism. It's like you can embrace non-dualism and not embrace idealism. It's like, to me, that's if I'm non-dualism is the thing to me that really makes the world a better place. It's like we are all one thing. Like we are made of the same things that are that the entire universe is made out of, the star stuff. It's this, we're all interconnected, and it's like, you don't have to latch onto an ontological, metaphysical framework to believe that.
Well, there's this, maybe you guys remember, I think his last name is Green. He's kind of like gotten more popular, talking to physicalists and idealists and debating and stuff. And his last name is Green. But what he does is he says, look, I'm definitely a non-physicalist. I can definitely be comfortable with that label. But I would not consider myself a theist, and I would not consider myself an idealist, but I'm definitely a non-physicalist. I just think that should be taken off the table. That whole idea just kind of falls apart on its own weight at the end of the day. Clearly, it's not just a matter of taste, or it's not even a matter of, what seems to resonate with one or not. It's not something like that. It's like definitely in the infirmary. Like it's a view that really is bad. Like it's just really logical. It's on so many ways, he says that. But he says at the same time, he doesn't call himself an idealist. And he doesn't even really like to say he's a neutral monist or anything, because that's not parsimonious. Because for the same reason he doesn't believe in God, he's not a neutral monist. So he'll say something like, well, while I say God is definitely possible, and I see even the pragmatic benefits of it, I see some of the logical, I don't know if it's true because I could be wrong. So for that, and it's just kind of introducing a new property into the view, so it's not parsimonious. So for that reason, I don't call myself a theist. But that's also the same reason I don't call myself a neutral monist. I don't want to say that there's this mysterious other thing that we don't know that grounds reality, because then I don't really know what I'm talking about. But he's not an idealist either. I'm just not sure why he would say that, though.
Sounds like he wants to avoid the isms, avoid the labels.
Yeah.
Which is why, I think ultimately the right thing, because like I said, you don't need a convincing argument. It's a waste of time. You don't want to describe to someone what the taste of chocolate is. You want them to eat the chocolate, right? So, yeah. I don't know, though. I don't know his motivation, the person you're talking about.
Yeah, I was wondering if anybody knew. I was going to try to pull him up here. I can't remember his first name.
I'm sure you're not referring to the physicist Brian Greene, right?
Yeah.
No, he's not a physicist.
Yeah.
He's a young guy. I think he's like an academic philosopher, and he's been making the rounds on YouTube, talking to people like Philip Goff and others. But I just thought that was kind of interesting when you're talking about labels and isms and stuff like that. People have a lot of utility in either embracing one label, and other people see that embracing those labels are a setback. In my own experience, I guess it's been more problematic because there was a time, and I think Cafe used to know me way back in the day, about maybe 4 or 5 years ago is when we first met. And if you remember, Cafe, I was calling myself a pantheist. And remember that? And we were talking about all that, but I kind of let that kind of drop because it just got to the point where it became kind of useless for me, because so many people were asking questions that I really couldn't engage with satisfactory for most people. People would say things like, well, why not just call the universe? We already have a name for it, right? And I would go through all these reasons for why it matters to me on a personal level, the all, the thing, everything. And then I'm an idealist. And so I see, a reflection of my, and all these different things that really, I guess, seemed a little unnecessary. I don't know. It seemed like more of creating more problems, you know, in trying to explain the core of my understanding of the world, right? And so it came more for me a stumbling block. Now, other people would say, no, I just say it's God. I just believe in God, period. And that solves everything. That kind of like lets you know what my view really is, because really that's where the heart of the disagreement is, in fact. Because really, if we're just being honest, the reason people say people like Alex O'Connor are probably just Christians in disguise is because they're already smelling the God stuff. You know, you're not saying it, but we're really getting that idea. You're saying something that's ever present, all powerful. It's meeting all these sort of things in definition. So they start to wonder, are you just being dishonest? You know, you don't want to use the word because you're embarrassed, but you're really trying to argue for God all along, kind of like what Mr. Biscuits was just saying. But in my experience, it's been the opposite. In my experience, it's like, if you just drop the God label, we get it. So
if you just drop the label, we get it?
Yeah, I've been told that a number of times. They said, if you would just drop that pantheist God talk, then, because that's sort of what's getting, we just can't. People have word phobia, man.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. And the thing is, I mean, I think when I'm honest, I do too. I mean, there's just words that we all have associations with that just kind of make us a little bit more cognitively limited. So yeah, it makes sense.
And I'm not saying that anyone should drop the label. And in fact, you know what? I'm the kind of person, I love it when people come and turn the apple cart over. I actually love that. I love it when atheists get challenged square on with God, straight up. And then if only they could come up with a compelling argument, though. But it's the same thing with the theists. When they get challenged straight up with atheism, I love to see the progress, man. I see it in them. Even if they go kicking and screaming, I like to see it. It's the same reason that turned me on to Bernardo Castro. Like, for me, it was the debates with the physicalists that kind of made me change the leaf even stronger, because just seeing the logical, arguments fall apart for physicalism was beautiful. And it just was like, yeah, I like that. I like it because he overturned the apple cart. He made what everybody assumes is so obvious and true. He just threw a rock in their shoe, in a big way.
He frames the debate properly. What the usual atheist debate, the little thing that happens is they say, I'm not anything. I'm just an atheist. I have no beliefs. And I don't think your beliefs, Mr. Theist, are true, right? And it's a good debating tactic because you don't have to defend yourself, right? But Kastrup is saying, no, you're a physicalist. Forget about your atheism. I don't care about that. You're a physicalist. Let's talk about that, because those are beliefs, right? And now you have a positive claim you have to defend. And of course, it falls apart really fast because the claim is that there's mind-independent matter, which is no different than some god out there, some sky daddy type of god. So it just, he put the debate on the right foot where it's actually one positive claim versus another, and I think that you're right that if we get out of the usual frame, which is, there's God versus no God, it's helpful. But not that I think that people, like you said, just are like, oh, I get it then. I don't think it's quite that nice.
Right.
But yeah, it's not. I found it like just not helpful to add all of the baggage the other person might have around a certain word. And plus, like I said, from my own point of view, I just think that I take the word to mean a separate thing from the self. And so that's all.
Mm-hmm.
No, I agree with that point because, you could say that an atheist takes the agnostic position as well to avoid a burden of proof. Whereas they also hold at the same time a lot of hidden assumptions, like the one you mentioned, like they hold to, they often assume that emergentist models of consciousness have been solved in neuroscience. They treat them like they're working scientific theories when they're truly hypotheses that are weighed out against other models. And yeah, I guess it hasn't for a lot of them. That hasn't landed for them. You know, they still think of the emergentist model as some kind of a working theory, when it's not. It hasn't graduated to that level yet.
Yeah.
And you know what you said about pantheism, Scott. Like you know, even Dawkins called pantheism sexed up atheism.
Yeah.
Like wait that term. Like, and I think what's interesting, going back to the Hopkins studies, is that you know some of the questionnaires are really interesting that they're developing now, that where they're on these 14-month follow-up questionnaires. Like they'll add questions like finding out where they're kind of leaning metaphysically, you know, because like Britt pointed out in that video she did that they return, you know, 2/3 of atheists that have a high dose psychedelic return to religion, but they don't necessarily return to Abrahamic religions. You know, they may find that Hinduism makes more sense to them or something like that. Or even for myself, I you know, I kind of found my way to perennialism, and I identified with that. And so, you know, some of the descriptors inside the research in the questionnaires, they'll ask them like, so did you say, do you encounter God? Was this did you intend to encounter God? A lot of them say no. So this is like an unbidden experience that they're describing. And then they'll ask for descriptors. Okay, you said you encountered God. Was it a God or an emissary of God? Would you describe this as ultimate reality or a higher power? And a lot of them will endorse using, you know, that terminology like God or ultimate reality, and that, you know, aligns with you know, they will say that the mystical experience in the peer-reviewed literature is in accordance with the perennial philosophy, but they won't take it like they're real careful of how they phrase that. They won't say it like, we're not saying that an extreme version, like we're endorsing the metaphysics of the perennial philosophy. We're just noticing these, you know, parallels here. You know, they'll kind of phrase it like that because, you know, science, I guess, can't really establish metaphysical claims like that in the very same way that they can't establish that consciousness is an emergent, you know, feature of the brain. Yeah, that was my 2 cents right there.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Scott, with where you said that. Like, to me, you know, when taking God out of that word God out brings more clarity. And, you know, I know Mr. Biscuit says for him, you know, calling it God brings more clarity for him. So it's like, I feel like it's just, you know, it's one of those things. Just, I guess, you know, it just comes down to just how differently wired each of us are, and you know what, you know, what is more intuitive, what makes, you know, more logical sense in our heads there. Because like, to me, when you say, you know, if I were to like try to describe fundamental consciousness and then I were to bring the word God into it, to me that confuses things even more for me personally. And I don't know, like, if there's like a way around that of like us trying to get the confusion out of there, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul, how you doing, man?
Hi, Scott. How's it going?
Doing good, man. How you been?
Oh, crazy. So crazy. Got carpet people coming. We've got to get absolutely everything. I know. Like, anything that's on the floor anywhere has to go somewhere where there's not carpet.
Oh, man.
Been crazy.
Carpet muncher.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not literally carpet people. Just the people doing the carpet.
To liven things up.
But also at the same time, I've been seriously extending the reach of which my opinion is enabling to permeate my being. In that, like, I had this kind of faith doubt space of like, I'd reasoned my way to non-dual idealism, and I was calling it panentheistic non-dual idealism, but like I was still like, yeah, there's reasonable doubt here, etc., etc. But I guess I've been trying on faith a little more, just to sort of, well, see how deep this might penetrate. And it's having some changes. I sort of related to something that one of the guys was saying earlier about really sort of integrating the belief, and how that is the bigger thing sometimes than the intellectual part.
Okay. And let's see something here. The Reverend Zen Master Soyen Shaku was the first Zen Buddhist abbot to tour really the United States in early 19th century. And there's a quote here that I'm trying to find it. I think Cafe, you wanted me to quote it. Why don't you quote it, sir? Because I can't, because there's a lot of quotes here in this.
No, sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind saying it aloud. I wanted you to privately read it, but no, I'll say it. I love this quote. It says, Zen Master Soyen Shaku, because a lot of people were kind of arguing in the chat, like, is it is Buddhism theism? Is it atheism? And I like what this guy had to say. He says, at the outset, let me state that Buddhism is not atheistic as the term is ordinarily understood, and as certainly a God, the highest reality and truth in which the universe exists. However, the followers of Buddhism usually avoid the term God, for it savors so much of Christianity, whose spirit is not always in exactly accord with Buddhist interpretation of religious experience. Again, Buddhism is not pantheistic in the sense that it identifies the universe with God. On the other hand, the Buddhist God is absolute and transcendent. This world being merely its manifestation is necessarily fragmental and imperfect. To define more exactly the Buddhist notion of the highest being, it may be convenient to borrow the term very happily coined by the modern German scholar Panentheism, according to which God is all and one and more than the totality of existence. So I think Panentheism is a good term to describe views like that, like Neoplatonism and the one and the manifestation, or even in the absolute and within the perennial philosophy.
Yeah, and I would have said also that, Meister Eckhart might have been a panentheist. He leaned really heavily on the scripture that says, in him we live and move and have our being, meaning all of this is occurring in God, which means that everything that we see and beyond what we can see, which is kind of the crux of that panentheism idea.
Yeah, the comments is nutty with you can't define consciousness, like fundamental consciousness. First of all, absolutely everybody knows exactly what it is. If you ask somebody, are you conscious? Although they may not be, they may deny they're conscious in the comments, although I don't know then if we have to listen to them anymore. But everyone knows what it is. And like you just said, Mr. Biscuit, I could say that in which all things appear, the ground of being itself, right? It's not hard. It's just that what they want is to reduce it to something physical. And that's what they mean. They don't mean define it. They mean fit it into their worldview. Fit it into the pre-existing worldview.
And this is why Alan Watts, who you brought up, is so interesting, is because he'll make a joke out of it. He's like trying to make what you are something you have is like a fire trying to burn itself, or like the left eye trying to turn around and look at the left eye. Nice. It's like you have to at some point realize there's a distinction between what you are and what you can have.
Yes.
Yeah,
not everything, like the screen doesn't appear in the movie.
Yeah,
that's all you have to recognize.
Right.
Yes.
And someone commented asking, where has physicalism been destroyed? And I would say that no single person really destroyed physicalism. I would say that it's just been progressively dismantled by a succession of philosophers and scientists over the 20th century in particular. Like if you think of people like Frank Jackson, when you think about the Mary Room's thought experiment, which is really the knowledge argument. And then, of course, that famous book, What It's Like to Be a Bat by Thomas Nagel. David Chalmers sort of popularized the hard problem. And then, you think about quantum physics, like breakthroughs in quantum mechanics, like wave particle duality, the observer effect. It all heavily disrupted just traditional deterministic, purely material views on the universe. And so slowly it's just been losing its coherence.
Have you heard of Michelle Liu?
No. I think I have. Wait. I think I have. Go ahead.
You may have. She was recently on Philip Goff's channel.
Oh, yes. She the Revelation lady?
Yeah, I think that Revelation discussion was pretty interesting. Even though like I was half asleep while I was listening to it, like I'm in bed, like listening to it or whatever. What I got from it was essentially like she says, like, does this statement make sense? Does it make sense to say, I know what a tree looks like, but I don't know what a tree really is?
Yeah.
That's a coherent statement, right? It makes sense to say, I know what a tree, I really know what a tree looks like, but I don't know what a tree really is. But then she's like, does it make sense to say, I know what a bee sting feels like, but I don't really know what a bee sting feels like? It's like, no, that's a little bit incoherent. And when you really think about it, it's very incoherent, because what the physicalist wants us to believe is that there is something more to what a bee sting feels like than the essence of what a bee sting feels like. And she gives a better argument for it, but I think it's really, really intuitive and it's useful. Like, you can just take that argument and put it in your pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, the irreducibility of words. Like, you could ask somebody something simple. I don't know, like, what is the color red? Like, experientially, what is it? No one can tell you. You know, all they can do is compare that to something else. Well, it's like an apple. Okay, well, what is it that's like an apple? The redness. Okay, again, what is red? And no one can ever really tell you, because it's ineffable. And that's the problem with language. You know, language is very metaphorical. All words, well, I wouldn't say that all words are metaphorical in the strict literary sense, but all language is representational, right? So words are very symbolic. So additionally, much of human thought and abstract language is structured through metaphorical mapping. Like, it's all abstract. So in short, words are maps, not territories. And many of the maps are drawn using borrowed conceptual terrain. And we just kind of hope that we each understand what we're trying to say. And that's why we have to be creative with our metaphors and be more creative with finding out what's common to our interlocutor to draw on. And a lot of people will use that as means for dismissing what you say, forgetting that we all have to employ that same technique for anything. Like, they'll say, oh, I don't believe you. I don't trust idealism, or I don't trust physicalism, or I don't trust any of these things because what you're saying to me just sounds like a lot of metaphorical language. You're just using semantics to compare one thing to another. That doesn't mean anything. But really, that's the problem. That's where experience is a lot more, is at the end of it, it all bottoms out to an experience, which is ineffable. And that's what makes this whole conversation hard to have sometimes, unless people are willing to just concede that point,
And we're not all a monolith up here. Like, I'm not an idealist, but it's like, it's like I can't really say, if physicalism's been defeated, but it's like, to me, the issue I see with physicalism is that so many physicalists just take their point of view as the default for granted, that it's never, people, they don't look at their metaphysics as metaphysics. They just think the methodology is their ontology. It's like there's, and to me, that's just the wrong way of going about it. And
yeah, taking the language too serious. But one thing I appreciate you, Nell, is you've done a lot of work to understand the position. I know that you weren't an idealist, especially when we first came in to contact and you started, participating. It really was something you really didn't understand at all. I remember, but you've done so much work in at least understanding the position. And I think that's really good. And I would even invite you, you can also ask, what problems do you think idealists have in their language and on
which I've brought up.
Yeah, you haven't really brought too much. I think you brought one was about, trying to remember. Oh, the embodiment problem. Like, I think that was one of your issues was with the embodiment problem. And I think we had a few evolutionary questions in the past, but I think we've kind of got past that too, though.
Yeah.
But
No, I'd say most of my issues are just conceptual problems, but you know, it's not like idealism is the only metaphysical framework that has conceptual problems.
Right. Exactly.
No,
Yeah, they all
none of them are true, right? It's just an attempt to be less wrong.
Yes. Good way to put that. Good way to put it. Because you know, all of philosophy and metaphysics especially isn't about capital T truth. It's just about examining shit, you know, looking at the assumptions going into any kind of claim or whatever, and just kind of exploring it, you know. And I guess some people lean one way or the other, you know, when you put names on particular concepts like idealism or physicalism, you know.
Going back to that quote, there is a piece you left out there from the Alan Watts where he says, I believe the Bible ought to be ceremoniously burned every Easter. Yeah, he starts out saying that. And there's a Wikipedia page. I think it's called God the Father in Western Art. And it talks about how the first 1,000 years of practiced Christianity, artists avoided depicting God in any form whatsoever. And then eventually, I guess people got a little bit loose about it. And finally, you would see it like as a big hand coming from the clouds, or sometimes they would depict it as just, you know, sun rays coming from the clouds, or you see the dove. But, you know, there really is no way to describe or even paint that, you know, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure you've seen the Flammarion engraving of that guy that's like reaching outside the dome. Yeah, and it's supposed to depict, you know, transcendence and or maybe you've seen a painting by Alex Gray. You know, I mean, to even attempt to paint that vision would be, I mean, you would literally have to paint a higher dimension or something like that, which is impossible. So, you know, we have to express it in these various ways that which still probably pay no justice at all. I forgot who said the quote. It says, "Reality is not a problem to be solved, but reality is not to be a problem to be solved, but something to be experienced." I probably botched that quote, but the you know, it goes back to that same point of having to undergo the phenomenon itself. And yeah, I see, but I argue this a lot too. But you know, when I try to go in an atheist stream, they think I'm a drug pusher or something like that. Like I'm trying to like push.
Oh, I mean,
yeah. So I get accused of that. So you know.
Well, you kind of are in a way. If you think about it, you kind of are.
Are you sharing?
I am too. I think we're all kind of pushers in our own way. But yeah, look, somebody said down there that we aren't an objective panel. Well, here's the thing. I've invited all you guys to come on the panel and all those things you like to talk about, all the things against idealism.
Hey, I was just getting ready to say some good things about physicalism. Come on.
Yeah, like, you have to understand.
I was going to say some good things.
It leads to the so much suffering that people have to escape from it. So it's really doing a good job there.
Well, in the same way that some anti-theistic folks will talk about, well, you know, religion is doing a good thing for people, so, you know, let's leave those parts intact. Physicalism in some ways is doing a good thing for some people. Like there's a bulwark there between a certain way of thinking and certain avenues which are kind of like woo adjacent and religious, how shall I put it, religious inversion susceptible adjacent, you know. I push a lot against not discounting the spiritual and the holistic, but at the other end there's a certain element of streetwiseness that's essential for there are many scams in the world. And there is no bigger scam than a doublethink religion, which eschews the spiritual part, you know, so that there's the whole focus of unity is gone and it's just division based. That for me is the inverted version, where things start to go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I was a physicalist most of my life. I was never religious. I thought religion was like for a cope for people that were afraid to die and wanted a nice story. And I think you're right to point out that there's definitely skepticism. I think it's just it's over they've thrown the baby out with the bathwater, right? Like there's a lot from religion that does need to be challenged and thrown out, and leads to all kinds of bad things. But then it's just an overreaction, and that overreaction threw the baby out with the bathwater, and then you lose something that you need. So I agree with you that it avoids a lot of thinking that can trap you in, religious fundamentalism and that type of thing. But at the same time, it traps you in its own dogma. So
there's good and bad. We all need each other. It's kind of like Democrats need Republicans and Republicans need Democrats. Like we all need.
It's great for like suffering is the fire that burns off bad ideas, and it's I think what people refer to as the meaning crisis nowadays is sort of like a result of a purely materialistic worldview and a collapse into worship of the self, which is
I used to always say back when I was on my debate thing a few years ago, I was debating Christians like all the time. Like maybe once a week I was on YouTube debating some Christian, some forum or channel. And they'd always ask me about, the whole hope, meaning, and purpose thing came up. And I'd always say, well, that's where I get my hope, meaning, and purpose, by debunking Christians. That gives me hope, meaning,
and with that, I'm out. Pissed me off. No, I'm kidding. It's 2:00 my time, guys. This has been a phenomenal discussion, and it's just been awesome. And for me, the conversations like these it's like, okay, so I am sane. There's other people that recognize how much sense this can make, and so I really appreciate it. What I'd like to do maybe in the future sometime is to try to play devil's advocate or steelman the physicalist position against an idealist.
Yes, you mentioned that before, and I say I'm all for it. So, but what we need to do is really coordinate, because we're all busy. I'm like so busy. I'm always hitting people up at the last minute. So maybe we can go on an email string and put that together, man, because I really like that idea.
I think that'd be fun.
I've always been in the Steelman debates anyways.
For sure.
Yeah, and hey, Mr. Biscuit, I'd love to have you on our Reality Gone Mental podcast sometime. I'd like to hear about your sort of journey to Christian mysticism in particular, or if you don't mind, or to just talk about these topics generally. So
I would love to come on anytime. I work from home. So
okay. Well, I think Alex has got some kind of contact, or maybe through Scott. Yep. So
we'll get in touch with me.
Okay. Sounds good.
For sure, buddy.
All right, brother. We'll see you next time, buddy.
See ya.
All right, man. Yeah, that'd be really good, the Steelman stuff. What I'd like to do too is maybe just do a formal debate, and I'll be the physicalist.
Yeah. Alex did a debate with a guy named Mike Brigandi, who is about as militant a physicalist as you'll ever want to meet. He's kind of, I'm not going to say famous, but he's got 500,000 subscribers or so on TikTok. Alex did a formal debate with him. There's not that many. Bernardo likes to say there's nobody serious defends physicalism nowadays.
Right.
Yeah, like there's
my live chat would disagree.
Well, no, there's plenty of comment sections that will debate it to the end of the earth, but there's not a lot of there's a lot of people that are just like, hey, we don't know. Like even somebody like a Neil deGrasse Tyson, right, is like, well, we just don't know about consciousness. Like, let's not talk about it, kind of thing.
Let's. There's something that's been kind of bothering me, and I know this is probably not the format of the show to talk about it, but you brought up a name that just kind of reminded me. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Now, he's been, over the years, he's been saying little things here and there that kind of get under my skin. I'm not even going to lie to you. I think the reason it gets under my skin is because I've always looked at him as a great spokesperson for science and everything. But one thing that Avi Loeb brought up, he's one of the director of the Galileo project. He's a physicist, a cosmologist, I think.
Yeah, he's an astrophysicist.
Astrophysicist, there you go. And one thing he brought up about a lot of these really good advice, and something he really put into perspective for me, is he said, look, I understand you guys like all of your, science speakers, like your Sabina Hossenfelders and Neil deGrasse Tysons and, Brian Greens and
Sean
all
Carroll.
of these sort of people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, but you have to understand, you have to look at some of these people, because some of these guys, they haven't ever even published one peer-reviewed article. They've never engaged in science. They talk a lot about it, and they're here to tell you what is science and what is not science, and what is acceptable science to look at, and other questions that are not so good for polite society within the community. He says, but these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
I get your criticism, and I'll let somebody else go because I got to get running too. But
Okay.
I get your criticism. I think there is some of that, like of the bigger thing would be like they're an expert in whatever narrow field that they actually, practice in, but they act like generalized. Like I can talk about anything scientific subject as an expert, but and to your point, they'll be saying things that they don't know about them. But I think the bigger problem is that they just try to do philosophy. It's like, oh, well, but like I don't have a beef with their science. Like that I'm sure they're fine scientists. But Neil deGrasse Tyson basically chokes on the food is when he starts to try to do philosophy, and he doesn't even usually know he's doing philosophy. So it's that's where things go off the rails.
Yeah, and worse than that, though, I believe he's gotten a little bit disingenuous and starting to look more like a grifter in my eyes each and every day, because first he'll be against the position, but then as soon as the position starts to be questionable, all of a sudden he's writing books in favor of the position that he wants you to be against. And that's where I'm starting to question whether that guy really has. And really one of the last things he's done, it wasn't just the consciousness thing, but one of the last things he has been commenting on, which is the whole UAP, UFO discussion topic. And, he's been one of these folks that has been, really thumbs up his nose at the idea of UAPs or UFOs, and which I understand, that's fine. You can do that or whatever. But he'll do that and he'll say why it's not possible. It's too far of a distance for them to get here. It's not even wrong, to ask the question. Like, it's beyond wrong. Like, there's just nothing right about it. Like, it's not even wrong. Like, there's no way there could be UFOs or alien life on Earth. Like, it's just impossible. He's already decreed that. And now, because of the climate over the last few years with the congressional hearings and the public demand for more disclosure, and now we've got the release of these fucking files or whatever they're supposed to be coming out, and more people are taking notice and interest. All of a sudden, he writes a book called How to Greet Aliens in Case You Ever Meet One. Like, he's seriously talking about how you should do that. And at first I was thinking, well, maybe he's just a little tongue in cheek, but actually I saw some recent interviews that says, no, this is very serious, because if this is the case and then fine, this is how I think we should talk to them and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, what? Like, I don't understand that guy, man.
Yeah, well, look, he wants to be popular, so he loves him some Neil deGrasse Tyson, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I gotta run, guys. Nice chatting.
Okay, Brian. Thank you so much, man, for coming.
Nice. It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, you too. You too.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm sorry. I like Neil deGrasse Tyson, and maybe he is just being open-minded. I don't know. Am I getting that wrong? Or
I mean, I haven't been super following him. I mean, to me, he's at least seems marginally better than Richard Dawkins, because
yeah,
Neil deGrasse Tyson actually seems to be supportive of trans people. So there's that.
He also identifies as solely an agnostic. You know, he stays away from the atheist term, and yeah, he is a little bit more charitable, I'd say, than. But he still kind of holds, assumptions in theology, like he still treats God as though God's literally some anthropomorphic being.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. No, I was just gonna say that whole thing, because I really like Brian's point. Like, it shouldn't be about the atheist and the theism point, because like most atheists will fall back on agnosticism, saying that they're so they don't have to defend anything. But if they're more making a positive claim with physicalism, then that puts them on the spot. And because like a lot of atheists will say, well, if you look at the majority of scientists, you'll see that most of them are atheists, as though this is like making some point, and I like what Bishop Barron says on this topic. He says, well, yeah, that may be true, but presumably you would think scientists know about theology, but when you hear their arguments, it's clear that they don't. And so he goes on to say, like, the only really category that should matter is philosophy, and not just philosophy in general, because there's so many facets to philosophy. There's philosophy of science, philosophy of mind, and philosophy of religion. And if you look into the philosophy of religion, you find that the majority of them are theists. So on the one category, presumably where people should know, they happen to be majority theists.
Yeah. And a lot of this stuff is outdated and not very well thought out. I mean, there are some more sophisticated arguments to address a lot of what he says, like the problem of evil. And some of the stuff he brings up are just very sophistry, really. Like, I mean, they make sense on a very layman point of view, and maybe that's his point. And that's why I start to wonder how serious he is as a thinker, or whether he's just in it for the likes and the subscribes. Because you got to understand what Avi Loeb says about a lot of these YouTube influencers is that they don't really do science. They make their living appealing to the low-hanging fruit with low-hanging fruit arguments in order to appeal to the masses. Kind of like a Donald Trump does, he just kind of says stupid shit because he knows people like stupid shit, and that's what works. That's what gets you the thumbs up. He's not a scientist is the whole point. He's a science speaker. Yeah. If he was a scientist, he would have papers that he's working on all that. That's what they do. That's what a scientist does, is he works at some institution or whatever, whether private or funded or whatever, and he does research. That's what scientists do. Neil deGrasse Tyson has no research under his belt.
I mean, as far as I know, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson maybe has, like, I think I looked it up once because I'm also interested in that sort of thing. I think he has like maybe 10 to 15 peer-reviewed papers.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I kind of get it, but it's like, to me, like, even if a science communicator isn't doing active research, I do feel like it's like, well, if they are breaking down science in a digestible way for the general public, then they are, in some sense, doing. They are promoting science.
Yeah, like, I know, like, he contributed a lot to, like, what was it that he was so popular? Stellar populations and dwarf galaxies. and like a lot of celestial mechanics type shit.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he had like papers in the late 80s, early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think astronomy and astrophysics papers.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, but just lately he's mainly, that's not what he does. And you know, and really there's a place for those kind of folks, you know, science speakers. We need that, you know, like the same thing they said about what's his name, Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Yeah.
Like they said he wasn't a real scientist. Like he just talks about science.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing they're talking about, this one guy that talks about geopolitical science, and he uses game theory to discuss geopolitical events, especially current events, and he does projections. Like he tries to predict like what's the outcome of the Iran war going to be, stuff like that. And he calls himself the professor with his name. I forget what his name is, but they went and looked it up, and he's really not a professor at all.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a YouTube guy that came up and started talking about stuff.
Yeah.
But it's just that he became viral because he makes so much sense, and a lot of his predictions came true, and he has a good way of speaking. And so there's room for people like that, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, for when it comes specifically to Neil, I mean, I feel like it would be sort of a disservice to say he's not a scientist, because he did go to university and become an actual astrophysicist, you know, and
right.
He has published papers. I mean, he probably hasn't. I'm trying to think. I don't know the last time he published a paper, but it's like, you know,
yeah, late or early 90s was the last, but that's not important.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying, but I guess what I was observing in that interview was Avi Loeb's sort of hypothesis about UFOs and stuff like that, and some of the books he's written has been under a lot of criticism by Neil deGrasse Tyson specifically as one of the main critics, right? And so his pushback was, look, at least I'm out here doing papers. Like I'm out here doing the work. I'm out here in the field, like doing the research. And you can disagree, but it's more than just disagreeing. You have to come and show me where my research is wrong. Like show me where there's a problem. Now, don't just say, like he had said, he said, I think what Neil deGrasse Tyson does is he argues from personal incredulity. That's his whole thing, is he starts planting doubt in your credulity just as a normal lay person, forgetting that science is rarely intuitive like that. A lot of science is going to go against that's why we do science. That's why we have specialized tools and mathematics and ways to get at, you know, the truth of reality. That's the whole point, is you're going to have to transcend somehow your credulity. But he likes to use these credulity arguments because they sound very catchy. They sound very common sense. They seem to resonate with skeptics. You know, it's like, yeah, he's probably right, you know, but oftentimes science isn't that simple, is what I guess he was saying.
No, and I probably have to look into it more, because I'm unaware of what Neil has said on UFOs. But you know, it's like, to me, you know, Neil can sometimes step out of his area of expertise. You know, that's just a fact. You know, and that's, you know, with someone like with Dawkins as well. Richard Dawkins is a far more accomplished scientist than Neil is. You know, but Richard Dawkins has over 100 papers published, and you know, he's been a professor for like decades, and you know, he's also a science communicator. But it's like, outside of evolutionary biology, it's like some of the stuff Richard has said you're just, you know,
just bullshit.
It boggles your mind.
Well, here's this Avi Loeb I was referring to, just to let everybody know what I'm even talking about.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, you know, you can look at their resume, and you will realize that they haven't published a single scientific paper in recent history, maybe even 20 years. So it's just like seeing someone comment on soccer, and that person did not play soccer for 2 decades. It's okay for anyone to express their opinions, but they are not representing the player. They are not in the trenches doing the actual scientific work. They're just commenting on it. Now, what does it mean? It means that they're trying to be popular. Neil deGrasse Tyson, you can.
Yeah, that was when he said that. And, I would really always kind of gave Neil a pass on that. But sometimes he does say things that don't make a lot of sense. Like I remember that one time he said, consciousness is an illusion, and
I mean, it feels like, at least this, not even going, addressing consciousness as an illusion, but like what the Avi Loeb says, it's like, to me, that just seems like a personal dig. Like they're attacking each other's egos. It's like, and yeah, sure, maybe, Neil hasn't, published a whole lot recently in, 2 decades, but it's like, as long as he's, being science minded, it's like, and, he's still a scientist, it's
and
like,
he's not really wrong. I mean, if you think about it, we don't know of any technology that can bring creatures from, he's not really wrong, is he?
No, and it's like, it just seems to me like these are just there's Neil is an astrophysicist, and Avi, isn't he like a theoretical physicist? It's like it's two experts disagreeing, and their beef is they've made their beef public.
Yeah, they're just doing that. Yeah,
I'd like to see, how recently Johns Hopkins did a study on members of the clergy to volunteer for, psilocybin-induced mystical experience. Why can't we get a study with astrophysicists and, invite like Sean Carroll and Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson to volunteer? I doubt maybe they would do it, because I heard maybe if you caught Michio Kaku on Joe Rogan, and when Joe Rogan asked him if he'd ever tried DMT, Michio Kaku made some excuse like, my mind has to be intact if I'm going to, discover the secrets of the universe, or some nonsense like that. So it's kind of disappointing that you wouldn't see that, but it would be interesting.
Yeah.
Now you guys are going to call me a drug pusher.
You do always bring it back to drugs there, but
yeah. Well, I think, I don't know, and I don't think it's necessarily like the drugs thing. I think what the point in like discussions like these is always like that ego death phenomenon. I think we're pointing to that, whether it's drug induced or spontaneously arises, or it's done through disciplines like meditation or something like that. I think that's like definitely the meat of the topic, really. And I think the whole drug thing, it's just the most facile form to get there. You don't have to, if you don't have patience for meditation, then if you have about like how long does DMT last again when you vape it? Like 5 minutes. If you have 5 minutes of your time now, something like that.
Well, it's kind of interesting when you look at it. It's kind of like you're saying that, by using a kind of substance, you can see reality radically different, right? And so it just makes you question your normal view of reality. Like, what makes that so certain after you've already seen reality looked at in a different way? Now, we always look at certain kind of psychedelics in order to, look at ego death and oneness and non-duality. But, there's also drugs that can destroy your empathy. They can quiet certain parts of your brain that makes you see reality is not, there is no, like, it's called emotional blunting. And it's where, like, it reduces a whole range of emotions, which can include like a decreased capacity of empathy or responses and stuff like that. And so does this point out that the universe or nature primarily has no empathy? if we can reach that kind of state, then we start to realize, oh, it's just all in our brain. This empathy thing, how we think that we should be, this, dual world that we always see and experience, it's all in our brain, because all you have to do is tweak your brain out, and then all of a sudden your experience of the world, empathy, all that kind of shit goes away. So if that's possible, does that let us know a little something about the nature of reality, that it's kind of not empathetic, it's kind of not dualistic, it's kind of not anything that we think it is? Maybe what our brain is doing is what is just good for our survival and procreation, but it doesn't really reflect the nature of reality deeply,
Yeah, I've thought about that. And, I think the serotonin thing, though, is like associated, especially with MDMA, to neuronal damage. So, there is that factor. But, when the way I've kind of put it is that in Hinduism, for instance, there's these two terms, the Atman and Brahman. And, and often, the people have a hard time distinguishing exactly what those two mean. So, and so what the yogi usually says is that the Atman is Brahman, that they're both identical, but the Atman is the Brahman experience in the individual, almost kind of like a fractal. Like, Brahman is the entire, the full scale pattern, whereas the Atman is the kind of like the lower level pattern in the individual, like the droplet in Indra's net. And but one thing I have noticed is like, one thing I was going to say about that is that when they say that Brahman is a form of consciousness, are they projecting that consciousness because they themselves are conscious when they're experiencing samadhi, or is that something that Brahman truly possesses as a quality? It's kind of a similar question to what you're asking, and is empathy something that's part of the structure of the nature of the universe? And I love, out of all the comparative religious studies I've done, I want to say that seems to be the case among like reading descriptions of mystics, or like if you read in Dante's Inferno, I think there it says the love that moves the sun and other stars, and they do speak of it as though it's an intrinsic quality of reality itself. And I think I've spoken to you, Scott, once about the way I kind of think about the original sin. A mystic's interpretation of that is to see where the mystic sees all as one inside contemplation. Sin only arises when you have the perception that you're separate from other individuals.
Yeah. So that's non-duality. That's why, if reality is non-dual, like reality is just one thing. I mean, because the basic idea is that, our ordinary experience is structured by divisions, like me versus you, self and other, on and on, right?
Yeah.
And so from that standpoint, relationships are going to automatically be mediated by fear, grasping for things, defensiveness, possessiveness, a lot of negative shit. But love, when you think of the word love in a deeper sense, is sometimes described as what remains when separation disappears.
Yes.
So not really just romantic affection or sentimentality, but it's the reduction of alienation, right? So the logic on non-duality is that, first of all, separation equals contraction and defensiveness and all that shit. But reduced separation, oneness, is all about intimacy, inclusion, openness. That is love. So in that framing, love is less an emotion directed at an object, but it's more of a mode of being characterized by the diminishing of that object, the self, the other, the opposition. That relation is sort of diminished. And so you just end up with union, participation, shared experience, And so that boundary, like you're talking about, between self and other, is not so absolute, right? And so it seems like another suffering might as well or less be yours. It's not external. And And this sort of naturally supports compassion, care, empathy, all those things. Not because it's deduced from some sort of emotion necessarily, but it's deduced from an experiential orientation that shifts within you. So non-duality in that sense is love because of the definition.
No, I agree with that. Because the sin can only ever arise if you assume this separation. Like you can only hurt the other or murder the other, steal the other from the other, so on and so forth. As long as you view yourself as a disparate entity from everything else, and with that within non-dualism, the mystic, like the commandments in the Bible, they're not like seen as like external laws that you have to obey. From the vantage point of non-duality, love is just a natural expression from that point of view of seeing everything as one.
It's a state of being. Yeah. It's a state of being one thing. And everything's going to participate within itself and relate to itself. So obviously it's going to be a lot of support. And that's very unintuitive, because every day I have to go out here and work to try to make money. And if I don't make enough money, my bill collectors don't give a shit. If I get sick, I can't work. If I get sick, I can't be all I can be. And it's out of my control a lot of the time. And even that idea of control is kind of an illusion when I really break that shit down, intellectually. And so, it seems like the universe isn't supportive. It doesn't seem like reality really gives a shit about me, but it's all what I do. But then if you really are consistent, well, who is the I, and what control does this I supposedly have? And how did you derive that? So things are just moving the way they're supposed to, in my view. And, it's all one thing anyways. And at the end of the day, everything sort of supports each other. We all need each other. The dark needs the light. It's all definitionally contingent on each other, all these concepts, So it all is a wash, bro. It's all a wash.
Yeah. It makes sense. It explains why mystics are renowned for their probity and their compassion and so forth. I mean, what else would explain that? Except for that, except for recognizing that. And a lot of people, I guess, I suppose it's kind of hard to grab onto if you especially if you haven't experienced like non-dualism or non-duality. Like I said, I think one time when I called Matt and I spoke to him about this aspect of unconditional love inside mystical experience, and he's like, unconditional love, I know it's a concept, but I'm not sure if that exists. Like already brushing it off, and obviously because he can't find it in himself.
I mean, I'm probably the only one here that hasn't been on any sort of psychedelic, so I've never experienced, the dissolving of the self. But I mean, intellectually, I'm pretty much there. It's like I'm non-dualist. We're all interconnected. We should all be, caring for each other and trying to lift each other up.
Yeah, and all experiences are unified in some kind of way because we all experience. We're all sharing in that experience, and that also supports oneness and love and all of that empathy. Really,
And you were talking about the low-hanging fruits earlier. I think that's like a telltale sign of a rampant ego at play, where it's not about a passion about the topics. It's more about making a buck. That's if you really want to entertain the crowd, you go for the low-hanging fruits and the easy laughs and stuff like that. And,
and a lot of that stuff unfortunately gets conflated with truth. Who doesn't know that? Like, the more agreement you get within your circle, then the more true you are, the more right you are. I know I won that debate. I know I was right. The whole room said I was, and there's a lot of consensus that people appeal to. And a lot of that consensus is valid because you've got experts in any given field. You know, I appeal to consensus all the time. I don't take my car to the dentist. You know, I take my car to the automotive shops and try to get, you know, best estimates from various people to see what's the best way to fix my issue or whatever. So you have to appeal to experts, and it's useful, you know. But, you know, oftentimes we're talking about here, especially on this channel, we're always talking metaphysics. And what I've found is that a lot of people put a lot of stock in what science has to say. And it's not even what science says about metaphysics, because it really doesn't. It's scientists.
That category error.
Yeah, the category error. Yeah, that's right. And
are you familiar with Taco's Mega Bloodbath Debates channel?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been trying to get Alex K on there, man. He said he'd do it, but it's just that he streams way too late for me. He said, like, he's usually crashing out by the time he starts opening up the stream. But
he's a great debater, man. I love Alex. He's got a real knack for debating.
Yeah, that's why I think it would be really cool to get him on there. And Alex told me he'd be willing to do it if the time is right. Like I noticed that Tacos is starting to stream a little earlier nowadays. I guess his hours were just screwed up because, man, he would be streaming to like 7 or 8 in the morning. And so lately he's been starting like around 8 p.m. So if I can find Alex on TikTok online and shoot him a text message the next time he goes on early enough, I'll try to make that happen.
Yeah. And we need more of that to bring that discussion in, because it's hard to find those kind of debates except with the big people like Bernardo Kastrup versus, you know, somebody else. You know what I mean? Like Philip Goff. Well, you know, there's like a handful of folks that will be openly debating, but you know, you can see theist, atheist debates all day long on YouTube endlessly. But not so much when it comes to philosophy of mind. That's kind of not so popular. But I would love to see more of that. And really, I would love to see theists take that position more so than just God versus no God. Like, I think that would be a good approach, you know, to start debating physicalism, you know?
Yeah, that's kind of like, yeah, see, that's why I don't really, I like Alex and I like Brian. They're two cool guys, but I really don't get their, I know they say that they don't want to be associated with the baggage, but man, if they champion theism, I think they would get a lot more recognition.
Yeah. That I tried to do that on Matt Dillahunty's channel, or not on his channel, but on that one channel. I forgot the name of it. It's on the same network as Atheist Experience, but I went on there and I tried to straw man, and they didn't really want me to straw man theism. They wanted real theists, so I had to call back and just act like a theist, you know. And I started trying to use the fucking appeal to consciousness argument, and I brought up qualia, and you know, he said qualia was bullshit, you know, and he rejects qualia. And then I think at one point, I think it was on another call where I actually did the same thing. Wish I could find that one, because we were talking about qualia again, and he said, well, qualia, the reason qualia doesn't work is because it relies on introspection. It's all based on introspection, and we know that introspection is unreliable. So I simply asked him, I said, well, how do you know introspection is unreliable without appealing to introspection itself? And then he hung up on me, said, that's it for you, jackass.
I was that's funny, Mike. I was called a jackass too. It's a common insult of his, I guess. There's another man, you know, when you say that, because like, yeah, a lot of atheists have issue with that, man, and there's this one on Reddit that I came across, like really hardcore physicalist, and he has a article that he wrote that he titled "Consciousness is a dog whistle for religious ideas like spirituality. It's like a
What?
like he means like what he means is like anytime like theists bring up the word consciousness, they're gonna try to Trojan horse, you know, the soul and other concepts like that, or something supernatural or something, you know. And yeah, so man, so he was like kind of just rejecting this term outright, but just because it's associated with all that, or it can be associated. And yeah, it's crazy, man. So I left the article in the private chat if you want to check it out, man. It's pretty funny.
I don't know. Like I'm with Scott here. Like, you know, I'm an atheist, but it's like I find the whole philosophy of mine far more interesting than debating whether God exists or not.
Yeah, me too. Especially as of lately. I thought Brian brought up a really good point when he said that if you know, if you want to pin an atheist to a positive claim that they're making, you know, bring up the philosophy of mind.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's like, you know, if you, well, the issue is like most atheists today want to go with the most popular definition, which is, you know, they just lack a belief, and you know, then they want to just, you know, tell the theist, you know, prove God exists, and you know, that's about as deep as it goes. And for me, it's like I was in that camp, I would say, you know, initially, but then it's like, to me, I became far more drawn to the philosophical definition of that, you know, that the philosophy of religion puts out there, you know, where it's like atheism is a metaphysical position or proposition, and it's like, you know, I'm much rather treat it that way, and you know, defend it, and actually put forward an alternative worldview, you know.
Yeah, I think you're like me and like a lot of other people, just you're kind of hungry to hear a good argument. Like, you're not opposed to a good argument. It's just bring one. You know, it's like, you know, I was bored with it too. Like I used to really get into those debates, and, you know, the whole new atheist movement, and then the Atheist Experience. I used to watch that show every weekend and just love to see the Christians get owned, and really looked up to Matt Dillahunty. Like, wow, he is really clear. You know, he's being so concise and makes so much sense, you know, and then laugh when he, you know, does little one-liners and hangs up on them. Used to love that. Got a real big dopamine hit from watching that shit. But then, like every other drug, it kind of wears off after a while, you know, and then you kind of want something more, you know, like, is that all we got? I mean, it's fun, it's funny, but is that it?
And I mean, it's not to say that every atheist has to, you know, treat atheism as a metaphysical proposition, but you know, it's like, you know, atheists don't owe theists an explanation, but it's like, if you, like, to me, it's like, if you're interested in, you know, philosophy, if you're, you know, interested in metaphysics, you're you know, trying to seek some sort of truth, it's like, then, you know, you need to have something to bring to the table.
Right. And that's why I'm kind of like, I love how the conversation is getting expanded, like where you have like who we were talking about a little earlier, what's her name? Britt Hartley responded to one of Matt's videos. He said spirituality is nonsense, you know, and then she gave a critique. Now, although, you know, I know she's a physicalist and all that kind of good stuff, but at least she's sort of trying to go a little deeper than just the same old stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And I like that. I like anything that overturns the apple cart, in my view. I like to see that happen.
No, definitely, man. I can definitely, you know, attest to that, because I've been trying to make this dude aware of this research since 2013. I think I have an email, we went back and forth in an email, and then, you know, I think I've been calling since like 2014. But it's like he never budged on his understanding of it, so I know he's never really looked into it. But now that I, you know, this whole thing is going on with Britt, I think maybe he'll finally maybe dive a little bit deeper.
Well, yeah, that on top of Alex O'Connor doing the things he's doing. I mean, that dude's getting hate arrayed everywhere, man. Like I've just been. I didn't realize.
Alex. The thing with Alex is why he seems to piss off both Christians and atheists is because it's like he is an actual agnostic. It's like he will.
Yeah.
He
like
will,
he's real agnostic.
He will deep dive and entertain almost any idea, and then when the Christian or atheist are like, well, what do you really believe? It's like, well,
right, and like what's his name? The guy that he also, by the way, just to let you know, Cafe, there's this YouTuber who really doesn't like you either, especially when you start talking about the drugs and stuff.
Oh, Deconverted Man?
Deconverted Man, yes.
Yeah, I figured you're going to say that.
Yeah, he kind of said you try to smuggle in God through drugs or whatever. But
yeah, well, he invited me on his stream once, and I was like, I was critiquing his argument that he didn't like it, and like I was like pointing out flaws, and he eventually just ended the stream. Like he didn't, there was no proper farewell or anything like that, So and so like I started kind of trolling him after that. On the private, not on the side chat, I would like mention like DMT or something like that, and he just he would go into like a crazy conniption fit, man, over just like the mere sight of that term. And like if you mentioned anything psychedelic around him, he'll just like leave the chat room.
Yeah, he made that very clear. He doesn't like that, and I don't know why. He'd never tell me why. But another thing is he says, Alex O'Connor is a Christian, so he's another one that says, he watched his whole, talk about the triangle. Video, and that really sent him over the roof. He said,
like that whole like this whole thing of like, oh, Alex might be a Christian. It's just like this is where like my fellow atheists will like they just get all spooked by the whole consciousness is fundamental thing. It's like it's not spooky.
No, it's really not. It's just that's their hang up. They just have a mental hang up. It's a mental block. And I try to get through to get that, because I'm like, dude, this could possibly open your mind up to new ideas. That's all. And there's nothing wrong with that, but here's the video, one of the videos why people say he's really just a Christian.
All right.
I kind of just have to take it with me. We're just going to sort of walk through some stuff. We're going to stop here and there to look from some vantage points, and hopefully by the end you'll kind of get what I'm driving at. I think he's driving at something really important. So the significance of the hemispheric divide, which has got, if most people agree that our brains are like the center of our conscious experiences, whether the brain produces consciousness or not, the brain is like where it all happens. The brain is where sort of we, if we are anyway, where seem to sit. And the fact that there are like two of them, consistently, that every single nervous study we've ever studied has an asymmetrical divide. Even like nematodes with like 308 neurons have an asymmetry in them. There seems to be some deep evolutionary reason to keep them separate, to the extent that when the brain grows, the corpus callosum doesn't grow. So the corpus callosum actually, relatively speaking, shrinks as the brain evolves. Like it seems like that there's a really good reason to keep them apart. Mammals are the only creatures that have corpus callosum. Other animals just don't even have that connective tissue. That's got to mean something. And the fact that the brain is like the center of like everything we ever experience ever, the center of thought, of experience, of love, of passion, of art, of music. The fact that there are two of them that seem to be in like this kind of symbiotic relationship where sometimes they rub up against each other and sometimes they work together. That's got to be like so significant, right? The fact that like our very center of experience is like dualistic, is like there's like this duality of the way that we attend to the world. That's got to mean something. And I the reason I want to work through the rest of the matter with things is because I want to try and unlock what that significance is. So there's that. Outside of that, I think Kastrup's attack on materialism was quite important to me. The view that like phenomenological stuff comes first. Like I've got a book. This is Waking Up by Sam Harris, because I just had him back on my show. And like I have an experience of it. I see it, I touch it, I hear it, right? It's all experiential states. And I've got an AirPods case here, and I can like be like, oh, this one feels like it's kind of more, it's harder to move than this one. And, you know, this one appears to me, it takes up more of my visual field than this one does. And these are all experiences, but then we start mathematizing them. We start putting labels on these experiences. So I call that thing, I call it weight. And I give it the mathematical language of like kilograms. You know, I measure the phenomenological experience in kilograms. So kilograms is a quantification of the quality of how I'm experiencing the world. And yeah, like this one, like it's got sort of this thing which I'm going to call length. I'm going to call it centimeters. And so we start with the experience, and then we put mathematical labels on them. And then for some reason, what we've done is we've like said, actually, at some point, we just suddenly flipped, and we're like, no, the thing that really exists, the thing that's foundational, is the label, is the maths, is the kilograms, the centimeters, all of that kind of stuff. That's the stuff that really exists. And my experience of it is somehow like emergent of it. Like what? I mean, if you actually track the likely historical story, the mathematical description of the world is emergent of the experience that you're having, you know? And so Kastrup thinks that we sort of flipped it on its head, and I think that's a really interesting idea. Like he says that we're drawing a map of a mountain range, and like clearly we're just trying to like describe the mountain range in a useful way. And then at some point we've just suddenly decided that actually the thing that really exists is the map. And the mountain range must somehow emerge out of the map. And you're saying that while you're stood on top of a mountain. It just, I don't know. I think there's something in there. I mean, we didn't get into that. We said we might talk about that, but I mean, I think that's interesting. Not to say it's, you know, foolproof or anything, but I can't remember the exact nature of your question, but whether it's most interesting or important or whatever, but that's been, you know, earth-shattering to me is to...
I mean, obviously he's a Christian. I mean, what out of that do you not get? Do you get
and all Alex is doing here is questioning physicalism, which we should all do. It's like, you know, even if you don't end up an idealist or a panpsychist, or, you know, it's like you should at least have some sort of introspection to be able to look at, you know, what's in front of you and be like, is that really all there is to it? You know?
Right. Yeah. I mean, when you're deeply entrenched in physicalism and you finally, it clicks with you, this can be really profound of an almost on par with a psychedelic experience, to be honest with you. But not that you have to go that far. Just the fact that you can entertain other views is huge. And that's exactly what I think the main value is. The fact that you can understand another view, and you can kind of recognize your own limitation, your own biases, and somehow you can transcend it to at least, you know, become agnostic on all those things. You know, that's huge, man.
And that's, you know, like I said, I being agnostic myself, I try to embody what Alex does, because he does a really good job of all that. Like, not to say that Alex is perfect, but, you know, he has his own flaws, but he does a really good job of being a decent philosopher. Yeah.
Right. And Skyworks, you have a good question there, which I love that question because a lot of people ask it. Who really thinks the mountain emerges from the map? Well, if you pay attention to a lot of worldviews or even scientific models that come out directly out of physicalism, they will say things like the universe is made of mathematics through something they call strong emergence. And this explains the physical world. And so usually when we think of math, math is something humans create. Math is just language that describes reality. But what these folks here, they call it the mathematical universe hypothesis from Max Tegmark. He's a really popular, again, another scientific speaker, but he has, unlike Tyson, recently published papers and stuff like that. In his view, which has gained a lot of popularity, suggests that the physical universe isn't just described by the math, but is mathematics. So in his framework, all mathematical structures exist objectively. And our physical reality is just one of those structures. So that's someone who literally believes that the map, the language that we use to describe things, is the ontological truth about the thing we're describing. You can liken it to what they call Pythagoreanism or mathematical Platonism or geometric structuralism. So there's a lot of people in the physicalist universe that would say that, the world emerges from abstract layers of description. It's called emergent abstraction. You should check it out. But it's a lot of people that believe that. I think a lot of people are agnostic about it, but
What those models fit under physicalism? I thought like Platonism was like distinct. But I could be wrong.
well, Max Tegmark, he describes himself as a strong physicalist.
Okay.
And so he says that, he's familiar with the hard problem of consciousness, and he's familiar with, the Planck scale, problem and stuff like that. Hold on, someone's at my door. Just a second.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I was gonna mention real quick of because they were talking about how they thought Jordan Peterson is like we're real, I guess, slippery with his position, and that they can't pin him down or whatever. But I was gonna say that if you regard him as a perennialist, then a lot of this stuff starts to make sense of the the Jungian archetypes, the Dostoevsky references, and all that. Yeah, that would have been my take. But I really can't. I really don't have anyone to talk about that except for like ChatGPT.
And you gotta be careful with that.
Oh yeah. And yeah, that's another thing. The LLMs, like, are you familiar with Thinker's channel?
Thinkers, no.
She's like a black female atheist that kind of streams like late night, like beyond like 11 to like 8 a.m.
Okay.
And man, I remember I mentioned something from something about LLMs that, like, and she had this like, she's an atheist and she has this like kind of disdain for the LLMs because she thinks they're kind of ran by I mean, I don't know if she was being racist, but like white guys that favor Christianity. So like they have like a leaning towards trying to get into the theology, I guess. And like, what kind of like paranoia is this? Like, I don't know. I thought that was kind of weird, but I know I will say that. I mean, if you have a chat about theology with the LLM, that they'll bring up. You'll be surprised what they can bring up. I mean, they have a huge repertoire. It seems of like.
Oh, I mean, their whole thing is to scan all of the internet.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, like it can get, but the drawback there is that, I mean, the LLM can only be as creative as what you put into it, and so if you don't bring anything to the table, then you're not going to get much out of it.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I feel like it sounds like she's being a little paranoid there, because it's like, to me, it just seems obvious that it would be more Christian centered, because Christianity is just
the prevailing religion.
Yeah, it's far more prevailing. It's like, like Eastern religions and all that. It's like, that sadly the world has been very European centric, and and since the U.S. became a superpower. Well, the U.S. centric.
No, definitely. And if you go to her channel, it's Arch Thinker on YouTube, and she even says in the description, like, I'm here to have discussions with Christians, and I want to leave theology out of it. And I don't understand that move. Because like I guess the implication there is like, I just want to read the Bible prima facie, like kind of like a surface level interpretation of the Bible, which like seems to leave out hermeneutics or exegesis and stuff like that. Like I mean, why would you want to do that? I didn't understand that. I think that's kind of naive to do that. Like it's like throwing out like if you're gonna throw out the theology and the philosophy and all that, then what really are you discussing? So yeah, I thought that, and I can only imagine that atheists that bring up like who try to, especially the ones the type that argue that if you believe in the Christian God, you believe in a God that is the cause of genocide and killing babies and all that, and if you actually bring this up to ChatGPT or any LLM for that matter, they're gonna push back on you like really hard, and so I think maybe that's what agitates like some of those type of atheists, like, no, ChatGPT, I'm right, God's genocidal freak, so if you don't agree with me, fuck you.
I mean, it's only a valid criticism with like a certain mindset of theists, and so it's like it's very situational.
Yeah, no, it is, and I think that's that's the part of the pushback behind it. Like like if you consider this other view and where God is understood in this framework, then this doesn't apply. And I think they don't like that pushback, because like I brought those arguments to it, and yeah, I mean it will point out like, hey, well, this is not necessarily what the Christian theology teaches, by the way.
And I mean, and look at Mr. Biscuits. Like, if you were, to try to bring up any of the traditional arguments against God, it's like he doesn't believe in the dual Christian God. Yeah.
Right. It's not going to work. It just doesn't work. And I think that a lot of especially like if you ever watch those call-in shows like these, like Justin from, what is it? What's this channel called?
Justin DZ?
Yeah. Deconstruction Zone. That's what it is.
Like, like the whole problem of suffering, it doesn't do anything for if you're a Christian and an idealist, or a Christian mystic idealist, it's like, the problem, like you might as well be, it's like with the atheist, it's like it has nothing to, like, the problem of suffering doesn't really bother atheists or the Christian idealist. It's only the tension is there if you're claiming that there's this God that is separate from nature and is all powerful and all loving, but it's like I said, it's like it just depends on what the sort of God you're talking about.
Yeah, and that's kind of what gives me the impression of who I'm talking to. Because if somebody's just not willing to let that go and let you have your own definition of God, and they just want to insist that your God is the dualistic God of the Bible, of the Abrahamic religion, then that lets me know that they're more interested in just winning an easy argument, rather than really understanding another viewpoint.
Are you familiar with Arch Thinker, Scott?
Say that again.
Are you familiar with the Arch Thinker's channel?
No.
She's been coming on a few episodes of like Truth Wanted, and I think she's been on the line, and she's a black female atheist that usually streams like really late at night. Maybe that's why you haven't caught wind. But
what's her name again?
Thinker, like THINKER.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I mean, on she's really well behaved on when she's on the Atheist Experience, but man, on her stream, I mean, just like if you just go in there, you'll get a glimpse of her just like cursing out theists, like all crazy and stuff, and like and like fuck your God, and like your God's this, and like, oh, it's pretty, I don't know, it's kind of funny, but I had mentioned, I was I had mentioned the LLM, like how they kind of push back on a lot of arguments that atheists have, right? And she came out with like, well, I don't even use ChatGPT because I believe it's all ran by white supremacist men that make it defend Christian theology, or yeah, she said something like that.
Oh wow,
yeah,
I'm like deep with it, huh?
Yeah, I was like, kind of an interesting response, but
I should call her channel if she has a call in.
Oh yeah, she does it. Yeah, like every night, man. She streams for like a long time too. She goes. Like,
oh hell, man! I'm gonna call in and just steel man the Christian precept position.
that would be good, man. If you do that, you gotta send me the timestamp of that episode, man.
Oh, I would do a whole review on the shit.
I'm gonna send you the link.
Hey, Cafe, did you see me when I called into that Atheist guy's channel, Lorenzo, the Coach Lorenz? Lorenz?
No, I don't think I might have missed that, but man, if you can send me the link, I'll definitely.
I'll play it here real quick because it's really kind of short. But man, I trolled him as a Christian, sent them people through the roof, man. He actually got with me offline and was like, dude, you had sent my blood pressure through the roof. You had a lot of my people were wondering why I would have you on my show, and they wanted to jump through the screen and literally beat you up and shit.
Oh yeah, I've done that. I with Thinker's channel, she knows this. She's associated with this guy. He's a music artist, real famous apparently, like by the name of Pinkbeard, and he's won a Grammy and stuff. And yeah, man, he at the end of it, he's like, man, that Jimmy, he's a nice guy, but I wanted to kill him there at the end.
Yeah. I didn't even know I was going that bad. Like, I was just playing the typical role, because I thought he knew who I was at first, because I was trying to just kind of be silly, because I had him on this show one time last year. So I thought he'd remember who I was, but he didn't. So I just went ahead and played along with it. And man, that shit was funny as hell.
Man, yeah, if you find it, and I don't mind watching if you play it. I will mention another one though. I don't know if you know about Robot Goat. She's another one that's popping up lately, like an atheist stream. And a lot of these atheist streams, you've probably noticed the first thing they ask you is for your pronouns, and they're real, nitpicky about that, man. As you've noticed, I'm sure. And and if you don't like play by their game, and if you don't answer those questions, they usually won't take your call, or they won't take your call seriously. And
right.
I came in. Andrew Tate was kind of like making fun of that whole shtick by taking on what he called neo-pronouns, and he said use the neo-pronouns king and lord. And so I called into her show with those neo-pronouns, but like under like the guise of like these are legit neo-pronouns, and if you're gonna play this game, then you got to respect these too, So like of course she she completely didn't take the call seriously. She perennialism, she kept on saying it's perennium, like it's taintology, to kind of
my position, I'm not gonna like hate on anybody for anything at all, really. You can do what you want with your show, but ask what you want. But my whole thing is like, just what I observe is that, and it's not just with any particular issue like gay or trans issue or any other issue they want to talk about. It just seems like atheism has turned into an entire package that includes a certain view on everything, political view, this view, that view. It just seems like it's more than just atheism. It's something more than that, depending on which show you go to, I guess. But for the most part, it seems like, you definitely need to be progressive. You definitely need to be, you can't be MAGA or anything like that. You can't really, you may be recognized as a physicalist. Not many people give much thought to that kind of stuff, but basically you'd be a materialist physicalist, it seems.
See,
and yes, like, it encompasses so much.
And it's like,
Oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, it's like, and I'm, if we're just going off labels, it's like I'm an atheist leftist, but it's like the leftists don't like that I'm also skeptical of my own leftism. So
yeah, same with me, man. Like I've got really super left leaning stuff and super right, but I'm pretty much would like to say I'm a centrist because I accept a lot of different things from everybody as long as it makes sense. And when it doesn't make sense, if I'm wrong about it, then I definitely immediately pivot, like,
well, it's like I'm a straight up, I would say, libertarian socialist, but it's like I'm not going to be dogmatic about it. Like, it's like, to me, this does not make sense to be like, you can't question this.
Right. Exactly. And that's the whole point about it, is that it seems like a lot of these atheist groups have simply turned into just more of the same dogmatic religion in a way, like kind of cultish in ways. And I don't even like saying that because I'm kind of an atheist, So, but I just notice I can't help but notice what I notice,
Yeah. It's Derek Lambert, when he was platforming, I forgot the name of the guy, but a lot of the atheists in the community didn't like this person, and so they kind of canceled him out. So like, he lost a lot of his subscribers and stuff like that. And like, when he did a backlash, he called, he ended up calling them a leftist woke cult. And and sometimes they can definitely act like it, man. I left you an article in the private chat that goes a little bit more into that.
Yeah, it's definitely true, and I see it all the time, and I think it's just part of human nature. One big example would be with this guy. He used to be a very popular atheist YouTuber named Pine Creek.
Oh yeah.
And it turned out that Pine Creek was more conservative leaning or libertarian or something, and started talking more about politics. From what I understand, I kind of lost interest when he went there. But he started doing that, and then he started losing faith, and finally he just kind of canceled out because no one supported him anymore. He didn't get any good support. He was getting a lot of trash talk, and he just kind of lost interest in talking about atheism anymore, because people found out he was conservative, which is a big no-no among the community, I guess. So
yeah, that's funny. That there was a meme that Steve McRae posted like years ago of like it's a real common meme where like it's like a Earth, I guess, and then there's like two astronauts, and he's looking at and Earth is, in this meme that's supposed to represent atheism. And Steve McRae is looking out at it, and he goes, "Wait a minute, it's all political sophistry." And then behind him, Matt Dillahunty is holding a gun against his head, and he says, "Always has been." And pretty cool, man. I thought that was cool.
Hey, check out this video. I'm just gonna play it. This is where I called into that Lorenzo's channel.
Oh,
this
cool.
is kind of funny.
People, you take away the ability for them to feel like they are above or beneath someone else, and that's, for most people, that's what they need to sustain themselves. So talk about these niggas gods, you're talking about that lower root chakra unbalanced ego.
A lot of angry atheists love this channel because they get to vent off here, which is why I called in.
You have left me speechless for this today. That's the first time. So with that, I'm going to bring somebody else up real quick.
Yeah, take care, man. Love you, brother. Appreciate what you do. You're going to get ready to go to the plantation my damn self.
Don't let it bring you down. Don't let it bring you down.
Well, baby, I actually enjoy being an employee in Atlanta. It's a little different when you're black and gay in Atlanta and you got a good work ethic. So I will say that this. Yeah, I moved here 2024 last year, you heard me? And my work ethic has never, ever got me this.
Hold on, damn it! I know, guys. I need premium again.
At FPL, our teams are working every day,
Struggle is
inspecting,
real.
upgrading, and strengthening the grid.
I developed love for other things around me. That gave me meaning. As an adult, I had a wife that gave me meaning. I was a Marine. Being a Marine gave me meaning. Having children gave me meaning. Wanting to do and experience certain things in life gives me meaning. I don't need a God to have meaning. If you need a God to have meaning, then I wonder, would you even have morals?
Well, that's a good question. That's a great question, because without God, how can anything be right or wrong?
Because morality is subjective.
But that's just an opinion.
That's not an opinion. That's a fact. That's a pure fact.
So, yeah, but subjective morality would make morality an opinion, right?
Well, yes. Subjective morality does make morality an opinion, which is why you go to certain countries, they have a different morality than the country that you're in. Have you ever been to a different country that had a different moral stance than what you have in your country?
I try not to go to them other countries.
I mean, I'm just asking.
No, I hear what you're saying. I've been in other countries, and
Right.
yeah, they got different laws. They got different. They different. You know, they do things a lot different. But you know,
so who's right?
The only law that counts, though.
But who's right and who's wrong?
God.
So then, if you went to another country and if you went to Libya today, Libya still has the trans-Sahara slave trade.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be correct then, because the Bible, the God of the Bible, is okay with slavery. So
yeah, the Bible regulates the practice of slavery back when slavery was the commercial way to make a living, the way to protect one's life. See, if you was in a war and you were defeated, you could either live out there in the land and die because you got no home no more, you got no food, or we could take you in as a slave. That's God.
I'm trying to act like a Southern preacher here.
Having mercy on you. Slavery is merciful. We're all slaves, sir.
No,
we're all slaves to God or sin.
So Leviticus 25, 44 and 46 doesn't say anything about being a POW, doesn't say anything about you not owning land or having a home. It purely says your male and female slaves you may buy from foreigners or foreigners who live amongst you, and you will own them as property and pass them down to your sons as an inheritance of property. Mm-hmm. But as for your Israelites, do not treat them harshly as you would treat the foreigner. So you can treat a foreign slave harshly, and it had nothing to do with it being someone without a home. Fathers were able to sell their daughters into slavery. And women, even though the Israelites were sold into indentured servitude, the women Israelites were slave property for life unless they came in with a husband. But if they didn't come in with a husband, then they were slaves for life. This isn't about mercy. Mm-hmm. That is the coping thing that Christians have tried to utilize today to separate the atrocity of slavery so that you can still believe in your book.
Yeah, I understand. And a lot of these Christians, I call them weak-kneed, flag-waving, phony Christians, because they try to skirt around the issue, which the real issue is that what God says is what's right, not what we think.
Slavery is right. You should believe that slavery is right.
God didn't condemn it.
So you think that it's okay to own another person?
God said we're all owned by somebody, either the devil or God.
So let me ask you this one then. According to the Bible, if a young girl who is not betrothed to a man is raped and the man is caught, the man then pays the father the bride price, and then the young girl has to marry her rapist, provide children for him. He can get another wife, but he still has to do the husbandly duties towards that woman, and he can never divorce her. So
That's
do
right.
you think that it is right to force a rape victim to have to marry her rapist?
Yeah, because you know why? Because now that man has to be stuck with that woman for the rest of his life. There ain't nothing he can do about it. Now he's punished.
I'm standing in front of a public
That's
school,
pretty good.
which has just turned into a refuge for children and their family who had to.
What about the woman who is having to be with and have sex with and provide children for and be a wife to a man who raped her?
But you do know women are property. Women are
okay. So yes, women are property.
See, that's what y'all don't understand.
No,
see, y'all need to understand that. See, women have a role in this world, and God has made that very clear in the Bible. See, you can father, she provides value to the father and the husband. You know, and if she's raped, she loses value. You see what I'm saying? And that's where all of this stuff. See, we got it upside down. We got it all upside down because the devil has confused us. We are confused because we let our, like you said, our subjective morality blind us to the truth. Because without God, like I said before, sir, anything can be right or wrong. If God doesn't exist, morality is just an opinion, right? Objective morality requires a divine lawgiver. And we may not understand it, but the reason we don't understand it is because we're fallen. And the Bible is very clear about that.
Oh, okay. So you believe that women are property. So women having the right to vote and thank you, Professor Hizzle.
I'm not confused, sir. I'm just agreeing with my brother here. He understands the Bible apparently.
Oh,
and he understands. It sounds like you understand that.
I understand it, but I think it's
just
horrible.
don't agree with. Yeah, I understand that.
Terrible.
Right,
So
right.
Don't put it like we are in agreement.
Right. I get it.
Right. So you would rather be in a situation you think that the world should be where women can't vote. Right? Women can't give a pledge, and unless it's honored by a man. That if you think she cheated on you, you give her a magic potion to see if she has a miscarriage. You think all those things are fine, and slavery is fine, and genocide is fine.
Well, it's fine, but it's also fine if you don't want to go by the law too, because those laws only apply to God's chosen people. The Hebrews, the Jews. That law wasn't for the Gentiles. That law was for the Jews. That's for them.
Hold on, because Jesus, see, there's a difference between Jesus Christianity and Paul Christianity. Jesus Christianity, and it depends on which one you follow. Jesus Christianity says that you are supposed to maintain the laws, that you are not to take away one tittle of the law until heaven and earth has passed away. Now,
yeah, he didn't abolish the law. He didn't abolish the law for the Jews. No, he fulfilled them. As a Jewish person, Jesus was a good Jew. He fulfilled the law the way it was.
You're a follower. So you're a follower of Paul then?
Well, because I'm a Gentile, yeah.
So you follow Paul's thoughts?
Yeah, because the Holy Spirit let Paul and the other apostles and leaders of the church know and understand that Gentiles were not under the yoke of the law. Now the Jews still are, because they're God's chosen people. And so Jesus never said that that they were released from the law ever. Did you know that?
No, I understand that. So what you're saying, then you would be okay if Israel came and genocided everyone in America who did not agree with them.
It depends if that was a command by the authority. If it was a command by subjective opinion, no.
How would you be able to determine it?
Well, that's a good question, because everything ended, though the revelations ended after let's say shortly after the first century, when the apostles died off, now we have the church. They are no longer knowledge was no longer imparted through the Holy Spirit in that way. So I know Mormons will disagree. I know Jehovah's Witnesses will disagree.
Of course, because you're playing right into the point that the government and elitists took control and they decided that, and now you believe that.
Well, that's your interpretation.
No, that's what happened. It was writers within the Catholic Church who decided to, those church fathers who wrote that now the time frame of revelation is ended. That way they can maintain control based on the doctrines that they already have.
Mm-hmm.
Because
that's what they said. That's what they said. But now how you interpret that is all based on your framework. So if you start from a framework of God is not real, Christianity is false, of course you're going to look at it like man said all that. But if you have faith that God is real, then you're going to understand that that's the word of God.
If so, God cannot bring you revelation, a new thought. God cannot speak. No, but you just said that all that stopped.
Can or will? What do you mean?
You just said all that stopped.
It did stop.
God doesn't bring you revelation.
That's right.
So you don't get revelations.
The revelation, special revelation, is in the Bible.
So but is that not God? So if you look at the Bible, you read something, you see that and you have thought A. Somebody else reads the Bible, they have thought B. How do you know which one is right, thought A or thought B?
The Holy Spirit. Now, the Holy Spirit will help me to understand the Bible, but it will not reveal new information. It's not going to give me information about what God wills to do for another country on that level. It's basically the Bible tells you right there. All scripture is inspired by God, and God and the Holy Spirit gives you.
Where am I lying, guys? Where am I lying, man? I should be a preacher, man.
Yeah, still managing it pretty good.
I'm flowing, man. I'm just flowing with it, man. The Holy Spirit is just flowing.
Understanding it. It's like a tool that you can use to decode the word.
So
you see what I'm saying?
So if President Trump reads the Bible, receives holy, how would you know if the Holy Spirit is telling him to go down here and attack Venezuela, or is it just about oil?
It's not. Donald Trump is just another human being, flawed, and he's not.
How would you know if he's been directed by the Holy Spirit or not?
Because he's not in the Bible. Everything that's in the Bible is what I follow. If the Bible says it, I believe it. End of story.
Right. So the Bible says that Israel can go and genocide all the people up to the Euphrates, all the way up into Turkey, down across into Egypt to the borders of the Nile River. So you would be okay with that?
Like I said, it depends. Are you saying God directed that, or?
Yes. When God made his promise to Abraham,
mm-hmm.
the landmass that the promise includes will be the top part of the Arabian Peninsula, so from the Nile River, clear all the way across to the Euphrates River, which goes into Iraq and cuts across the northern parts of Saudi Arabia, Syria, Jordan, all that, all the way up the Euphrates, which cuts across into the Turkish Peninsula, so Lebanon and all that. That is the promised land to Abraham. The way they was instructed in Joshua to gain that land was to go in and genocide all the people in that land. The ones that you didn't kill, you made them into your slaves. Your neighboring countries, you make them into your slaves. Mm-hmm. So that's what the Bible says. Mm-hmm. You would be okay with that?
Oh yeah, of course. It's the word of God. If God says it, like I already said that. If God says it, it's the truth, not what we think. You see what I'm saying? You're making yourself the authority.
I certainly am, because I have a higher moral compass than obviously than your God and you, because I do not think that it is okay for Israel to go and kill women, children, babies, non-combatant, to take away the sovereignty of another country. I do not think that they have that right because they believe in their God. And so all those women and children who will suffer from that, all the babies who will die from that, you're fine with all those children dying because they have to kill everything that has breath. I think that demonstrates exactly how much hatred this book creates. Because
you're right.
Honestly, I think you are incredibly immoral for standing here and saying that you support all these atrocities of this book.
This book is very hateful and is very ignorant. It was born in a time of ignorance. And I'm laughing my ass off that you actually took me serious, because you know who I am, because you were on my show.
I didn't.
You don't remember me? Okay.
No, yeah. I don't. Now I don't remember you, but I could tell by the way he was talking. I was like, okay, there's a guy. I'm not taking you serious, but I'm going to push this and keep him on here until we get to a point.
No, I'm not serious about none of that. But you were actually. We did an interview one time a few months ago, this summer. You just don't remember, but yeah. I think it was before we called it the discussion, and now the channel's called the Mirror Point. But yeah, it was called the discussion. It was me and Sophia. But yeah. So when I saw that you didn't remember me, that's why I went ahead and started playing along.
I ain't gonna lie, you know what? Majority of it, you had me. The part of me was like, this dude can't be real. But the majority,
yeah, I'm gonna have to call into what's her name show, man.
Man, you would be awesome there, man. I think you would put up a challenge for her. I left the link in the private chat if you.
Yeah, I went ahead and opened up the channel too already, and subscribed. Cool. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna call in next time she has a show and do it just for some fun content that I can share. But yeah, man, it's like the thing that a lot of people don't know about me is, dude, I used to be so into this Bible stuff. Like all of those arguments you heard me say were probably the kind of things I would really be talking about.
Oh yeah, I always look for ways to. I mean, at least the ways theologians handle those arguments, because they get them all the time too.
Yeah, I want to get her mad. Arch Thinker would get mad. She always triggered when people don't capitulate. That's why she needs me. That's why dualism is a thing. Dualism is wonderful.
She's like she'll go to cursing like really with the quickness, man. So yeah, I think it'd be extra funny with her.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome. I'll be doing that next time she goes live. Let me see. I got her pulled up. Let me see. When is she gonna go live again?
I want to catch her not on her channel, because I really don't like the way she behaves on her channel. But I when she goes on Truth Wanted, she kind of curbs her attitude there, and so I want to catch her when she's on there and call in.
Oh yeah, because you like her when she's more calm.
Yeah, and because I think because what the points that I'm gonna bring up are. Some of them are triggering, and so like I think on her platform she would just like drop me right away. It's a TikTok. So on Truth Wanted though, or Atheist Experience or something like that, I think there's two hosts there, so I don't necessarily have to address her entirely.
Yeah, I'll definitely stay up tonight and check it out. Cool, man. Well, yeah, man. So I think we beat this horse dead 3 times over, and then we resurrected it and beat it again. So it's been over 5 hours.
No, it's cool, man. I'm glad that I think it's cool that you're starting hanging out with Alex more, man, because I really like his channel.
I need to go out with Alex one night, and because he lives here in town with me.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that. So Yeah, we're talking about maybe meeting up for drinks. I'm thinking it would be really cool if we had like a venue and could have open real life conversation, because there's a lot of street preachers out here on every corner, you know. What if we did like a live stream of a debate? That would be awesome.
Sort of something like a street epistemology or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
but for like idealism or something.
for idealism, exactly.
Yeah, that would be cool, man. I think you'd get a lot of views on that, a stream like that, especially with Alex and Brian and stuff. I'm getting his name right. His name was Brian, right?
Yeah, Brian. We call him Stash.
Yeah, Stash. I like that better. That's a cool nickname. But I had to make that joke about Alex O'Connor that, you know, pre-Stash, he was questioning religion. Post-Stash, he's questioning materialism now. And, you know, because he has the mustache now. And he's infected by Anaka Harris, I think. And that's what it starts.
That's another thing I wonder, because I hear how open Anaka Harris is to, like, I think she's already panpsychist. She labels herself. And
and then
so I'm wondering how does that go on with their marriage or what? It's like, is it a problem?
Right? That's crazy, right? Yeah, too.
Because he's so much against stuff like that, it seems.
Yeah. I like Leo. I forgot Leo Gura. He made a comment on Sam Harris. I think I have it. Let me see. I always bookmark these things with titles. And if I find it, I'll send it to you. You don't have to look at it right now, of course. Just like bookmark it or something like that.
Yeah.
He trashes out. I mean, he dogs on Sam Harris. I think that's the one.
Yeah, man. And thanks a lot for the comment. Excellent panel and chat. Couples light. Yeah, man. So we're gonna go.
Oh, I wanted to point out that man, I guess Tacos had a stream today. He's streaming right now. There's a debate just happened, and they're doing like a little after. Sometimes they'll go into debaters. So I don't know if you want to check that out.
Yeah. I'll check that out. I'll check it out right now.
Yeah, I'll send you the link, man.
Yeah, send me that link, because I pulled up. Oh, that's Megabath debates.
Yeah, there. I got you a link to this.
Ellie Nix, render a sound argument for God.
Yeah, there's what is it? Yeah. There you go. You got it. Eli versus Monkey Boy. I think Monkey Boy is another one of these TikTok atheists, and then Eli's a theist.
Yeah, he got real popular.
Yeah, he kind of argues from God is the ground of being, and that's definitely up my alley too.
Yeah.
But no, hey, this was cool, man. I'm that's cool that Alex jumped on, and Brian. That's cool that both of them jumped on, and everyone had real interesting things to say, man.
Yeah, man, good stuff. Enjoy it. We're gonna do it again next weekend, of course. Maybe even tomorrow if I have some time. We'll see, and I'll let you know. I'll throw out the links and everything, but. Yeah, man, I really enjoyed the conversation. Thanks for all the participation, guys, in the live chat. And sure, man, we'll reconvene.
Awesome. Cool, man.
Anything you want to say, Nell, before we head out?
No, it was a lot of fun. It was nice to meet was Brian, Alex's co-host.
Yep, Brian. Yep.
It was nice to meet him.
Yeah, he seemed like he was a little under the weather today, but yeah, he's a real cool guy, man. Absolutely. All right, man. Well, I am out, and we will chat with you guys on the rebound. Y'all be good.